Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Hela neither knew nor cared how Odin had died. What mattered to her now was simple. She had to restore her divine power as quickly as possible, reclaim what was hers, and then continue the conquest that had been interrupted long ago. Hela had never lacked ambition. In the past, she had fought alongside Odin and helped him bathe the 9 realms in blood, raising Asgard to the supreme throne among the gods. But even that had never satisfied her. Truthfully, Odin himself had once been no different. Back then, after conquering the 9 realms, Odin had believed his power unmatched. But once he came into contact with the greater universe, he realized there were beings far beyond the level of a god-king. Compared to those true cosmic giants, even Asgard was not invincible. A great fish might dominate a river, but once it entered the sea, it could easily become prey for something larger. Odin understood that. That was why he slowly transformed from a ruthless conqueror into the wise and benevolent king the 9 realms later came to know. But Hela had never understood his change. To her, Odin had simply become weak, hesitant, timid. She believed he no longer deserved to sit on Asgard's throne. Odin, bound by pride and unwilling to explain the deeper truth, saw only Hela's cruelty and rebellion. In the end, he chose the simplest solution. He sealed her away. As for the grievances between father and daughter and the ancient past buried with them, there was no need to revisit them now. Standing amidst the chaos, Hela calmly surveyed the ruined surroundings. Something major had clearly happened in Asgard. It had been attacked. Yet instead of rushing in as some savior, Hela merely watched with cold indifference. She had been sealed for far too long, cut off from the outside world. Though confident in her own strength, she was not foolish enough to act recklessly the moment she regained freedom. Anyone capable of invading Asgard and killing Odin was no weakling, and Hela had not yet fully recovered. She had no interest in escaping one prison only to go meet death herself. For now, what she needed most was time. Time to regain her divine power, time to reclaim her strength, and before all else, time to recover her most loyal companion, the giant wolf Fenrir. Fenrir was known as the monster that shook the earth. In legend, he was the beast fated to devour Odin during Ragnarok. Of course, reality in this world leaned closer to the cinematic version, so Fenrir was weaker than in the oldest myths. Even so, he was still a terrifying monster, powerful enough to suppress the Hulk in direct combat. Had Fenrir not fallen into the abyss of the 9 realms, the final outcome of that battle might have been very different. Walking alone through streets that felt both familiar and strange, Hela moved toward the heart of Asgard. Her footsteps were light, her speed astonishing. A faint forest green glow followed her like a ghostly trail. With only a few flashes, she arrived near a secluded alley not far from the palace, already considering whether to force her way in or take a more subtle route. At the same time, Loki was there as well. Disguised as an Asgardian warrior and accompanied by several frost giants from Jotunheim, he was preparing to slip away under the cover of chaos. Loki's illusions were powerful. They could fool most Asgardians with ease, but they were meaningless before Hela, especially the frost giants. Their aura was impossible for her to miss. How interesting, Hela murmured. A Jotun can use Asgardian magic now. It seems the outside world has changed more than I thought. Both sides had chosen the same type of path, quiet and hidden, hoping to avoid attention. So their meeting in the alley was inevitable. The moment their eyes met, the 2 frost giants beside Loki realized they had been exposed. Without hesitation, they attacked. Cold mist surged into their palms as they condensed sharp icicles, intending to kill Hela before she could react. But before they could even move properly, 2 black streaks flashed through the air. The bodies of the frost giants were pierced through instantly. They collapsed to the ground without even managing a scream. Loki's pupils shrank. "Who are you?" He stared at Hela with obvious caution. He had never seen such a figure in Asgard before, yet the pressure radiating from her was terrifying. Hela smiled faintly. "I am Odin's eldest daughter," she said proudly. "The goddess of death, Hela." As she lifted a hand to brush back her hair, black energy surged around her head and a crown of sharp antler-like horns appeared. Loki narrowed his eyes. "Odin's eldest daughter? Strange, I've never heard of you." The moment he finished speaking, he dropped the illusion and returned to his true form. At the same time, he thrust out Gungnir. A brilliant golden beam shot straight toward Hela. Hela casually raised a sword to block it, then flicked her wrist. Several black blades tore through the air. One pierced through Loki's illusion, shattering it instantly. Others skewered the remaining frost giants nearby. A moment later, Loki reappeared behind a broken wall, clutching his shoulder with a pale expression. He looked at Hela with lingering fear. Where did this sudden big sister come from? Was she here to avenge Odin? Numbers, that made no sense. If she truly was Odin's eldest daughter, why had no one in Asgard ever spoken of her? Before Loki could think further, he suddenly rolled across the ground in panic, barely dodging another blade. Wait. He shouted, I'm Loki, Odin's son. Hela's eyes turned colder. Boy, you carry the blood of Jotunheim. That old man's taste was worse than I imagined, but since you are Odin's son. Her lips curled into a cruel smile. That only makes you more deserving of death. Loki immediately raised both hands. I was adopted. He forced out a stiff smile and quickly added, eldest sister. Did you perhaps have some conflict with Odin? Hela paused. From those few words alone, she had already guessed a great deal. It seemed Odin had not only sealed her away, but had erased all trace of her existence from Asgard's history. Then her gaze shifted to the spear in Loki's hand. Gungnir, Odin's divine weapon. The spear he never parted with. Hela's eyes narrowed and then a slow smile appeared. You possess Odin's spear, and just now you were trying to flee with frost giants in the middle of Asgard's chaos. She stepped forward, voice calm and cold. So, Odin is dead. And you either killed him or benefited from his death. Her smile deepened. Very good. Hela pointed a blade toward him. Kneel, submit to me and call me your queen. Loki's face stiffened. Submit to her? He wanted to object, he really did. But when he saw the impatience in Hela's eyes and felt the killing intent radiating from her, his knees bent almost instantly. He knelt. For now. It is my honor to serve you, your majesty, Loki said through clenched teeth. Inside, however, humiliation and calculation surged together. Then his eyes moved slightly. If Odin is truly dead, he said carefully, then Thor will be the one to inherit the throne. Hela gave a cold snort. My throne, she said, belongs to me. No one else has the right to take it. Her voice was absolute. There was no hesitation, no doubt, only arrogance and certainty. Loki studied her expression and quickly understood one thing. This woman truly believed she was unstoppable. And maybe she was. Still kneeling, Loki lowered his head respectfully, though his thoughts were spinning wildly. If Hela clashed with Thor. And with Moqing as well. Then perhaps all three of them could destroy each other. And if that happened, wouldn't the greatest winner be him? Meanwhile, Hela questioned Loki about Asgard's current situation. Loki answered most of her questions truthfully, though naturally he left out the parts most useful to himself. After listening, Hela gave a satisfied nod. You're clever, she said. Good, clever people know how to survive. Serve me well from now on. Loki forced a smile. He had never doubted the brutality of the woman before him. Time had not softened Hela during her imprisonment. It had only made her harsher. Because of Odin's betrayal, any trace of family feeling in her heart had long since vanished. Now the only thing she trusted was the sword in her hand. As the two of them moved toward Asgard's treasure vault, Loki walked beside her obediently, his face respectful. But inside, pride still burned. Kneel to Hela forever? Impossible. He would endure for now. And when the right moment came, he would turn the entire board over. Elsewhere, Moqing had already stored King Kong inside his psychic space and collected part of the dark elf corpses along with some other spoils from the battlefield. Thor, meanwhile, had finally forced himself out of his grief over Odin's death. After expressing his thanks to Moqing, he began organizing the remaining Asgardian forces to rescue survivors and clear the battlefield. Standing alone atop a tall building, Moqing looked toward the magnificent Bifrost in the distance and fell into thought. The storm in Asgard was far from over. Above the ruined land, disaster-stricken Asgard was filled with noise and grief. Cries echoed everywhere. Many people knelt beside the bodies of their relatives and friends, weeping in despair. Asgardians had long lifespans. Even ordinary citizens could live for hundreds of years, while those of royal blood like Thor could survive for thousands. With peaceful lives, abundant food, and little hardship in daily life, family bonds in Asgard were usually strong. That was why the sudden separation of life and death felt especially cruel. Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly. While ordering the Asgardian warriors to rescue the wounded and clear the battlefield, he joined them personally. Looking at the shattered homes and broken streets, his heart felt like a volcano on the verge of eruption. It was overflowing with rage, but for the moment he had nowhere to direct it. Not far away, Moqing remained calm. Part of his mind was still considering when to absorb the Pym particles and how to deal with Hela when she appeared. During a brief pause, he opened his personal interface and glanced at it. Host, Moqing current level, mid-extinction psychic points, 996,456,485. Psychic Beasts. Godzilla X2, Costume Beast, Predator X, Cerberus, King Kong, Unicorn, Omega, Celestial Beast, Selena, Ghidorah, Balrog, Thorin, Mute-Wo, Nine-Leaf Sword, Grass, Ninetales, Ghost Rider, Freddy, Tokisaki Kurumi, Storm Wolf, Amethyst, Winged Lion, King X2, Medusa Queen. Abilities: Monster Physique, Eagle Eye, Weapon Proficiency, Hellfire, Flight, Time Reset, Gravity Field, Bloodline Memory, Devouring Evolution, Firearms Mastery, King's Aura, Psychokinesis, Grass Word Sword Art, Yin-Yang Chakra, Guardian of Heaven, Eye of Judgment, Atomic Breath, Reality Distortion, Zafgil, Scurry, Amethyst, Beast Flame. After reading the panel, Moqing muttered to himself, "Just a little over 3 million more and I'll hit 1 billion very soon." At the same time, Hela and Loki had quietly slipped into the treasure vault. The guards stationed there died almost instantly. Hela stepped through the dark corridor, her boots crushing over a corpse on the floor. Her expression grew colder and colder. "Has no one remembered me?" she said with displeasure. "Did none of you ever study history?" Loki followed behind her carefully and shrugged. "Odin loved talking about his own achievements," he replied, "but he never mentioned you to us." Hela let out a cold snort. That old hypocrite. Perhaps because she had been sealed for far too long, Hela was in an unusually talkative mood. Or perhaps she simply wanted someone to hear her anger. "I was once Odin's vanguard," she said as she walked. "I fought beside him and led Asgard's armies to wash away rebellion with blood. Together, we forced the 9 realms to kneel at our feet and built the glory of Asgard." Her voice grew colder. "But because my ambition surpassed his, Odin feared me. He sent the Valkyries to kill me. When he realized even they could not stop me, he chose exile and imprisonment instead. He sealed me away like a beast cut off from the world." The more she spoke, the more furious she became. Loki listened quietly, but the more he heard, the more he felt a strange sense of sympathy. In some ways, the two of them were not so different. After walking a little farther, Hela stopped in front of the Eternal Flame. The Eternal Flame had once belonged to Surtur, the fire giant. Odin had taken it during the Wars of the 9 Realms in order to prevent Surtur's crown from touching it. Because once the crown of Surtur met the Eternal Flame, the fire giant would be reborn in his true mountain-sized form, and even Asgard would face destruction. But the Eternal Flame was not just a source of resurrection. It also possessed other mystical properties. It could reanimate the dead, though not truly revive them, and it could temper weapons, increasing their quality and destructive power. Hela reached into the flame with her bare hand and drew out a portion of it without hesitation. With a wave of her hand, she formed a heavy sledgehammer and placed it within the Eternal Flame for a moment, forging it with the green fire. When she lifted it again, the weapon had become harder and more destructive, imbued with powerful magic-breaking properties. Then she turned and smashed it into the floor. Boom, 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 3 heavy strikes shook the ground violently. The reinforced magical floor cracked under her blows and a great pit was opened directly beneath them. Hela looked at Loki and smiled faintly. "Do you want to see what true power looks like?" With that, she leaped into the darkness below. Loki hesitated for a moment, then jumped after her. A few seconds later, he landed and looked around. The moment he saw what lay beneath, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. This place was a hidden tomb. All around them rested the remains of ancient warriors who had once fought for Asgard. Long ago, Odin had learned of Ragnarok through prophecy and had made countless preparations to resist it. He allowed many warriors to die in battle, and the Valkyries then gathered their souls, transforming them into an army of spirit soldiers. Odin had wanted to build a force strong enough to survive the end of days. But now, those very warriors would become the power used to overturn Asgard itself. The irony was almost laughable. Hela walked past rows of icy sarcophagi, and for the first time a trace of memory flickered in her eyes. These had once been her people, her most trusted warriors. They had followed her into battle without hesitation, brave and fearless, loyal to her command. Perhaps that had been part of the reason Odin eventually decided to eliminate her. Hela was simply too strong. Her reputation in the army had once even surpassed Odin's. For a king already under immense pressure, such a daughter was both a weapon and a threat. The cruelest hearts were often found in royal families. Hela's ambition, combined with Odin's fear and the external pressure surrounding Asgard, had pushed everything toward tragedy. Elsewhere, Thor knew nothing of this buried history, and even Moqing could only guess part of the truth. Since the treasure vault was a forbidden zone, he did not rush over immediately, though he had already sensed something unusual. Back underground, Hela looked at the withered remains of the soldiers around her, and her dissatisfaction with Odin only deepened. Then, following the faint bond in her heart, she walked toward a massive stone platform. There, bound in chains and lying motionless, was a giant wolf, Fenrir. The beast was curled up weakly on the floor, its body covered in wounds, barely clinging to life. When Hela saw him, her expression changed for the first time. Back then, after a war, Odin had taken advantage of her weakened state. He had lured her back to Asgard, then used that opportunity to seal her. The Valkyries had been sent as assassins and were nearly wiped out because of it. To prevent Hela's forces from causing trouble afterward, Odin had scattered her army and sent them to the most dangerous battlefields, ensuring they would never become a threat again. Otherwise, sealing Hela in her prime would have cost him far more. "Fenrir, my dear," Hela said softly, stepping closer. "What did they do to you?" For the first time, sorrow entered her voice. Everyone had something precious in their heart. Fenrir, though a monstrous beast in the eyes of the world, was Hela's most loyal companion. She raised the eternal flame in her hand. The fire turned a rich forest green, then she slammed her palm into the ground. In an instant, a wave of green fire surged outward in all directions. Loki was caught in the flames, but he felt nothing burn. Instead, the corpses throughout the chamber began to glow with eerie green light. Flames ignited within their empty eye sockets, and one after another the dead warriors rose once more. It was not true resurrection, but it was enough. At the same time, Fenrir's body was engulfed by the eternal flame. The giant wolf shuddered violently, then his eyes opened. A pair of fierce forest green pupils blazed with savage life once more. His dying body rapidly recovered as though he had been reborn. The chains binding him snapped apart one by one. Fenrir rose to his full height and let out a deafening howl toward the heavens. Awu. The roar shook the underground chamber and echoed through Asgard itself. Hela stood before him, her face lit by green fire, like a queen welcoming the return of her greatest war beast. "With the eternal flame," she said coldly, "you are reborn this very moment." Above ground, the violent tremors and distant roar instantly caught the attention of Thor, Moqing, and the others. The storm gathering over Asgard had just grown even darker. Asgard Treasure Room. Perceiving the strange Thor and the goddess of the sky and the earth, Frigga walked in with a team of Asgard warriors and saw corpses all over the ground. The guards were pierced by sharp blades and fell into a pool of blood. Frigga saw the death of these guards and realized something. Her face was ugly and she murmured, "She is back." At the same time, in a large pit not far away from the eternal fire, a forest green fire appeared, and the sound of howling wolves. Thor looked at his mother and asked, "Who is back?" "Your sister, the goddess of death, Hela." Frigga's face is dim as Hela's mother. Frigga is one of the few people in Asgard who remembers Hela. She knows the feast between Odin and Hela, but she can neither persuade Odin nor stop Hela, so she can only keep her eyes alone. He looked at Hela being sealed. "Oh. Unexpectedly, someone remembers me. It really touches me." Hela leaped up from the crypt on the giant wolf Fenrir, glanced over Frigga with sarcasm, and then turned his gaze to Thor's face. "You are Thor. You are nothing like him." Thor can't react a little. "When will he have an extra sister? And it seems that he is not a good person." "Hela, I am very happy that you are back. Your father is for your own good, and you should understand him," Frigga said bitterly. Trying to persuade Hela to turn back, Hela heard the words. The corners of her mouth were slightly outlined, with a sarcasm smile, and her dark-rimmed eyes looked at Frigga. "My mother. Do you think I will believe such a nonsense? You don't need to root me in a owing tones. Speaking, I have my own principles. I have already said that Odin cannot seal me forever. I have waited for thousands of years. I just want to wait for an opportunity. I want to fight for my breath, not to prove that I am great. Tell everyone what I lost must be taken back." As he spoke, Fenrir, the giant wolf that Hela sat down, cracked his teeth at Thor, and Loki and a group of undead legions also got up from the pit one after another. "Loki, why is the eternal spear in your hand?" Thor seemed to realize something when he saw the eternal spear in Loki and Loki's hands, and his expression was extremely ugly. Loki smirked. "Don't guess I killed Odin. You be *****D, he is our father, how can you do it?" Thor shouted angrily, presented anger and heartache. "It's an adoptive father and he has always used me as a tool. When I treated him as a father, he never saw it. No matter how hard I try, I can't surpass you as an idiot in his mind. I'm not reconciled." Loki's face distorted. "Venting the grievances in my heart. Odin had given him hope and made Loki feel that if he worked hard, he would be able to surpass Thor. But then he found out that he was wrong and that he was wrong. No matter what Thor did wrong, if he provoked a war, Odin never criticized him but honed him in disguise. And the whetstone was him if Odin could give him more care. Even if it was a little fair. How could he get to where he is today? When Frigga heard the words, almost fainted, while Thor gritted his teeth and looked at Loki fiercely. With disappointment in his eyes, I thought you just like pranks. Although you often tease me, but I chose to forgive you. But I was wrong. You should have died in Moqing's hands in the first place. The more Thor talked about, the more excited he was. And there was a tiny electric light on his body, which seemed to be a sign of awakening. Loki smiled sadly. I should have died long ago. Odin shouldn't have picked me up. He gave me hope and pushed me into the abyss with his own hands. He asked for it. Hela, riding on the back of the giant wolf Fenrir, looked at Thor and Loki hurting each other. A little impatient, the gossip will stop here now. Kneel down and greet your queens. I don't think you have the ability to receive Asgard. Thor gave a low cry, and Mjolnir in his hand let go and blasted at Hela's front door quickly. Hela smiled disdainfully, raised her right hand slightly, and directly pinched Mjolnir. How can this be? In the past, Mjolnir, who had never been unfavorable in the past, was picked up one after another. At the moment, Thor couldn't help but wonder if Mjolnir had been transferred. I'm going so strong, Urha. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hela's power comes from Asgard. Her, you can't beat her. You leave first, go to Moqing, maybe he can stop Hela. Frigga stood in front of Thor and asked Thor to go out for help. Thor shook his head. No, mother, I won't leave you behind. Frigga's death made Thor completely angry. His eyes turned silvery white and between his hands. A flash of lightning flew out from the palm of his hand and hit Hela's body. Looking at Asgard shrouded in thunderclouds, Moqing sensed Thor's flying Thor technique and found that it had disappeared. Frowning slightly, actually cracked the flying Thor technique. It seems that Thunder Sledgehammer is awakening. Hela has been imprisoned for thousands of years. Her body is full of hostility, and she can hardly be restrained. Seeing Frigga guarding Thor, the affectionate mother and son, her heart is more murderous. Mother, if you were willing to protect me in the first place, how could I be sealed by Odino that the old guy is dead? Go and accompany him. Has Hela already come to Asgard? The flying Thor technique on Thor was dispelled by the power of Odin, but the one on Loki still existed after the positioning. Moqing appeared directly in the treasure room, dazzling. Nothing is impossible, you are too tender. Loki looked at the dead Frigga with a trace of grief in his heart, but was soon covered by the resentment and anger in his heart. Leading the undead army to fight with the Asgard soldiers, Moqing, who was outside, didn't care at first. But after hearing the wolf howlings, he felt that something was not right. Moqing's fighting spirit turned into a pair of big hands, suddenly grabbed his upper and lower jaws, threw them to the side and smashed several pillars. Hela raised her hand and flicked it, and a long sword flew out of her hand, which instantly penetrated Frigga's body. And Thor was also stabbed behind her. Hela's weapon is a substantive projection of the stars, and it is extremely lethal, even for the god of the sky and the earth can't stop a sword. Hela sneered like squeezing a toy, easily crushing Mjolnir into pieces. The power of Odin. It seems that the old guy does treat you as the heir. That should belong to me. Hela was not injured, but his heart was very angry, and the cold and death power poured out of Hela. As soon as Moqing appeared in the treasure room, he saw the giant wolf Fenrir pounce. Wow, tilde. The giant wolf Fenrir wailed, smashed several stone pillars, shook his head and climbed up. It has thick skin and strong defense. Such damage is not serious to it. But Thor and others have seen the strength of Fenrir. Seeing the sudden scene, he couldn't help but was stunned. Moqing looked at Thor, who looked very embarrassed when he was blinded for some time. It seems that your condition is not good. Sue, sorry, I should have listened to you back then. Thor shed blood and tears and looked extremely miserable. Within a day, he lost his father, mother, and Meow Hammer. This day was like a nightmare for him. More than 10 meters away the moment Loki saw Sue Moqing. His eyes flashed with murderous aura. The eternal spear in his hand was pointed at Sue Moqing. And a golden light shot out, mirror reflection. Sue Moqing raised her palm in front of her body to form a refraction space, reflecting the energy light emitted by the eternal spear, directly piercing Loki's thigh, tilde. Loki's combat power is as good as Thor. And without Odin's approval, he cannot use the power of the eternal spear to its extreme. Otherwise, a layer of two-way space will not be able to withstand the eternal spear's attack. It can only be said that Loki is too good. Seeing Loki's injury, the goddess of death Hela didn't mean to care at all. After judging that Sue Moqing was standing on Thor's side, she shot directly, and the black death blade flew out of her hand, suddenly pierced through the void, and immediately turned into a vague remnant. Ying blasted away at Sue Moqing. The tip of the death blade is extremely sharp. The power cast by this kind of star is extremely powerful. The density and lethality are very terrifying, and it faintly carries the breath of death. Regarding the penetrating death blades, Sue Moqing's pure spatial refraction in his heart cannot be resisted. And he dare not neglect, it should be noted that Hela, the goddess of death, is a powerhouse of level godfather. The attack involves damage to the soul, and the lethality is far beyond Loki compared to. Hellfire rose from Sue Moqing's palm, turned into a flame, and spear burst out, and slammed into death blade, boom. The two collided with a dull bursting sound. Sue Moqing's flame spear, condensed by hellfire, obviously couldn't resist Hela's death blade. A layer of crimson ripples was splashed in the air, and the void trembled and the death blade was gone. It shoots towards Sue Moqing, but the direction is slightly off. The death blade, which was originally shot at the heart's mouth, immediately shot at the shoulder position, and sparked a spark on Sue Moqing's shoulder. The vibranium battle suit listed slight scratches and did not break the defense. Leave Asgard with your peopling fight later. I can't take care of you while avoiding the death blade. Sue Moqing shouted to Thor, and then turned into a 9-leaf sword grass. Hela's strength is enough to attract Sue Moqing's attention. Fighting against such a strong man, he can't care too much. It is not impossible to destroy Asgard at that time. Thor was reluctant in his heart, but he knew that he was far from Hela's opponent. He also knew that Sue Moqing's battle with Hela would inevitably affect the entire Asgard. If the civilians were not evacuated, it would cause great casualties. Take care of yourself. Weighing the pros and cons, Thor exits the treasure room with the remaining Asgard fighters. Loki chased a group of undead army. The wolf Fenrir also wanted to follow and stop, but saw an overbearing sword energy roar, howled, and quickly shrank his body to avoid the sharp edge. Boom. I saw the 9-leaf sword grass exuding a little silver light, and the sword intent came out from the sky, breaking a large hole on the side of Asgard, and dispersing a large cloud of flowing clouds. Sue Moqing blocked the pass alone. His domineering sword aura lingered around him, and a part of the nearby undead legions were directly strangled by the sword aura, turning them into ashes. Hela looked at Sue Moqing and the 9-leaf sword grass in his hand slightly with trepidation. Your ability is very good. Why bother about these weak people? Follow me, and we conquer the universe together. It's a good idea to conquer the universe, but I don't like to follow others. If you are willing to follow me, maybe I can consider it. While Sue Moqing was talking, Thor and others came outside Asgard and began to evacuate civilians away from the city center. While Loki bit and fell in love with Thor and fell in love with each other, Hela didn't care about Thor's departure. Although Thor got the power of Odin, she was just awakening. As long as she was in Asgard, her strength would continue to grow, and the gap between them would only grow larger. During the battle, Sue Moqing also used grass character swordsmanship, atomic breath, eye of judgment, and other methods to attack Hela. but none of them could cause fatal damage. Restore as before. As for engraving the Emperor, Moqing has no space to use it yet. With the Hela goddess throwing out the blade of death, Moqing gradually felt overwhelmed, and his heart became more dignified. Hela's attack was simply an enhanced version of Xiao Li's flying darts with infinite swords. Moreover, in Asgard, there is an endless source of energy and time. The longer it drags on, the more emotional Moqing is. Sorry, I don't have that habit. Nine-leaf sword grass pointed at Hela. Moqing was indifferent with unyielding arrogance. At first sight of Hela's wrist, the 5 death blades burst out of the void with cold light, like a cold, poisonous snake, shooting out from different angles with a whining wind. After fighting for a while, the treasure room that depicts the enchantment magic was difficult to support. It was scrapped by the aftermath of the battle between the two sides. Dozens of tons of boulders continued to collapse, and the entire Asgard was also riddled with holes and crumbling. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Kaienkyang, this goddess of death, is really powerful. No wonder Odin is so jealous of it. After the two sides fought for a while, Hela gradually gained the upper hand, and Moqing knew that he could no longer delay, and immediately used a trump card, the beasts armed. The eyes of the strengthened eagle stared coldly at the rapidly enlarging blade of death. Moqing's sword heart is bright, with 9-leaf sword grass in his hand whirling. On the edge, the 9-leaf sword grass contains the skybreaking sword chi, colliding with the death blade of the star projection, bursting out the sound of gold and irons, igniting thousands of sparks, causing layers of chi to explode. And the overflowing sword chi destroys and rots. Cut off countless beams and pillars, deep cracks were formed, and some local affairs supported and began to collapse, shaking the entire Asgard, then go to death. The 5 death blades turned into streamers, and they arrived in a flash, almost blocking Moqing's retreat. There is no way to verify what kind of person the original Hela was. But now Hela is just a bloodthirsty and manic female demon. Those who obey will prosper, and those who oppose will die. Really, death is like the wind, always with me. And hearing Moqing's bold words, Hela Nuji smiled back. You are crazy, kid. I'll give you another chance, and kneel down. Hela occupies the advantage of the field. He was originally strong in strength and combat experience. With the assistance of the giant wolf Fenrir, Moqing wanted to kill him, so it was easier said than done. But Moqing had a lot of means, and Hela couldn't take it down for a while. The Beast Armed is a special ability in Moqing's Eye of Judgment, and it is also one of Moqing's trump cards at the bottom of the box. Some are similar to the combined evolution in Digimon, which allows Moqing to evolve with different psychic beasts, thereby breaking through to a higher level and gaining more powerful combat effectiveness. In these years apart from humanoid psychics like Selena, Celestial Beast Tokisaki Kazakun Thorin Moqing, Godzilla Ghidorah King Kongs, and Hell's 3-headed dog have all tried ability armed with beasts. However, they were all within the psychic space, and the enemy was the first time. Because the previous enemies, Moqing could almost hang and beat them, and they didn't use it at all out of the importance of Hela's. Moqing chose the object of the beast to be the strongest of the psychic beasts. Ghidorah Psychic Beast, Quitter. Category Universe Monster Status, Mature. Potential Level Universe. Current level, the beginning of the universe. Ability, Monster Physique Swallow Evolution. Gravitational Light Gravity Field Twisted Physics Law. Space control at the moment when Moqing summoned Ghidorah. Hela looked at the 3 golden dragons coming out of the huge amounts of space, feeling its powerful aura making a decisive action, sending out a few huge amounts of death blade. As if he planned to start first, however, these death blades directly penetrated Ghidorah's body, submerged into the primitive psychic space, and disappeared without a trace. Ghidorah appeared in Asgard. His huge body was not a treasure room at all. Because of the illusion, the body directly penetrated the surrounding rocks, looking like a phantom hold head high. As Godzilla's three heads screamed, the wings exploded, and the golden gravitational light swayed the wilds, like thousands of golden lightning, instantly splitting the huge Asgard to pieces. The sharp-eyed Moqing took the eternal fire closer to the psychic space, and then flew to Godzilla. Mind and mind are one. Different tunes in the same tune. Unintentional and selfless, armed with beasts. Moqing leaped over the dragon head in the middle of Ghidorah and sang in a low voice. Suddenly, a fierce golden light burst out from a person and a beast. In the dazzling light, Godzilla and Moqing merged into one. Regardless of each other, when the golden light dissipated, Moqing and Godzilla had disappeared, leaving only the figure of a domineering figure that looked like the sky and the earth. Since Godzilla evolved to level universe, Moqing is the first time to use the beasts armed with Godzilla. The god's telekinesis observes himself. I found that my height had not changed. A pair of golden dragon wings stretched out behind them. On the inside of the wings, two huge amounts of dragon heads sprang out from the void. Behind the long dragon neck there is a black void space. Roaring dragon mouth micro-zhang. Like two dragons loyal to their lord, will swallow all the creatures that come close to them. Wearing a golden dragon scale armor, it seems to be inscribed with the figure of Godzilla. Slender and powerful hands, with dragon scales attached to the arms. Palms with sharp claws, feet are boots, and the face is cool, covered by the golden face of the dragon's head. Only a pair of deep golden pupils revealing indifference, determination, and a pair of spiral-shaped rebellious horns protrude from the forehead. In the center of the eyebrows there is a space gem. It can be said to be a collection of madness and coolness. This is the form after Moqing and Ghidorah are armed with beasts. The armor of the Emperor Dragon incarnation of Ghidorah, now. Even if he is standing and letting Hela slash, there is nothing to do, because this not only combines the abilities of Moqing and Godzilla, but also produces explosive growth. It can be said that the physical attacks of the multi-level universe cannot be hurt. Get him? This is why Moqing is confident to defeat Hela. Hela rode the giant wolf Fenrir out of the Asgard ruins, looked at Moqing, who was shining golden, and noticed that Moqing's breath had soared to a terrifying level. She was shocked in her heart, and she was also dissatisfied with her hands. Crack-clicked, Hela held his hands high, and a huge amounts of astral projection weapons sprang out from the ground. The huge amounts of death blades shot out in a staggered manner, like a huge amounts of meat grinder blade, which seemed to cut Moqing into pieces of meat. However, the huge sharp death blade was cut on Moqing's body, and it was broken by the power of the Emperor Dragon armor space and turned into a pile of scrap iron. I want to report the enemy will hang up. When Hela saw this, her silver teeth almost shattered. After a bitter battle, she finally got the upper hand by relying on geographical advantages. But Moqing pulled out a three-headed dragon in a blink of an eye. But it also evolved into a body. How to fight it? The sword falls to the stars, suddenly with a long roar. The nine-leaf sword grass in Moqing's palm exudes a sharp sword aura. The sword is pointed by the stars, and the magnificent and upright sword aura flies over like a 9-day galaxy, exploding in the void in 1,000 steps apart. Haruka bombarded Hela on the back of the giant wolf Fenrir. This is the killing technique that Moqing understood from the Kaozai giant Ju. Grass word sword Ju originated from the nine-leaf sword grass. According to legend, when the nine-leaf is turned, the sky is turned upside down, and the sword aura cuts through the universe, and the world is invincible. Although Moqing is still far from reaching this level, his original strength is equally strong and unmatched. Between shots, the force of the space is entrained. The sword of the meaning comes out, and the sword comes out. The overbearing power shocks all directions, causing the void to explode and shock. The whole Asgard building was shaking. Sword chi is like a rainbow, unstoppable like a space storm, sweeping the world in an instant. The sword aura bombarded Hela, and all the star weapons projected by Hela were shattered by the sword aura and turned into fragments. Even the ground of Asgard below was pierced by Moqing with a sword. And the star sea below was visible. And Hela and the giant wolf Fenrir were directly blown out, sprinkling a rain of blood in their mouths. Moqing didn't try his best in this attack, which can be regarded as a tentative attack, Hela vomited blood. Several blood holes were shot out of her body. She was taken aback, and her cold and proud face showed an unbelievable look. The giant wolf Fenrir's wolf skin, which is comparable to an artifact, was also marked with blood stains, crawling on the ground and whispering. And there was a trace of fear in his fierce eyes. I am the goddess of death, you can't kill me. But you are different as long as I grab the soul. I want you to beg to die to survive. Hela wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth and stood up again. The wound on her body was self-healing almost instantly. And between her hands, countless stars projected and transformed into death blades flew out again. Moqing's pure golden eyes with a hint of impatience entered a virtual state, allowing the blade of death to penetrate through his body. After the blur, Moqing's body will enter other dimensions. Even if the death blade is 10 times stronger, it will not hurt him. However, this stalemate is not a way. Hela's physique is stronger than the average Asgard, and it has a strong resilience. In addition, Asgard continues to provide energy. If he does not draw a salary from the bottom, he can't kill the opponent at all. The gusty wind roared and the thunder rang suddenly. Asgard's sky was overcast with clouds, but a huge amount of hole was opened at the center of the dark cloud, projecting a cold moonlight, whizzing 2 figures, one black and one gold, collided at high altitude in an instant, and the strong airflow shot in all directions. Wherever they passed windswept clouds, ground cracks and landslides, Asgard's large buildings were shattered by the impact. In midair, Moqing and Hela broke apart at the touch of a touch. The moment they flew back in shockwaves. Between Hela's raised palms, countless death blades burst out all over the sky. Moqing's golden dragon wings flapped, bringing a golden lightning storm, and the blades of death strangled together, Kyang. The attack frequency of the two is extremely fast, and they draw a stream of light in midair. The difference between the two people's victory and defeat. The magnification of the ground is like a divine condemnation. The fragmented star projections and the violent gravitational light scattered like rain, bombarding every inch of the ground, exploding the ground in riddles. And it's not long before those who have just gotten up from hell, faced with such an indiscriminate attack. The undead legion was also stunned by blood mold, and there was almost no room to play. So it was taken away by a wave, looking at Moqing and Hela, who were fighting fiercely in Midarand Asgard, who was constantly being destroyed. Thor, who had led people back to the mountain, looked very ugly. For the first time, he realized that when Chitauri attacked the earth, the New York people's homes were destroyed. But there was nothing he could do. Heimdall patted Thor on the shoulder. Let's go. The aftermath of the battle will soon cover this place. As long as the people of Asgard are still there, Asgard can be rebuilt. I see. Thor nodded. Even though he was far away, he could still feel the terrifying energy in the center of the battlefield. He secretly said that if he were to be himself, it would be difficult to resist a round of attacks. This feeling of powerlessness made Thor almost mad. But in order to protect the people of Asgard, he must make a wise decision. Looking at Loki, who was hit hard not far away, Thor looked gloomy. Let's go. For Loki, Thor has never been able to kill him. After he severely wounded him, he let him fend for himself. Sword, you coward, kill me. Loki coughed up blood and snarled angrily. But Thor didn't respond and led people away. Loki's resentment passed in his heart, but he couldn't stand in the corner of the light. A flaming skeleton in a leather jacket came over and pointed at him condescendingly. You are guilty. When Loki saw Ghost Rider's burning eye sockets, his soul was immediately burned by hellfire, and his sins turned into hellfire nourishment. But in a moment the soul was burned out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the evil god Loki and rewarding 9888 psychic points. The people at the moment Asgard have basically left the city center. Because Bifrost has not been repaired, and Bifrost cannot be used for teleportation. Thor doesn't know where to go. Heimdall's eyes have the ability to sense all things. But he knows a few secret roads that left Asgard. And now leads the way to the nearest secret road to Ulfheim. Ulfheim is known as the Land of Elves, which is the endorsement of beauty and artistic conception. They have slightly long pointed ears, hold bows and arrows in their hands, and have a light posture and handsome appearance. But don't be fooled by their sweet appearance. Their ability is so powerful that it can even rival the Aesir Protoss. They once fought against Asgard, but were rubbed against the ground by Odin and Hela. Now that the people of Asgard fled to the world of Ulfheim, they may not be able to get preferential treatment, and they may even get revenge by the elves. But it is better than staying and waiting for death. As an old man, Heimdall knew about the contract between Hela and Asgard. Whether Hela won or lost, Asgard could no longer accommodate them. Leaving was the only choice, what's more. These Asgard people can't beat Hela. Don't they still can't beat the elves? Under Thor's leadership, it may not be possible to occupy a place in Ulfheim, although it is not a long-term solution. But now they have no choice but to take one step at a time. Moqing didn't have much time to control Thor and others. The void flashed and appeared in front of Hela instantly, with 5 fingers as claws, and with the force of tearing the space. He swung towards Hela's neck, Wind Claw. Hela retreated quickly and pulled away, but her pet wolf, Fenrir, did not jump out. He was marked by layers of sword aura with blood and wailing. The moment Moqing landed, the sword energy rushed across the fields, forming a forest blue arc shockwaves, radiating a radius of 10 miles, cutting and destroying everything that came into contact. Boom tilde damn, his goal from the beginning was Fenrir. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Most of the smoke and dust scattered. Moqing and Hela stood in the air looking evenly divided. But Hela knew that she had suffered a lot from the blow just now. If it were not for her strong resilience, at the moment she would have died. From beginning to end, Moqing's first goal was Hela, and attacking the giant wolf Fenrir was just a cover. Hela's body was filled with death breaths. Her eyes flashed with cold green eyes, and a black death blade tens of feet long spun frantically, with a weird scream bursting out extremely fast, and even wearable obstructed through the void. Suddenly, 2 destructive forces collided in the void. Soon, thunder-like explosions resounded through the sky in vain, and the space was distorted. And then the terrifying energy wave violently stirred up. Traversed 9 heavens, sand hit the earth. The dazzling light let the Asgard who was on the sidelines pierced his eyes. Then his ears hummed and his mind was blurred. The cold light flashed, and the void was drawn into a space crack, sucking the surrounding air at a critical juncture. With a black death breath, Hela drew an arc of light to avoid the sharp edge. The wind was raging, flying sand and rocks. The sky was changing and thunder bursts. The whole Asgard shook violently, seeming to collapse. Just as Hela flew into the rescue, Moqing saw the right time and used the space confinement. The force of the invisible space fixed Hela in the air. Moqing immediately opened a space crack, dragged it into the psychic space, and then transferred to the Iron Blood world. Hela hates it, although Fenrir has strong resilience. It does not have regenerative healing factor. If the trauma reaches a limit, it will still die. After a while, the crown of the 9 realms gradually calmed down. In a moment of distraction, Moqing flew up and pierced the air with a sword. It's not that easy. With a low voice resounding through Moqing's heart, a huge energy claw of 10 feet long appeared in vain. Wherever he passed, the space oscillated with layers of ripples, bringing a strange sense of coercion and horror. Energy fluctuations. Ulfheim. In a hidden cave in Tiandu Forest, many Asgard people walked out. carrying a few items and weapons looking panicked and dazed. Like refugees, in fact, they are indeed a group of refugees. The glory of the past has become a cloud of smoke. And now they just want to find a place to live. Thor and Heimdall co-chair the overall situation. Heimdall would observe Moqing and Hela from time to time. Suddenly, Heimdall was taken aback. Thor wondered, "What's the matter? I can't see them." Heimdall's eyes crossed the void, observing the situation of Asgard. But he lost the presence of Moqing and Hela. Thor puzzled, "You mean Moqing and Hela left Asgard?" "I can't be sure. Their breath disappeared in an instant. And they may have entered a special space," Heimdall said. Looking in the other direction helplessly said, "Thor, we have new troubles." In the direction Heimdall was looking, a group of heavily armed elves were rushing towards their location. Although the elves are a peace-loving race, the Asgard killed many elves in order to dominate the 9 realms. Instead of taking over Lionsea, it is not a good thing to meet now. What's the matter? The connection with Asgard is cut off. How is this possible? On a desolate planet, Hela broke free from the constraints of space and found that in a blink of an eye not only did he leave Asgard, but he was also completely disconnected after the contract was concluded. And he was suppressed in a certain way, as if he was in another universe. Is it the power of Space Gem? Tesseract is the loot that Hela and Odin snatched back together. Although Hela is not very good at using it, he knows the approximate ability of Tesseract. If the energy of the Space Gem in the inner space is used to transmit to other universes, it is not impossible. Different worlds have different rule powers, and some may even conflict and be suppressed by the rule power unless you can be stronger than the rule power. Not only Hela's, but Moqing's strength has also been affected, and his overall strength has dropped by about 10%. Originally, Moqing could directly destroy Asgard to solve Hela, but it felt a pity. So he took another shortcut and sent Hela to the Ironblood universe. Although Marvel's world tree is great, it can affect other universes. Here, Hela is more affected. Without the energy provided by Asgard, Hela's overall strength is at least reduced by more than half. In fact, in the primitive psychic space, the connection between Hela and Asgard can also be isolated. And in the psychic space, Moqing has the home court advantage, and it is easier to deal with Hela. It's just that it's too bullying. Benway said that he didn't open up, and he wanted to win by strength. Moqing, do you have to be against me? Hela noticed that something was wrong, and looked at Moqing, who stood proudly in the void, with a cold tone, and seemed to have a slight sense of subduedness. Hela is crazy, not an idiot. She was blessed by Asgard's power, and she barely relied on the regenerative healing factor to deal with Moqing. Now she has broken the connection with Asgard. With her at the moment's strengths, she will definitely suffer a loss when she fights Moqing again. And under such circumstances, her regenerative healing factor cannot be maintained. Once fatal damage is received, it is really over. I once had a deal with Odin. I got TIE particles. And at the same time, I wanted to stop Ragnarök of Asgard. I have to be trustworthy, right? Moqing smiled. Well, the old guy found a good helper, but I think we can talk. Hela was ambitious, but didn't want to die in this ghost place, thinking about how to turn the crisis into peace. Hela knows that the current situation is not good for her. The reason why she liked to use force to solve problems in the past was because of her overwhelming force. But now the man opposite hers, Hela, obviously couldn't hold it back, so he could only put down his body. Talk about it. How do you want to talk? Moqing embraced his arms and looked at Hela with a smile. Now that he has the chance to win, he is not in a hurry to make a move. What do you think of me? Hela's hideous helmet turned into soft black hair, and she looked at Moqing charmingly. Could it be that he couldn't bait it and wanted to use the beauty trick? Should I just do it? The smoky makeup. Hela does have a wild and cold queen temperament. Originally looks good, although a little sturdy. It makes people have a desire to conquer. Moqing appeared in front of Hela, her nose almost touching, Hela wanted to stab Moqing directly, but after thinking about it, she suppressed the idea of doing it. Hela used to be extremely strong, but now he has encountered a stronger Moqing with murderous hands. I don't know how to put this matter if it's someone else. Definitely not, but if it's my man's. I can also consider lowering my figure. Hela smiled evilly. She didn't care about love or not. What she liked was Moqing's strength. Moqing smiled and said, Hela, although the conditions you put forward are very good, I don't think you are a qualified king. The average man, Hela, doesn't look good at all. Hela looked angry, thinking about this distant assault in her heart. With some certainty, I will not surrender to anyone. But we can create a great country together so that you are not disregarding your promise. In Hela's words, this kind of man who can be stabbed to death with a single sword. What do you expect him to do for you? Definitely. If Hela is really pressing, she will not hesitate to fight. Hearing Hela's words, Moqing said with a pun, sounds good. But I don't like to succumb to others. You are ambitious. Can you tolerate me being above you? Being held in the arms by Moqing. Hela felt a little strange. It was not that she had not had physical contact with the opposite S*X, but most of the time she was in life and death struggles. In addition, she was held by Odin when she was a child. As the eldest princess of Asgard, Hela, with noble status and superior combat power, is not without a suitor, but Hela, who has an eye above the top and an arrogant heart, prefers to rule and conquer. Moqing's strength has reached the standard in Hela's mind. And he looks good, but it meets Hela's requirements. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Moqing can see Hela's careful thinking. People like Hela pursue extreme power, have a paranoid desire for control and a sense of vanity, and treat others by either surrendering or killing them directly. It can be said that they are female tyrants model. Well, how can you see it, looking at Hela at close range? Moqing's slender arms wrapped his arms around Hela's waist, feeling the other party tremble slightly, and said with a chuckle, are you going to surrender to me? Moqing looked directly at Hela's eyes, and the two golden dragon heads on his shoulders locked Hela. Once Hela made any changes, they would immediately rush up and tear it apart. Moqing sometimes has the mentality of those who follow me prosper, and those who oppose me die. But compared to Hela, Moqing is slightly better. And Moqing is not very concerned about power. He prefers to pursue the ultimate power. Seeing Moqing being silent, Hela continued. What are you hesitation? I am the king of Asgard and you become the king's man. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Moqing can't say that he likes Hela much, but he thinks that Hela is good. So it would be a pity to kill him like this. Most importantly, Moqing discovered that Hela actually achieved the conditions for being psychic. This is what Odin, Thor, and most Asgard people don't have. In Asgard, Moqing found that Loki could meet the standard, and Hela was the second. It seems that Moqing has discovered some secret, however. Moqing didn't pay attention to other people's privacy, so he didn't delve into it for Moqing. It would be best if Hela could become a psychic. But if he couldn't, then he could only destroy the piranha flower and eliminate its troubles forever. It can be said that Moqing and Hela appreciate each other to some extent. But if they run in opposite directions, they will not show mercy. Sensing Hela's cryptic killing intent, Moqing didn't care. He and Godzilla were armed with beasts. He could imaginary at any time, placing his body in the high latitude. And he was not afraid of Hela's attack at all. So he was invincible place. Just listen to Moqing indifferently. You have a superficial understanding of the universe you live in. You don't know how many powerful existences there are in the universe. It is not a bad thing to have ambitions. But without self-knowledge at hand, it is doomed to a tragedy. What do you seem to know? Or are you afraid of those existences? Hela stared at Moqing's eyes, as if he wanted to see something from them, however. Moqing's eyes were cold. Without any mood swings, That universe does have a lot of existences that I am odd. And their strength can even make many people feel desperate. But I don't have the confidence to surpass them. It just takes time and gossip, let's just talk about it. Now I'll give you two choices, surrender or die. I admit that my strength is not as good as you. But it's not easy for you to kill me. I have already made a concession, you must not keep an inch. Otherwise, I will not make you feel better if you die. Hela said with a stern face, in Hela's view. Granting the other party equal status was already a great concession. But Moqing was not satisfied, it was really horrible. Moqing smiled disapprovingly, if you were sure to deal with me. You would have done it a long time ago. If you fight here, you must be the one who will die. If you sign this contract, you can also get what you want. But within the scope of my permission, while speaking. Moqing threw a scroll of psychic contract over. Don't talk about whether the twisted melon is sweet or not. Moqing doesn't care whether the melon is sweet or not. He just wants to twist the melon off. And Moqing is happy when he twists it off. Not sweet, I eat it with sauce. Hela is bloodthirsty and cruel. And likes to use force to solve problems. But she also knows how to judge the situation. At the moment, she is completely at a disadvantage. The opponent has a space gem and can manipulate the space. She has no chance to escape. Life and death are in the control of the other party. Although she is dead, the goddess does not mean that she is not afraid of death, or that she does not want to die so worthless. After some consideration, Hela finally chose to swallow her anger and signed a psychic contract, unequal treaty with Moqing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Hela. You can extract a kind of ability, please choose the host. Moqing heard the system prompt and immediately checked Hela's attribute list. Psychic Hela category Death Goddess. Status Complete Body Potential Level Universe. Current level the beginning of the universe. Ability God Body Super Regeneration Star Projection. Soul Control. Divine Body Hela possesses the usual attributes of an Asgard woman. The body density is 3 times that of a human being on Earth. It has a super long lifespan, Superman's strength, super speed and endurance, can fight for a long time without fatigue, and has almost unlimited the physical strength, can withstand great impact, extreme temperature and extreme pressure, high-quality bullets, powerful energy bursts, without causing harm and immune to all diseases. Super regeneration when the attack is strong enough. It can damage Hela's body, but Hela can heal itself with extremely fast speed and efficiency. Hela far exceeds the vast majority of Asgard in terms of healing ability. Especially in Asgard, it is almost immortal. Star projection Hela has a powerful star projection ability, which can infinitely materialize the power of the stars and launch the deadly blade of death from the hand. Controlling life and death as the goddess of deaths. Hela has the power to control the life and death of the Asgard gods. Usually, Hela extracts their souls when Asgard's people are seriously injured and dying. But she can also kill those healthy through physical touch. God. Hela can also restore the lives of those sick Asgard gods, as long as their souls have not left their bodies. She can restore them, but she rarely does this. The divine body and super regeneration have no effect on Moqing. His monster physique is originally super thick in the end. Moqing chose to control the ability of life and death. Compared with the power of stars, Moqing is more interested in the power of life and death. Extract control of life and death, Moqing's words fell, and a black and white light burst out from Hela's, covering Moqing. The power of life and death belongs to one of the laws of the universe. But the West and the East have different understandings. Moqing does not know how Hela understands this power. But in Moqing's consciousness, the most intuitive are Tai Kai and reincarnation. Based on what he had learned throughout his life, Moqing understood the power to control life and death, deduced it in his mind, and touched the edge of the way of life and death. 10 minutes later, Moqing showed a figure of Tai Kai around his body, half black and half white, with 2 instruments of life and death. After a while, the light dissipated, and Moqing had a certain degree of awareness of the power of life and death. All things live, Moqing murmured suddenly. His body exuded an extremely powerful aura of life. Like a spring breeze wherever it passed. On the desolate planet many buds began to emerge. Strange flowers and trees like bamboo shoots after rain. One after another roan after another 100 li in radius. A piece of emerald green in a blink of an eyelash. Revealing the vitality of extremely strong life. Everything is dead when Moqing turned his hands. The black airflow swept across the whole world, turning into a world of deaths. And the flowers were withered and the vitality was exhausted. Hela witnessed the scene and felt shocked in her heart. She can't do so at present. Moqing looked at the effect and was still very satisfied. Controlling life and death not only contains vitality, but also possesses the power of the soul level. Life and death are disillusioned profound, and many specialized researches are needed. Moqing had just obtained the ability to control life and death. But this greedy guy was not satisfied with it. Taking advantage of no harassment around. He took out the PIM particles, however. After thinking about it, I felt that the PIM particle was something in the Marvel world and might be rejected in the Jagged Universe. In order to reduce the unknown risk, Moqing took Hela back to Asgard. After the war, Asgard was in depression. At the moment, Asgard's civilians ran away with Thor, leaving only the huge empty city, as you can see. The once magnificent palace has become a ruin. No longer prosperous, and there are few intact buildings. Wow, tilde with a howl of a wolf under the starry sky. Ghost Rider rode a soul chariot in the ruins, with sparks and lightning behind him. The giant wolf Fenrir was chasing after him with 4 hooves of wind. At the moment, Ghost Rider was in a bad mood, originally. He wanted to fight that one in Daju, which made countless villains frightened. But Moqing suddenly summoned him to Asgard. The warrior was first cursed, his head was unscrewed. And he finally reinstalled it, then Loki, who was killed by the residual blood, was about to hold the eternal spear. As a result, his boss and Hela were in the middle of the world. The huge Asgard was left with him and a wounded wolf. But the resilience of the giant wolf is extremely abnormal. It was half alive just no, but after a while, it was fierce and vigorous, chasing him and biting. Johnny has tried Hellfire and Eye of Judgment, but the giant wolf Fenrir actually has strong magic resistance. Ghost Rider's tried and tested trick has little effect on the giant wolf Fenrir. As for the power, it loses the magic bonus. Ghost Rider definitely is no more than the giant wolf Fenrir, and can only ride a soul chariot. The giant wolf Fenrir didn't have much interest in Johnny, who was full of fire. But now Asgard is left with Johnny, doesn't bite anyone. When Moqing and Hela teleported back through the psychic space, they happened to see this scene, raised their hands, teleported Ghost Rider back to the earth, and put away the eternal spear, the gun of eternity. Also known as Gunner, can release mysterious energy. The tip of the gun is cast from Asgard's unique metalulu, and is engraved with Luan characters. The handle is made of the branches of the world tree, which is made of dwarf. The artifact created by Wang himself is a bit higher than Mjolnir, not as good as Stormbreaker, and can hardly be destroyed. Although it is not as good as the 9-leaf sword Grass, it is considered a good weapon. Moqing obtained part of Hela's supernatural power and could use the eternal spear, but could not exert its full power. After putting the eternal spear into the psychic space, Hela on the other side has soothed the giant wolf Fenrir. You wait here, I'll add a transition. While Moqing spoke, he kept the beasts armed and entered the psychic space. Then opened the special test tube containing the PIM particles and poured his head up into the entrance. For ordinary people, PIM particles are extremely dangerous. This kind of special substance that can enlarge and reduce the distance between atoms can tear people into pieces without paying attention. Ant-Man also needs special Ant-Man battle suit protection in order to contract. Otherwise, the body may directly collapse. Moqing's physique is extremely strong, and he has the ability to swallow evolution. If he fails, it will be a big deal for Omega to restart time. After the entrance of the Pym particle, a unique beam of light was generated and merged into Su Moqing's cells. In an instant, Su Moqing's body shrank dozens of times. Like an ant, even the two golden dragon heads on the shoulders turned into earthworms. Vile size. Su Moqing felt it for a while and found that although his body had shrunk, his strength had not diminished. He slowly transformed the Pym particles in his body, and an orange light appeared on the surface of his body. In Su Moqing's eyes, the surrounding things have been magnified dozens of times. This is a wonderful experience, moreover. The characteristics of Pym particles are controlled by Su Moqing. Not only can the file size be changed freely, but also the beam of Pym particles can be condensed to change the file size of other objects. This is quite a cowhide ability. If enough Pym particles are accumulated, Su Moqing can zoom in and out of the Earth, and even the entire Milky Way. As Godzilla's body size decreased, his weight also changed. Just like Ant-Man became smaller, his strength remained the same as a normal person, but he could ride ants everywhere. There is a contradiction in this which is not logical. But the Pym particle is so unreasonable. If there was no time to reset this cheating ability, Su Moqing would never try it lightly. I have to say that the Pym particle is a very terrifying substance. If abused, it can easily destroy the planet. Fixed Star can be regarded as one of the strongest black technologies in the Marvel world. It's like Su Moqing confronts the flame giant in Ragnarok, the one that absorbs the eternal fire and becomes more than 1,000 meters high. Flame giant looks amazing. A beam of Pym particles can turn it into a stickman, and then kicked away. It is undoubtedly much more convenient to have a body that can change the volume at will, and it will be able to move freely outside in the future, without always staying in the psychic space in this regard. The Pym particle is stronger than the magical powers of faxing heaven and earth. After using the Pym particle's ability, Su Moqing summoned Godzilla Red Lotus Godzilla Mew, and King Kong Toadster radiating a beam of Pym particles, reducing their volume, are all reduced to the height of one person. Perhaps because of the role of the beasts, not only Su Moqing, but also Ghidorah also controlled the ability of the Pym particle. When Su Moqing disarmed the beasts, a faint orange light appeared on Ghidorah. Her figure shrank and became at a height of more than 1 meter. The three heads rubbed against Su Moqing's thighs and acted like a coquettish. Su Moqing controlled the Pym particles and instantly enlarged his figure until he was 50 meters high. He did not stop until he was 50 meters high. After experiencing the vision of Ultraman, the energy in Su Moqing's body did not change originally, but because of his size strength was actual. The upper part has become bigger, for example infinite gems. No matter how many Pym particles, it is impossible to change its volume, because the two are not the same level. The original weight of Godzilla was hundreds of thousands of tons, but after turning into a pocket version, it still weighed 800 kgs. This is because Godzilla's body density is extremely terrifying. To some extent, Pym particles are extremely powerful. Definite lithis is also limited. Su Moqing hugged Ghidorah and lifted it high. Su Moqing did this before, except that Ghidorah is too big, and now he can hold it with both hands after a while. Su Moqing left a dose of Pym particles, drank the rest, and absorbed all of it. Ghidorah, which is more than 1 meter high, looks a little ugly, and its combat power is still reported. Moreover, if it is huge, it can break through a kilometer in size, and it can shatter a first-tier city with a stomping. It can also play many roles in battle. For example, in the Marvel Universe, Death is to amplify Mjolnir with Pym particles, so that when Thor summons Mjolnir, he is killed by his own hammer. Su Moqing took 2 Godzillas. Ghidorah and King Kong appeared in Asgard. Perhaps it is from different eyes that look at the world. A few little guys all appear to be more active. Originally, because of their size, Su Moqing couldn't keep them by her side often. But now there are Pym particles, the problem is solved. And Su Moqing's mood is also more comfortable. But the family is happy and the family is sad far away in Thor. Heimdall and others in Ulfheim. They are not in a beautiful mood. They were forced to leave Asgard and live abroad. Now the elves of Ulfheim do not wait to see them. Although there is no direct war, they have expressed their attitude that Ulfheim does not welcome the Asgard. If it weren't for Thor and they still had a certain deterrent. The elves didn't want to start a war easily. I'm afraid the two sides had already made a bloody fight. Sooner or later he has to pay it back when he comes out. The sins Odin committed in the 9 realms now fall on Thor's shoulders. That is to say the elves of Ulfheim are kinder. And they yearn for a stable life more than revenge. If you change to Jotunheim or Muspelheim, it is estimated that the giants of Jotunheim and Flame Giant will be happy to put Asgard the people of the United States unloaded 8 yuan. The elves don't want to start a war, but they don't want to accept the Asgard people. Without doing it, it is the greatest kindness. Faced with such a situation, Thor can't expect too much. And he looks at Heimdall. Do you know how to get to Midgard, Earth? I know, but there is no space passage to Midgard. We don't have a Yaoyu spaceship with my strength. I can use the Sword of Guardian to transmit at most a dozen people. Maybe when the sky gathers we can pass. The premise is that we can live to that time. Heimdall was equally worried. The people in Asgard said that there were not too many, and that there were tens of thousands of people. These people needed to eat and drink Lazard at the same time. They were also worried about being chased by Hela. Wherever most of the pampered Asgard people have eaten such crying, they can't help complaining. Thor looked at the Asgard people behind him confused. And it was not easy to take so many people to a certain life. Ulfheim is not a place to stay for a long time. Once the elves lose patience, they will attack us. Or we can go to Nidavel first, Thor said to Heimdall. Nidavel is a planet inhabited by the dwarf tribe. Although there was some contradiction with Asgard, the relationship is in the 9 realms, which is relatively not too bad at this moment. Heimdall saw Moqing and Hela again, but he found that the relationship between Moqing and Hela seemed to have changed, and he did not appear to be tensing, seemed to be closer. Then Moqing disappeared again and reappeared after a while, with a few more small monsters around him. Moqing sensed someone peeping, and immediately thought of Heimdall, the number 1 voyeur in the 9 realms. Asgard's people are a problem for Moqing. Now that Hela has become his psychic, standing on the same front, Moqing will naturally not attack Hela again. With Thor's character, he would definitely find a way to avenge Hela. Thor bears the power of Odin if he gets Stormbreaker again. He can evolve into Thunder Rune Thor. It seems a bit too much to say that Thor is killed now, but Moqing feels it is necessary to suppress Thor. You guys will clean up Asgard first. I'll take care of something, Moqing called roar to Hela, Godzilla and other psychic beasts, and then asked Ghidorah to open a space channel to Ulfheim. In a flash, Moqing had already brought a reduced version of Ghidorah to Thor and the others. It's great to see that you are fine. Did you win? Seeing Moqing appearing, Thor hurriedly stepped forward, but was pulled by Heimdall. Wait. I saw him standing with Hela just now. I made a fight with Hela and made a deal. Moqing played his flickering qualities and opened her mouth. Hela agrees not to chase you down, and will not fight arbitrarily again. But you will never return to Asgard and you must stay. Guardian Sword, what if I don't agree? Although Thor and Hela are named siblings, but Hela killed Frigga, has the vengeance of murdering his mother. And now he still exiles them from Asgard. How willing Thor is. Moqing can understand Thor's feelings. Understandable and understandable. But who makes Hela his psychic? He naturally tends to think about Hela. You don't have to agree. I promised Odin's thing gets done. But I don't know if Hela kills them. Can you hug them? Moqing is not obligated to protect Asgard's people. If Thor is stubborn, he will not help each other. Thor's complexion changed, although he was unwilling. He chose to compromise for the safety of the people of Asgard. After getting the Guardian Sword, Moqing asked Ghidorah to use the power of the space gem to transport Thor and those Asgard people to a wasteland in the United States, where they could live again. Compared to the Avengers Alliance third middle school, where Asgard was wiped out, the ending today is not a bad thing for these people. As for how Thor negotiated with Shil, it was their business. Because he had just absorbed the Pym particles and had not yet fully adapted, Moqing postponed the devouring of the eternal fire. Swallowing heaven and earth, giant wolf Fenrir's minions can tear everything and swallow most things, including gods with Hela as the middleman. The giant wolf Fenrir did not resist, and it was quick for Moqing to conclude a psychic contract. Regarding Thor and others, Moqing returned to Asgard and used the power of space to shield his breath to avoid being peeped by some voyeurs. Category Mythical Beast Psychic Beast, Fenrir. This time in Asgard's trip, Moqing has gained a lot and his strength has increased a lot. Although he has not broken through to the level universe, his personal combat power has far surpassed the average level universe powerhouse. One is the giant wolf Fenrir's is a good psychic beast. Of course you can't miss it. The body of the beast, as a beast feared by the gods. The giant wolf Fenrir has a strong physique far superior to the average Asgard. The strength, defense, speed and self-healing are extraordinary. The second is the eternal fire. The eternal fire contains magical power. If it is swallowed and absorbed, it will inevitably increase its strength. And it is not impossible to even break through the level universe. Current level late world extinction, however. Accepting the giant wolf Fenrir as a psychic beast can be executed immediately. Ability: the body of a sacred animal. The ability to absolutely demon. Swallow heaven and eat the earth. But here Moqing still has two things left to do. Ability: absolute magic, can isolate most of the magical damage, curses and even magical skills in the world. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Potential level universe. Status: complete body. Looking at the attribute list of the giant wolf Fenrir, Moqing chose the ability. Ability is a passive skill, which can isolate most magical damage. However, there is a drawback once this ability is used. Moqing cannot use magic output when the ability is activated, such as Hellfire Eye of Judgment and other ability. When necessary, you can also isolate it. And how to grasp it is up to you. With the ability to absolutely magic, coupled with Godzilla's Monster Physique defense, one defense 8 complements each other. After extracting the ability of the giant wolf Fenrir, Moqing handed Asgard to Hela for management. It is management, but there is nothing to manage. Asgard's people are gone, and Hela has a few undead legions that look like puppets. And they don't need management at all, no matter what. Hela became the king of Asgard as he wished, even if there was only an empty shell left. Hela is an ambitious person. He doesn't like to settle for the status quo, and likes to seek pleasure from conquering. He originally planned to set a small goal to level the 9 realms, but Moqing stopped it. To be able to conquer the 9 realms, Moqing didn't want it. But it's not the time yet, the 9 realms to be precise. The Earth belongs to the core part of this universe, and is favored by many big guys. Kameth Ghost knows what kind of existence it will attract. Don't look at Moqing nowadays, it's just relative. There are many big guys in the Marvel world, and Moqing of level single universe can handle it. If there are multiple level universes, even super universe level and almighty universe level, it's just a finger can run him to death. There are people outside, there are heaven outside the sky. And sometimes it is so helpless. Even if Moqing is invincible among the 9 realms. So what once you encounter something more against the sky? You have to mourn roars. The one that should be low-key is to keep a low profile. Moqing believes in how much can be done and how big things are. Madness can, but not blindly. Let Hela increase his strength in Asgard first. As for the follow-up actions, Moqing still needs to deploy slowly. After leaving Asgard, Moqing traveled to Dupo world through the psychic space. Godzilla Red Lotus and Mu Ghidorah King Kong Unicorn. Amethyst Winged Lion Father and Son Unicorn. Hell Three-Headed Dog and other psychic beasts were all released by Moqing. The world of Dupo is much safer than the world of Marvel. Although there are some powerful existences outside of Dupo, Moqing has much less scrupulousness. Life is a combination of work and rest. Although fighting is exciting, ordinary life is also precious when it's time to play. Play openly and live freely and freely. Putting a group of psychic beasts into the Warcraft Mountains, Moqing found Ko Meng Y Raven, Feng Beiyabo and other women through telepathy. Raven and the others have been in this world for a while. They are usually exploring, traveling all the way to play and playing Warcraft. Sometimes they meet some people who don't open their eyes and want to have both wealth and wealth. But Chin Raven and other women are in this world. All belong to the top powerhouses. The result is naturally that these people have fallen blood mold. After Moqing found Feng Beiyabo and the others, he asked them about their situation, and then began the life of the emperor not early on. After a leisurely wandering for a while, one day early in the morning, Selena and other women went shopping. Moqing returned to the psychic space and looked at the eternal fire that never extinguished, clenching his fists slightly, and whispered, "Yes, it's time to go one step further." At this time, the swallowing python, who stayed alone in the psychic space, crawled along Moqing's legs to his shoulders. Moqing placed it on his palm, tapped his small head with his fingers, and said with a smile, "Little guy, go out and play. Don't make trouble for me at the moment." The colorful sky-swallowing python has not yet returned to the memory of Queen Medusa, but has a part of wisdom after hearing Moqing's words. He blinked. The lavender snake pupil slit his small head, and followed the crack in the space opened by Moqing. Flew into the outside house. When the swallowing python left, Moqing's palm made a move, and the eternal fire flew out of the basin floating in the air, emitting a faint orange light. "I don't know how much the eternal fire can improve me." Looking at the flames floating in the air, Moqing whispered. The instant at the entrance of the eternal fire quickly turned into a burst of hot energy, pouring down its throat. The hot energy was more ferocious than magma, and it was so sour that it almost caused Moqing to open his mouth to breathe fire. With the ability to devour evolution, Moqing continuously absorbed the energy of the eternal fire and transformed it into himself. After the initial severe pain, it continued for a while. The pain gradually weakened, and the temperature of his body gradually dropped. Moqing closed her eyes slightly, adjusted herself to the best condition, converged, opened her mouth and sucked, and the eternal fire in midair whirled into Moqing's slightly opened mouth. After Moqing swallowed it, not only did he gain huge amounts of energy, but his soul power was also stronger. The energy of the eternal fire is superb and domineering. Not only has the energy to destroy the world, but also has a beneficial effect on the soul, thoroughly absorbing the eternal fire. Although there is still some distance from Moqing's ideal breakthrough to level universe, it has also made great progress. Perhaps Moqing's body is too strong, so that the energy he needs to break through is greater than that of ordinary creatures. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At this moment, Moqing's body was like a black hole, greedily absorbing the eternal fire's ability. At the moment, Moqing let out a long sigh. Moqing's combat power was comparable to Galactus in the mid-universe period. Now at the peak of the late period, his strength has exploded several times. Perhaps it is not as good as the mid-universe extinction, but it is against Thanos and his ilk more than enough. What's more, has now half-footed into the level universe, and perhaps on a whim that day, he will naturally break through. At the entrance of the eternal fire, Moqing's white and flawless face suddenly turned red, and a white mist rose above his head. However, Moqing is not Flame Giant after all, and the fit with the eternal fire is definitely not as high as Flame Giant. How far he can reach requires his own experience. With such crazy swallowing, Moqing can clearly feel that his body has undergone subtle changes, and the G cells are emitting a pale golden light, striding towards a more perfect life form. Fortunately, Moqing's physique was extremely abnormal. As an existence capable of exhaling atoms, these pains could still be endured in Thor 3. Because Flame Giant absorbed the eternal fire, it became the existence of level Godfather and pressed Hela, which shows its strength. The astonishing heat of the eternal fire ran wildly in Moqing's body. Compared with the so-called alien fires, the eternal fire was not a bit more powerful. Moqing's body trembled slightly, and the pores all over his body radiated heat, and the surrounding temperature rose extremely. In the end, a flame wave formed around Moqing. Queen Medusa has the memory of her transformation into a swallowing python, and she knows how powerful Moqing is, among other things. Just a single Quidora can completely destroy the entire world. Moqing said that to rule the world, Queen Medusa did not think that the other party was exaggerating. You can do whatever you like, but I want to bring the Snake tribe back to the Warcraft Mountains. The Snake Man tribe originally lived in the Warcraft Mountains, only because hundreds of years ago, there was a severe drought fighting for water. Fighting with human sand ultimately defeated, driven by humans to the Tagore Desert, which is not suitable for life. Returning to the Warcraft Mountains is the long-cherished wish of the Snake people. Although Queen Medusa is currently playing for Moqing, she has not forgotten her tribe and cannot bear to struggle in the hot desert. No problem, Moqing had no objection but with a thought. He summoned Godzilla in front of him, rubbed Godzilla's head, and then said, I want to settle those ancient clans. Now that the world is chaotic, let Godzilla accompany him. You go to transfer the people nowadays. Several big families in Jiangsu have regarded Moqing as their #1 enemy. They are not at ease if they don't solve Moqing, and they even advertise Moqing as a foreign evil demon. Moqing didn't care about these rumors. Since ancient times, the winners and losers are the ones who write the history. The clamor of the weak is just an expression of incompetence. Queen Medusa looked at Godzilla flashed through the sky. But Godzilla ignored her love as the god of the void. Godzilla had the ability to refuse to accept anyone except Moqing. Moqing patted Godzilla on the head, listened to Medusa during this time. Don't mess around, Angangtilda Godzilla neighed twice. And all three heads nodded at the same time, expressing understanding, taking Ghidorah and Medusa across the space to live. Moqing looked into the distance, and it was time to end the game with these ancient clans. Although he likes to see a large group of people who can't understand him and can't lose his appearance, he doesn't have much time to play with these people. Among the several big families, the Soul Clan and the Ancient Clan have the strongest combat power. Among them, Soul Clan is the big villain in the fight. So Moqing naturally attacked him first. Stepping out in one step, the end of the world is close. And in a blink of an eye, it penetrates thousands of miles away and arrives at the ancestral land of the Soul Palace. The suppressed power of exterminating the world radiated. The world lost its color. The wind and clouds changed drastically. The surrounding earth shook and rolled, and the sky thunder swelled in all directions, like the god of extinction king over the world. Under the pressure of terror, many creatures were terrified, squatting on the ground shivering. The soul is born and died with a cold drink. The air shook the mountains and rivers, and the entire continent was enveloped by a huge coercion, and many sages showed fear on their faces. With such a terrifying coercion, did the demon break through the emperor do? It's too strong. This breath is several times stronger than it was a few days ago. Is it a breakthrough or is it already hiding its strength? Fighting Emperor is the world's top existence. It has not appeared for thousands of years. It is also the dream goal of many people. It can be said that the world is invincible. Moqing stood in the void, with a real horror aura flowing up and down all over his body, and the surrounding space was frozen. preventing anyone from using the power of the space to enter or escape. Devil Su don't deceive people too much. The Soul Heaven Emperor's eyes were blood red, and he looked at Su Moqing in the sky with 3 points of fear. The Soul Heaven Emperor is the top powerhouse of the soul race. He has cultivated for many years and has reached the stage of fighting the Emperor. He is also the strongest person who has the most hope to break through. But facing Su Moqing, he was as strong as the Soul Heaven Emperor, and he was not sure. In the first battle a few days ago, the scene where Su Moqing forcefully cut dozens of fighting sages is still vivid. And he never thought that the opponent would come to the door today. Su Moqing's figure moved, and instantly came to the front of the Soul Heaven Emperor. Take me a trick to immortality. You can protect the soul race from being destroyed. Su Moqing looked at the hero Soul Heaven Emperor, with a flash of light in his eyes with an arrogant expression. And he also had arrogant roots, please enlighten me. The Soul Heaven Emperor knew that it was not Su Moqing's opponent, but it was related to the survival of the soul race. And the other party could only bite the bullet in order to give him extra options. Sword 9 Reincarnation. Su Moqing turned into a 9-leaf sword grass. With a grass in his hand, the sword chi broke through the sky. And 9 days of horror with sharp edge moved. And there were bursts of shattering sound from the void. A vast and unparalleled sword energy, containing the artistic conception of life and death disillusionment. In an instant sweeping through 9 heavens and 10 places. It is like if you want to penetrate the entire Dupo continent. At this moment, the souls of countless creatures are throbbing, as if the disaster of extinction is coming. Blood Soul kills the sky. The Soul Heaven Emperor turned out the Emperor's slashing ghost blood blade, and his pure vindictive energy condensed the blade body, igniting gusts of yin wind, and suddenly launched the strongest blow. This blow was extremely terrifying, and saw the huge blood blade leaping across the sky, chewing the void and driving it. The frantic and solemn airflow continued to break, boom. As the swords fought, the air in 100 lies suddenly shook away, and the space barrier collapsed, causing countless spatial turbulences, strangling thousands of creatures. The people of the soul race bear the brunt. Whether it is a fighter or a fighting sage, they are unable to return to the sky under this destroying blow. The soul Tiandi is hit by the sword energy condensed by the power of life and death. The fighting spirit armor on his body and the defensive battle suit couldn't resist. The whole body exploded in place, and his life plan was finally empty. Congratulations to the host for killing the soul, and rewards 30,000 psychic points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the soul element and rewarding 96 million psychic points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the soul emperor and reward 999. 0 psychic points. Su Moqing, who was serious, completely crushed the Soul Heaven Emperor, without any suspense, with a single blow. Not only the Soul Heaven Emperor was killed, but even the soul race was all killed, and none of them were spared. The Soul Clan ancestral land was completely erased from the map of Dupo world, leaving only a 10,000 Zhang sword mark, dividing the 2 realms of life and death. Hey, there is no one who can fight. Su Moqing put away the 9-leaf sword grass and stood with his hands holding hands. How lonely it is to look invincible. With cold eyes swept across the broken ground, Su Moqing's figure flashed and disappeared on this day. The entire army of the tribe who stayed behind in the ancestral land of the Soul Palace was wiped out, leaving a very small number of branches to live outside. Since then, they have been incognito. The rest of the big families have been silent, lest Su Moqing come to the door. Some disbanded tribesmen and hid in the mountains. Some are going around to help, wanting to fight to the death. Some people plan to take refuge in Su Moqing, but they can't find Su Moqing's trace, however. What these people didn't know was that Su Moqing had left Dupo and returned to the Marvel world. The reason why he came back in a hurry was because Su Moqing had learned that the bald guy in Ancient One was dead. Sure, Ancient One magician is dead. Su Moqing stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Longteng Group building. listening to the news coming from his hands. Her expression calm and calmed Darwin, who looked like an iron tower in a black suit. Respectfully replied, "Yes, boss. It happened half an hour ago. Our people saw the supreme magician fall from a tall building. 5 minutes ago, the people in the hospital reported that Ancient One's heart stopped beating, lost his vital signs and is now lying in the morgue. How is the situation of the three holy places?" Moqing asked indifferently. The death of Ancient One magician is expected by Moqing. What needs to be done now is to protect the holy place to prevent Dormammu from invading the Earth. Darwin said London Holy Place has been destroyed. Now only New York Holy Place and Hong Kong Holy Place are left. I will personally take charge of this matter and report on the recent situation around the world. Moqing turned and sat down, picking up a glass of red wine and taking a sip. New York is still very chaotic lately, and many new faces have appeared such as this one. Darwin's thick fingers clicked on the keyboard a few times, and a virtual image appeared on it. On it was a dark, weird person. The body seemed to have a layer of oily skin, funny eyes, a big mouth cracked to the base of his ears, and his body was nearly 3 meters, extremely strong. This is an alien species that fell into the Earth from outer space 2 days ago. It is a symbiotic body that can be combined with Earth creatures. We call it venom. We have collected samples. If the boss needs it, our people can get the living body in within hours. I want this thing to go down first. I'll see for myself. Moqing was not interested in venom, and waved to make Darwin step back, and then checked the relatively big things in the world recently. After reading the information, there are indeed many superhero and super criminals. Some Moqing knows, but some don't. Among those super villains, most of them are small characters. In X-Men and Fantastic Four, Iron Man, Spider-Man and other superhero were hit by a few bounces and were sent to prison. In addition, there are also some information about the Super Ability Act, the Emperor's plans, and Luo Tian de Jiao in the materials. The Super Ability Act is a United Nations bill aimed at super ability people. Because the strength of many super ability people is too strong, it makes these people in power uneasy. So this incident happened, to put it bluntly. I just want to restrict the super ability, and even want these super ability to serve them. Moqing dismissed this. There are people who have the ability who has no temper. And how many people like to be restrained? The majority of ordinary people support this bill. And most of the super ability people are disgusted and resisted. And many contradictions have arisen in it. The Emperor's plan is a plan for the Emperor's giant beasts. Because of the events of Muto and Godzilla, the United Nations has regarded the giant beast as one of its imaginary enemies, and is committed to studying how to fight against this giant beast to ensure the status of mankind. This plan is a bit interesting at that time. Moqing can remember that there are still a few monsters in this world that have not appeared. If he has time, he will consider conquering them. As for Luo Tian Dajio, it was the matter of Daxia's alien circle, and Moqing did not intend to interfere. After reading the information, Moqing stood in front of the window, looking down at New York that was still being rebuilt, looking at the flowing clouds in the sky, and narrowed his eyes. Ancient One, are you really dead? In fact, Moqing knows very well that beings like the Supreme Magician Ancient One are difficult to kill. Even if the body dies, the soul can remain immortal. Ancient One is not so much death as it is transformed into another form. As one of the Asgardians of the Earth, the name of the Supreme Magician is very famous even in the universe. It is precisely because of the existence of Ancient One that many dark forces that steal the Earth dare not act rashly. Now that Ancient One is on the street, it is indispensable for some people to stretch out their paws on the Earth. Dormammu is one of them in the Marvel movie series. Dormammu can be regarded as one of the strongest villains. Thanos, who has not collected infinite gems, is no match for Dormammu. But Moqing didn't catch a cold for him, so he glanced at Ancient One meaningfully, thinking about the other party's tricks. but said indifferently after that, "You can go away with peace of mind." Ancient One entered into a contract with the Dark Dimension and thus lived a long life. It has always been an obstacle for Dormammu to swallow the earth. Now that he is dead, Dormammu must feel it. Maybe he still needs to temper his Xingxing, but not now. Maybe it's time to see Doctor Strange. After a little thought, Moqing suppressed these thoughts and stared at the holy place in front of him. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After explaining some things to the smart housekeeper Gia, Moqing separated a shadow duplication and asked him to go to Hong Kong, while the deity used the power of space to come to the magical holy place in New York. The 3 holy places handed down from ancient times have the ability that suppresses the dark dimension. As long as the 3 holy places are intact, Dormammu cannot pose a threat to the Earth. Seeing Ancient One with a gentle smile on his face, Moqing was not surprised. Ancient One's words are not unreasonable. Moqing knows that he is really eager for quick success, ignoring spiritual experience, and is used to overpowering people. Although it is simple and rude, it is not a long-term solution. At the moment, Moqing is not ready to play with Dormammu, so keeping the holy place is the best choice. A strong midfielder has a strong midfielder, and a mountain is as high as a mountain. He can't dominate every time. Then do you know that I am here to grab Eye of Agamotto? Moqing said lightly. I saw Ancient One maintaining the demeanor of a master, and said in a gentle voice, I know you will come. Don't let foreign objects enslave your mind. The inner strength is the real strength. Ancient One said quietly, floating in the body and in the void. Inexplicable and inexplicable. It seems that it did not interfere with Moqing, mean. As soon as Moqing arrived outside the holy place, a bald soul body floated in front of him. This person was originally named Necromancer, because he accidentally discovered and entered the dark space. In order to become the ruler of the dark space, he finally abandoned his original body and obtained extremely powerful evil power. His body was also replaced by a terrible magical flame. He could destroy the stars and destroy the realm in a short time. And then he began to wage wars of conquest against other dimensions, becoming the #1 opponent of the supreme demon magician, Ancient One and Doctor Strange. You're really lingering, Ancient One. The Eye of Agamotto has been placed in the custody of Stephen Strange. I have asked him to take it. Ancient One always maintains an unpredictable smile, giving people a sense of insight into the world and otherworldly. When Moqing entered the holy place in New York, Washington, SHIELD headquarters in a separate room, Nick Fury stretched out his thumb, touched the scar under his left eye, then opened the drawer and took out the anti-aging agent from it. He is almost 70 years old. On the surface, he is only in his 40s. He is all dependent on his own exercises and drugs to maintain. Moreover, this anti-aging agent is not perfect and needs to be taken every once in a while. Otherwise, the body will age quickly. After taking the medicine, Nick Fury came to the meeting room. At the moment, Hawkeye, Black Widow, Ant-Man, Wasp, Hulk, Captain America, Thor, Black Knight, Black Panther, Eric, Fantastic Four, War Machine, Iron Man, Spider-Man, Venom, Falcon, Beast, Hank, and others gathered together. Next to Nick Fury stood a Western man of about 50 years old. After entering the room, he briefly introduced himself. Nick Fury pressed the remote control, and a huge amount of light screen appeared in everyone's eyes. The news is being broadcast on it. Last month, an alien invasion occurred in downtown Manhattan, New York. 954 innocent civilians died in a confrontation between a group of superability and aliens. They come from all over the world, mostly residents of the United States. It is not only the invasion of aliens that caused their deaths, but also the indifference of those who are beyond ability. The victory achieved at the expense of innocence is not a victory at all. What power does a superability person like Moqing have to sabotage unscrupulously in New York? His actions are above international law. if no measures are taken against similar actions? Who will guarantee the safety of civilians seeing this? Nick Fury turned off the light screen. And everyone's thoughts were different. I was on the scene at the time. I am sorry for the fact that no more people can be saved. But it is a war. Who can guarantee that Deadman will not be killed? If it weren't for Sue's timely action, the entire New York, and even the entire world could be affected by those aliens. Domination, it's too much to come out and say cool words now. Tony said blankly was very upholding Sue Moqing. A cheap godfather, Thor lowered his head silently. The reason for these things was the misfortune caused by Asgard. When he thought of Loki in his heart, he hated him. Captain America whispered, "We are always trying to save people. But we can't save everyone if we don't realize this. Then maybe no one can save it next time." The state councilor beside Nick Fury said loudly, "The world owes the super ability at the time a favor. They fought for the world and risked their lives to protect us. Many people regard them as heroes, but some people. I prefer to use the term volunteer police." Pete Parker, wearing a nano-spider battlesuit, asked, "Mr. Senator, which word do you use, danger?" The congressman sternly said, "Ultra-ability people often ignore sovereign borders and laws, imposing their will on any place and anyone they choose, and completely regardless of the consequences. What would you call roar to such a person?" As the counselor said, turning on the light screen. It played many scenes of super-ability fighting. There was one thing in common, that is, many civilians were killed by the fighting in the past. Super-ability people acted without any supervision or restriction. Some cracked down on crime, and some unscrupulously destroyed. Countries around the world can no longer tolerate this situation. So they have formulated a set of policies. The Super Ability Act. 118 countries across the country support this agreement, which stipulates that both mutant ultra-ability people or Asgard people must register with real names and be supervised by a United Nations special team. I don't think this is a good idea. If it stimulates some radicals, Magneto, it will only outweigh the gains. After listening to the Congressman Beast Hank, who represented mutant, took the lead in opposing it. The contradiction between mutant and humans is deepening. Professor X has been committed to the peaceful coexistence of the two. But Magneto is bent on making mutant the master. Now it's hard to be stable. These high-level officials want to do things again. And Magneto will start a fire when they are not asking X-Men to block their guns. Asgard can't agree, my people, I am responsible. Although Thor has got rid of his irritability, he is the most god. How could he be willing to be monitored by humans? The congressman looked at Thor. He was still afraid of this powerful existence, and said in an official tone, "If you are in Asgard, we really can't control it. But you are now living in the United States. You should abide by us the rules. What if I don't agree?" Thor said coldly. The counselor looked at Thor, "Then you will take your people. Where they will go, you have the guts to say it again." Thor slapped the table with a slap, and slapped the long solid wood table to pieces. Everyone was shocked. Banner was startled and his face turned green. Upon seeing this, Nick Fury and others, with cold sweat on their foreheads, and Spider-Man hair on the ceiling hanging from the ceiling. Captain America picked up the shield. Ant-Man, Wasp, Beast Hank and others retreated far away. If the situation is not wonderful, just run away. Banner, look at me, it's okay, please calm down. Natasha Romanoff hurried to appease Banner. If the Hulk ran out in a fit of anger, SHIEL. D headquarters would be rebuilt after the disaster today. Banner took a few deep breaths, calmed down, and then was taken away from the meeting room by Black Widow. The others breathed a sigh of relief. Regarding the Super Ability Act, most of the people here are opposed to it. Not long ago, Caecilius finally killed Ancient One and destroyed the holy place in London. As long as he destroys the holy place in New York and Hong Kong, his great plan can be completed. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It's like you don't deserve to be a super villain if you don't do something in New York. He secretly learned the taboo spells in the Book of Versanti, and then led his fanatical followers out of Camertage. Nick Fury also knows that the Super Ability Act will cause a lot of trouble. And the people sitting alone are very resistant, let alone the unruly Super Ability outsiders. This disaster-ridden city of the United States has been listed as the most dangerous city on the planet. Today, the population has dropped by millions and the crime rate is still high. The supervillains die constantly one after another. More superability people are all aloof, more or less contemptuous towards ordinary people. Just like ordinary people will envy and hate superability people, who doesn't want their daily life to be completely displayed in the sight of others. Brooklyn, New York. Caecilius, like many of Camertage's students, is a disciple of Ancient One magician. He studied magic in Camertage, but in the process of learning, he discovered that Ancient One has a long lifespan and is always youthful. So he firmly believes that Ancient One magician treats himself, concealed certain knowledge, thus betraying Ancient One and her teachings, in order to pursue immortality and greater power. Caecilius will use all vicious methods to dedicate the earth to Dormammu, the ruler of the dark latitudes, even if he does not hesitate to let the world be destroyed. In a dark space, Caecilius concentrated his mind, drawing a circle with the right hand of the profound ring, and opened a spatial passage leading directly to the holy place in New York in front of him. Once the contradiction is upgraded, the resistance of the superability will be intensified, and more people will die by that time. The greater the ability, greater the responsibility. But not everyone agrees. Here is my brother. Caecilius had just stepped into the holy place in New York with the 4 believers when he heard an unfamiliar voice sound. The golden sparks revolved to form a circular space door. Caecilius walked into the holy place in New York with 4 believers in beige magician costumes. There were a group of 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. They were all dressed in the same costumes. The eyes were pitch black, and the eyebrows had a special blood-red mark, which was a symbol of signing a contract with the latitude of darkness. Moqing said lightly, then looked at Dr. Strange next to him. How many can you deal with? It's best if you can solve them all. Stephen Strange, who inherited the position of the supreme magician, was originally a doctor. Now he was ordered to be in danger, and he was driven by Ancient One to the shelves. He was really at a loss. He still couldn't use magic freely, and his combat experience was pitiful. Standing here is already commendable for courage. To be honest, didn't want to fight, nor did he like to fight. Then you open a mirror space, Moqing said indifferently. Dr. Strange's hands quickly formed a seal, forming a magical array in front of him, and the surrounding world seemed to become a broken mirror, producing countless translucent cracks. The battle in the mirror space will not affect the real world. You can fight with confidence. Dr. Strange is very grateful for the existence of Ancient One as a teacher and friend. The other party not only cured his hands, but also taught him a lot of precious knowledge. In order to save him, he even sacrificed himself during the Battle of Holy Place in London. Originally, Dr. Strange could use time magic to rescue Ancient One, but Ancient One has seen through life and death. And at the same time, in order to prevent the power of time from being used indiscriminately, causing time branching, it did not agree, and finally exists in the state of soul. If Moqing did not appear, could only bite the bullet. But when Moqing appeared, Dr. Strange thought it would be better to be professional. Cracking with the sound of glass shattering, Moqing looked at the converted mirror space and couldn't help but admire Stephen Strange. The other party deserved to be born for magic, and in such a short time he could control such a degree of space magic. But not everyone can did it. This is the second time that Moqing has entered the mirror space. The last time was in 1973, and more than 30 years have passed since the blink of an eye. Time flies like an arrow with a touch of emotion. Moqing interrupted the Caecilius 5 from casting spells, and instantly frightened the brass-colored black rings in their hands with psychokinesis, and then crushed them. Without the blessing of the black rings, these half-magician but can't escape the space of sight. No one can stop me, Caecilius was radical and crazy, thinking differently from normal people. He was manic and irritable. He waved his hands and twisted and folded the space. The space around him was twisted and the room fell apart, strangling towards Moqing and Doctor Strange. Their ability is linked to the dark latitude, and it will be enhanced in the mirror space. You ask for more blessings. The magic cloak behind Doctor Strange gave him flight ability. And while talking, he had flown from a space of Jiaotong University to outside the holy place. You are really loyal, Moqing chuckled lightly. Those chaotic spaces had been strangled, boom. In an instant the dust was flying, the wooden boards exploded. Many broken bricks and steel bars were splashed in all directions, and several dismantled high-rise buildings burst. When the dust and mist dissipated, we saw that Moqing was still in the ruins. His body was in a vacuum within 3 feet, and everything was isolated. Damn B********** D die for me. Caecilius and several of his subordinates Moqing were unscathed. While horrified, they used their own unique attacks. Space blades and magical energy smashed against Moqing one after another. In front of Moqing's psychokinesis barrier, explosions continued to be made. Moqing's sloping buildings around were affected by the shockwave of the explosion and turned into broken bricks, spreading and falling towards the surroundings. Roar, roar, are you dead? It should be dead. Caecilius's magic output was crazy, and they felt that their bodies were almost being hollowed out. And they were so tired that they were panting heavily on the floor of 90 degrees. You only have this ability to kill Ancient One. I really don't know how much water he put in. Hearing contemptuous words in the smoke and dust, Caecilius and others stared at the front in an incredible way. Tilde the violent wind roar screamed, blowing away the dust and debris. And Moqing strolled through the void and appeared in front of several people. This is impossible, Caecilius let out an angry cry. The condensed transparent space blade in his hand, rushing towards Moqing frantically. Moqing's figure flashed, and Caecilius only felt a flower in front of him. And the sky was spinning so fast the thought flashed. Caecilius's consciousness gradually fell into a blur. His head spun to the ground. A lot of blood poured out of his broken neck, and his body fell at the same time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing Caecilius and rewarding 500. 0 psychic points. I really don't know what these magicians think. They are not professional at all. They all want to play melee combat, don't they? Die. Master Caecilius is dead. No, how could this be? It's not true. I want to avenge Master Caecilius. The remaining 4 fallen magician Caecilius died tragically, all with a hell of expression totally unacceptable. 4 system prompts came, and several fallen magicians died in anger. Looking at the bodies of Caecilius and others, Stephen Strange sighed slightly. Congratulations to the host for killing Makana and rewarding 12,000 psychic points. There is no change in everything here, and what happens in the mirror space will not have the slightest impact on reality. Let's go. These depraved magicians were basically brainwashed by Caecilius, who blindly respected Caecilius and regarded it as faith. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Solving Caecilius and others. Moqing extracted a part of the blood from Caecilius, and then saw Doctor Strange drifting back. This is what Ancient One magician asked me to give you. I hope you take good care of it. Doctor Strange handed the Eye of Agamotto hanging around his neck to Moqing. After opening the space channel, Doctor Strange and Moqing left the mirror space and returned to the holy place in New York. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Fillinger and rewarding 21. 0 psychic points, the wind blade lasses. The clothes and shoes worn by these people have magical effects, and the defense is no worse than the body armor. But in front of the wind blades, there is no resistance to ability, and the eyes are full of holes in the blink of an eye. WHHHHHH. Now the faith has collapsed and it is unacceptable. Doctor Strange originally wanted to save the dying and heal the wounded, but he felt that he was getting farther away from his original ideal. Maybe one day he would also be bloody. Moqing didn't have the time to chat with these degenerate magicians with a distorted mentality. Looking at the Eye of Agamotto in his hand, Moqing felt a little emotional originally. He was going to be stronger and let him grab it from Ancient One. I didn't think that now I got it in my hands like this. It was too easy to come, but it feels faintly unreliable. Eye of Agamotto is one of the treasures of the Supreme Magician. It has the power of all-seeing, able to see through many illusions, crack dark magic, and even observe the past and the future, most importantly. In Eye of Agamotto, there is a time gem that can change the time at will. Moqing doesn't know what Ancient One thinks. There is no reason not to take the treasure that can be delivered to the door. As for what kind of troubles there will be in the future, Moqing took it, walking out of New York's holy place. Moqing said to Doctor Strange next to him, "Farewell now." Goodbye by chance with a call to roar. Moqing slammed back to the Longtingzhuang courtyard, took out the blood of Caecilius previously collected, and took it down at the entrance of blood. Moqing immediately used the ability of blood remembrance to extract the memory of Caecilius' magic knowledge from his blood. As a disciple of Ancient One, Caecilius is inferior to Stephen Strange in his disposition and magic ability, but his knowledge reserves are quite comprehensive. The magic in Camertage is basically good, including some dark forbidden techniques and taboos. Time magic. After a while, Moqing acquired all the magic knowledge of Caecilius, and quickly started using it with his super spiritual power and energy manipulation ability. Magic has some similarities with fighting energy ninjutsu and chi training. They are both a means of using energy, but the way of cultivation is different from the required abilities. Some people have good physical fitness and are suitable for martial arts. Some have high mental power and are suitable for magic, and definitely also have magic and martial arts. But relatively speaking, there are very few such people. Human energy is limited, even if you specialize in one item. It is difficult to reach the peak in your lifetime. But Moqing is different. His open life is naturally different. Both his cultivation system and ability are more complicated and diverse, and they involve practicing kininjutsu, fighting spirit, magic and martial arts. If it weren't for the practice of multiple shadow duplication, it would be really hard to play. Regardless of Moqing's apparent leisure, he worked hard secretly almost every day. Hundreds of shadow duplications are separated to practice in Skull Island. This kind of high-intensity practice will cause a lot of physical and mental pressure. That is to say, Moqing's physique is super strong and mental power is strong. Otherwise, it would not be able to bear it at all. After removing the shadow duplication, the side effects brought by it, after absorbing Caecilius's magic knowledge, Moqing hung the Eye of Agamotto on her neck, making special gestures with her hands, and the magic stripes outside the Eye of Agamotto began to turn. As if alive, his eyes opened, revealing a green glow gem. When he raised his hand, green magic lines appeared on Moqing's palm, quickly constructing a magic array, facing a tree not far away and swiping to the right. The magic of time was activated, and as Moqing's palm flicked, the big green tree began to grow backwards. The leaves quickly shrank and turned into buds, and then the buds turned into spores and gradually retracted into the branches. Moqing's hand paused and watched the magical array turning left. The branches sprouted again and then leaves grew. Then the leaves withered and fell. The trees grew rapidly again and again. The more magical power Moqing blessed, the faster the growth of the trees. After a brief experiment, Moqing stopped. This kind of ability is really easy to use, but it is also dangerous. For example, time loop, time branch, time refutation, etc. are all problems if you are not careful. You may be trapped in the long river of time and never come back. Agamotto once said, "Anyone who fools time will be fooled by time." Moqing is fairly proficient in the power of time because of the time reset and the engraving of the Emperor. Now that the time gem blessing is even more powerful, the only thing you need to pay attention to is to avoid time riots. Moqing had a whim and decided to look at the wonders of the dark dimension. He said he did it. His hands quickly formed a seal, and he used magical energy to build a huge amounts of magic array in the void. At the center of his brow, the blood-red mark flashed, and then in an instant across the latitude of space, into a dark world. Damn thief dare to come and steal my energy. After doing all this, Moqing's thoughts were calm, and he remembered the ritual of entering the dark latitude in Caecilius's memory. The multi-universe world has many latitudes, and the dark latitude is one of them. Moqing entered it, but felt a special excitement and desire, involuntarily absorbing the surrounding energy and strengthening herself. Feeling the energy of the surrounding riots, Moqing's heart moved and opened a small gap in space. Using the time gem, he added 12 rounds of time to reset the magic circle on his arm, just in case. Time gem was something he was determined to get. As for Eye of Agamotto, he still gave it to Doctor Strange. This thing is not very useful to Moqing, but for Doctor Strange it is a rare treasure. It's found at a status first. The long river of time is a stingy thing. If you want to go upstream or interfere with it, you must be affected by it. There is nothing wrong with using it on a small scale. It can launch large-scale time magic, and what the consequences will be, no one knows. So in Camertage, time magic is classified as a forbidden technique, and only a few people can practice it. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The colors are extremely distorted here, and the whole world is full of depressing negative energy. The surrounding things are completely different from the things on the Earth. Many spheres with tentacles floating in the void are extremely unround and look very awkward. At the same time, deep in the darkness, a pair of deep purple eyes suddenly opened. The owner of these eyes was extremely huge. His head was like a small planet, and his eyes were full of anger. Many spheres have strange vegetations. Some resemble human eyeballs. Some resemble marine creatures or bugs. They look weird and diverse. There is no need for additional setting for horror movies. Most people stay here, and it won't take long to depress madness. All kinds of negative energies erode, and then become a part of darkness after some experiments. Moqing removed the Eye of Agamotto, took the time gem from it, placed it in the psychic space, waved his hand, opened a set of spatial cracks, and placed the Eye of Agamotto on Stephen Strange's in the room. Moqing is different from Caecilius. He is not being corroded by the power of darkness, but is devouring the power of darkness. There is a big difference between the two. Dormammu, the monarch of the dark latitude, shouted angrily. The entire dark latitude seemed to be alive, and the alien life was dancing frantically. Suddenly, several sharp piercings flew from the air. The force was extremely powerful, and it could easily penetrate a building. Caecilius killed the librarian in Camertage to practice time magic, and then tore off the 2-page magic book about the dark sacrificial ritual. In the deep and dark space there was no waves of energy riots, and feeling the threat was approaching, Moqing stopped energy absorbing and raised his hand to condense a 360-degree magic shield in front of him. Clang! As if the harsh sound of countless iron pieces scraping the glass reverberate, Moqing could see through the translucent magic shield that the sudden sharp thorns were shattered and flew away. You chaos dare to come to the dark dimension. Don't want to live away. Dormammu's roar shook the world, and Moqing's purple halo spheres swayed like a balloon in water. At the same time, countless dark particles began to condense, turning into chains like nerve cells. Constantly moving towards Moqing lashed out. Life is so good, but you are so irritable, so bad. Moqing spit out, revoking the magic shield, staying still. And spontaneously, the sword chi that was dense like a net swept across all directions, severing those weird chains in the next second. The space in front of Moqing was out of order. and a deep purple eye that looked like a compressed planet appeared in front of Moqing. The eyes were extremely large. Even the eyelashes were thicker than Moqing's waist. And the eyes were as deep as black holes. As if they could pierce people, the soul sucked in. In front of Dormammu, Moqing was as small as an ant. After all, this is the second time Moqing has seen Dormammu. I remember that when we first met. Moqing asked Godzilla to shoot Dormammu in the face with an atomic breath. Which is really nostalgic. Now that Moqing's strength has greatly increased, there is still a big gap between Moqing and Dormammu. According to the official setting, Dormammu belongs to the strong level Godfather, and it is the top existence of the level Godfather. According to the system conversion, it is at least the early stage peak of the universe. Moqing's strength is in the late stage of the destruction of the world. Half step into the level universe, but the later the level, the greater the difference in strength even in a small state. The gap is also different, but with infinite gems in hand. Moqing is not afraid of Dormammu at all. Dormammu's temper was always irritable. After seeing Moqing clearly, he prepared to count the new hatred and the old hatred together, and opened his huge amounts of mouths. Numerous energy particles in it gathered together and turned into a beam of light that tore through the world and bombarded Moqing. Zoom! The destroying beam of light is unmatched, and its speed is comparable to the speed of light, making it difficult to dodge or resist. The entire dark dimension is trembling. Moqing's face is solemn, feeling the energy contained in it, and immediately condensing all his strength to form a seven-sided magic shield in front of him. Boom boom under Dormammu's attack. The magic shields in front of Moqing were broken one by one. After 5 magic shields, Moqing's figure temporarily stabilized. The weird spheres around them looked like watermelons hit by bullets, exploding one after another colorful. And they did not have a sense of visual impact. It's a pity that Moqing has no time to appreciate it. It's a big tone. How long has this guy not brushed his teeth? Moqing held the last 2 magic shields with both hands, and the energy in his body was crazily transformed with the energy absorbed by the outside world. He gritted his teeth and resisted, but his strength was too great. He knew that he would not be able to hold it for long. Boom tilde. Another magic shield shattered and Moqing thought. Using the power of space, it flashed onto Dormammu's head. As soon as he appeared before he had time to attack, he felt the strong gravity coming, and flight became extremely strenuous. Is it gravity control? Moqing used the power of space again, but felt that the space had become extremely solid, and it was actually difficult to open the cracks in the space for teleportation. Dormammu, as a well-known and powerful existence in the multi-universe, has many means. Gravity control and space blockade are just a piece of cake for it. Moqing also has the ability of the gravity field, and the power of space, but here is the dark latitude, Dormammu's home field, and Dormammu's skill level is higher than Moqing. Instead of fighting hard, it will naturally be suppressed. An anti-gravity technique was added to his body, and Moqing's hands were sealed, and he used the shadow duplication technique. 2 shadow duplications appeared instantly, lifted their palms, and the spiral shurikens that had changed in their condensing properties. One from the left and the other launched a charge towards Dormammu, blasting the 2 spiral shurikens on Dormammu's big face. Boom! With 2 loud noises, spiral shuriken exploded. The void vibrated, and countless small wind blades rotated at high speed. Even Dormammu had to pay attention to an attack of such a degree. Huge amounts of his arms waved, blocking his head with explosive energy. With the Emperor Dragon armor made by Ghidorah and the space gem embedded in the center of the eyebrows. At the moment, Moqing's control of the power of space has been completely stronger than Dormammu. Drive that seemingly endless lightning. Accepting the feedback from the shadow duplication, Moqing put away the vibranium long knife, raised his hand to phantom the 9-leaf sword grass, condensed the 400-meter long sword gang, and slashed at Dormammu's ugly head. Moqing looked up at the falling palm standing still, waving the nine-leaf sword grass, but seeing the power of Pei Ran's space protruding out. Facing the giant palm, taking advantage of the time when the shadow duplication interfered with Dormammu, Moqing summoned the psychic beast Godzilla, and then used the beasts to evolve together. With a muffled bang, the terrifying energy shockwave suddenly exploded. The space of the dark dimension exploded. Violent energy storms scattered and impacted, and countless weird and twisted strange objects were torn into pieces. Sword 10 Sky Burial with the blessing of the beasts. Moqing has become a level universe powerhouse. With the nine-leaf sword grass, a powerful weapon that can open the sky. It will break the space and shake the world with a full blow. As soon as the combined evolution was completed, the two shadow duplications were broken by Dormammu and turned into two blue smoke and dissipated. But Moqing didn't come to negotiate with Dormammu. When he came to the dark dimension, Moqing wanted to try his limit. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In fact, even if Moqing is dead now, there is time to reset and time to reset the magic circle. The big deal is to return to the previously set time point. Moqing also knows that shadow duplication can't solve Dormammu. It just acts as a disturbance. Moqing's figure suddenly appeared thousands of meters away, looking at Dormammu in the distance, and saw that his arm was broken, and there was a huge amount of scar on his ugly face. But there was no blood splash. The wound was squirming, and he quickly self-healing. The evil spirit on the body is stronger. Obviously, it is completely offended by Moqing. But Dormammu's face was too thick, and the spiral shurikens that could smash the two mountains did not cause any substantial damage to Dormammu, but made it even more angry. Dormammu felt the energy fluctuations of the space gem, and his eyes showed greed and desire. His body became very big, as if he was transformed into the world. His body is too big to describe. Raising his hand to cover the sky and the sun. Catching the stars and the moon is easy. With a big hand, the space was instantly chaotic. Space Jam, give it to me in an instant. Dormammu's arm turned into countless black particles and reconnected. At the same time, thunder was in the void, and countless silver-white lightning chains shot towards Moqing. Moqing raised his hand to draw a sword fight in union, waving his arm like a dragon's claw, and his whole body energy followed the meridian and focused on the nine-leaf sword grass. Suddenly, the 9 blades of the nine-leaf sword grass burst out bright and sharp sword lights. When the sword 10 Sky Burial came out, it was ethereal and magnificent. The magnificent sword intent agitated the dark latitudes and turned into billions of sword lights that seemed to be substantial. The impact of Dormammu's sky-shaking hand. Boom, boom, boom. Each sword beam is like an intercontinental missile, with endless bombardments in the palms, and violent explosions sound one after another, roar. Dormammu's palm was blasted to pits and pits, and finally penetrated a large hole hundreds of meters in the palm. Compared to Dormammu's huge palm, it was like a hole pierced by a nail. Dormammu roared and patted Moqing with a big hand. Annihilated with the surrounding space, Moqing, wearing the Emperor Dragon armors, stretched out the dragon wings behind him, ignoring Dormammu's space blockade, and prepared to pass through Dormammu's palm. Dormammu's mental power covers the entire dark latitude. Seeing Moqing flying into the hollow of his palm, there are many weird tentacles and sharp thorns in the split of his palm. Launching an all-round attack, the surrounding sword energy gathered into a sword dragon, and Moqing's maneuverability continuously cut the surrounding attacks. Moqing quickly ascended again and again, while resisting the attacks of all kinds of strange surroundings, which gave him a strange feeling, like a micro cell fighting in the human body. Dormammu has surpassed ordinary life forms, especially in the dark latitudes. It is very difficult to overcome it. Moqing's sword aura was constantly being worn away, and the amount was rapidly decreasing. But Dormammu was blessed by the entire dark latitude, and its power was endless. Seeing the wound that was quickly closing up above, Moqing entered a state of vain at the same time. The two golden dragon heads behind Godzilla bit towards the neuron-like substances. The surrounding attack directly penetrated Moqing's body. But it was like an attack on a phantom. And it did not hurt Moqing in the slightest. After Godzilla's two dragon heads bit Dormammu's body, they began to devour Dormammu's energy crazily. Dormammu felt that his energy was absorbed by Moqing, like being bitten by an ant. Although this absorption speed is only a drop in the bucket for Dormammu, it still makes Dormammu feel angry and scared. Seeing that the conventional attack was not effective against Moqing, Dormammu abandoned the car to protect the handsome, and discarded the part bitten by the dragon head of Keto. The huge amounts of palms were disassembled, leaving a small part and then recombined. It may be that the huge amounts of body shape didn't work. Dormammu's body began to shrink and became like a normal person. But the density was many times larger, seeing Moqing, who had exhausted the remaining energy absorption. Dormammu's expression was gloomy. Do you think that if you pin your body to another latitude, I can't help you? I'm the master of the dark dimension, Dormammu. You. How do the villains have this virtue? Moqing spit out in his heart, condensing the hellfire. The eternal fire, Kinglian earth heart fire. See heart flame and other different fires in his body into a gorgeous flame whip. Powerful magic power emerged, and the palm of his hand was like a rainbow of fire. The whip immersed in the void tied up Dormammu. Oops, this script is wrong according to the usual routine. Shouldn't the opponent stand at the commanding heights of morality, debate with oneself, and then fight for 300 rounds? Why did you do it directly? Unprepared, Dormammu was tied up. The terrifying heat and the pain of burning the soul quickly made Dormammu react. The powerful dark power burst out, shattering the flame whip, and roared murderously at the same time, "Die to me." Following Dormammu's roar, endless dark energy was mobilized in the void. And in the next second, numerous spikes and energy light-speed attacks burst out on Moqing's side. No, Moqing was about to say that the attacks were useless. But unexpectedly, those attacks crossed the latitude and attacked the body. Ha fight with me in a dark latitude. You are looking for your own deaths. Seeing the attack work, Dormammu let out a hearty laugh, and his mood instantly became beautiful. But the next moment, the time-resetting circle in Moqing's hand was activated, and time and space changed. Moqing returned to the moment when he entered the dark latitude. Unexpectedly, Dormammu's attack can cross latitudes. It seems that blurring is not a panacea. So the game continues. Moqing looked at the time-reset circle on his arm, summoned Godzilla again armed with beasts, and then began to absorb dark energy. Just after absorbing part of the dark energy, Dormammu arrived as scheduled. By the 46th round, Dormammu was already bored. He found that he couldn't completely kill Moqing anyway. But the opponent was getting stronger and stronger, which made him very uneasy. He knows that this is a problem for raising tigers. But what can it do? It is also very helpless. A mushroom cloud bloomed on Dormammu's face. Kicking off the battle, Moqing raised his hand to condense the energy of the atom's breath and threw it away at Dormammu's big face. Damn thief, he's stealing my energy again. Wait, why should I say it again? But instead of waiting for Dormammu to be happy, the time returns to the original point again. As soon as Moqing appears, he will use the energy of the space gem to move away, and then be fully armed to fight Dormammu. Because of the accumulation of combat experience, both sides have improved a lot. But Moqing's improvement is even more significant. Dormammu didn't look for Moqing, but Moqing found the door on his own. I have to say that Dormammu is really a hard bone. In this battle, Moqing tried his best without fleeing. He resisted for more than half an hour, and was eventually swallowed by Dormammu's dark tide. Time restarted again. This time before Moqing had time to regain his status. Dormammu killed him ahead of schedule. Moqing was caught off guard and almost completed the spike. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. When the time was reset for the 47th time, Dormammu didn't bother to take care of Moqing anymore, letting Moqing absorb the energy of the Dark Latitude. Repeatedly during the battle, Moqing and Dormammu became more familiar with each other's fighting methods, and the fighting became more targeted and fierce. Dormammu let us fight happily and lose you Laomu. Dormammu transcends the latitude of time, and his thinking is not affected by time retrospective. He feels that the scene before him seems familiar, and he feels puzzled in his heart. Dormammu come let us fight happily throw you rem. Boom tilde then time restarted again. Moqing put himself in a good condition, and then began to absorb dark energy. Dormammu rushed up like a thunder and then started a war. Moqing persisted for a few minutes, and then was hit by Dormammu's soul-devouring curse. Despite the ability absolute magic, but Dormammu level is too high to hold it. Dormammu, I'm here again, I'll lose you Laomu. Moqing took the wind and thunder in his palm, condensing the huge thunder energy sphere, using the more skilled space to carry the ability, and directly transmitted it to Dormammu's head. Boom. The thunder burst and above Dormammu's head. A large bucket of lightning flashed wildly, brightening the dark dimension. Ah, my head, Dormammu. With his head painful held his black smoky head in his hands, and the magic flames all over his body burst into anger. And he was in a state of extreme rage and aggrieved emotions. Not only is the body traumatized, but more importantly, this endless cycle of time over and over again makes it almost crazy. And it has had enough. Since becoming the master of the latitude of darkness, when Dormammu has been so suffocated it doesn't want face, and Moqing refuses to agree to ask for peace. Every time it takes a lot of trouble to solve Moqing, but in the next second time return to the original point. And then Moqing, who had been fascinated, came to throw you Lumu, which was depressed. You son of a tortoise, kill 1,000 knives. I will kill you 1,000 times. And I will kill you 1,000 times 10,000 times. Until the world is old and the universe is shattered. Dormammu was so furious that he started to rush Trump. And the monstrous dark power emerged, crushing it directly towards Moqing's location. Yo, then you are ready to fight with me for endless years. Moqing didn't care, and raised the golden desert eagle in his left hand. Keep the Emperor 8 bullets. The golden desert eagle pointed towards 8 o'clock, and the shadow of the numbers on the golden clock was sucked into the gun. Moqing pulled the trigger at him without hesitation. Bang tilde with a gunshot. Thousands of reappearances from Moqing's past appeared. These time-space duplications are stronger than multiple shadow duplications and will not divide Moqing's energy. Although they are not as powerful as the deity, they all have their own will and abilities. And when Moqing is fatally injured, he can replace it with duplication at any time. However, the activity time of the duplication body is also limited, and the activity time is determined according to the time consumed. Now that Moqing has the time gem blessing, there is no need to worry about wastage. Atomic breath. Gravity field hell spiral pill sword 9. Reincarnation space storm. There was almost no extra action. The moment thousands of Moqing appeared, they used various attack methods to bombard Dormammu indiscriminately. The ants are always answered no matter how large they are. They cannot defeat the Master of Darkness. This hand of Moqing makes Dormammu feel threatened. It can feel that the sum of Moqing's attack energy has exceeded its limit. But here is the dark dimension, which belongs to its home field here. Dormammu can regenerate indefinitely. Unless Moqing does that, destroy the dark latitude. Otherwise, it will not be able to completely kill Dormammu. Facing the overwhelming attack, Dormammu mobilized the endless energy of the dark latitude, and once again displayed a full range of indiscriminate dark tides. Like an exploding fixed star surging around, colliding with Moqing's attack in the void, exploding brilliantly and colorfully. The light is beautiful and deadly. Perhaps Dormammu's own energy is not as high as the hundreds of thousands of Moqing, but it has been operating in the dark latitude for countless years. And it can be said that the power control of the dark latitude is like a hand. Fighting in the dark latitudes, Dormammu can be said to have a very good location, plus originally proficient in many dark magics. He will not be easily defeated by Moqing. The terrifying shockwave upset the dark latitude. If it is replaced by the Earth's, I am afraid it will be blown up in minutes. Hundreds of millions of tons of dust permeated the dark latitudes. In the thick smoke and dust, there were many scars on the body of the huge amounts of Dormammu. With a bitter face, his voice roared, Moqing. What do you want? Can't I give up? I have had enough. Do you want to fight with me for the rest of your lives? Moqing flashed out of the void and smiled indifferently. In fact, I can really fight with you forever. Go to death, don't live anymore. Dormammu waved his huge arms, disturbing the surrounding dark space. Completely disorderly but terrifying destructively. And all his actions were devastating. Moqing avoided Dormammu's attack and shook his head slightly. Dormammu's strength is indeed very strong, but his distorted mind, irritable and irritable, is not a real powerhouse. This may have something to do with Dormammu's experience. Dormammu was originally a necromancer, by coincidence. He discovered the latitude of darkness, and then became the master of darkness smoothly. He has been crushing others throughout his life. Even the supreme magician, Ancient One, cannot directly match it, so that it lacks discipline. In addition, it has swallowed too many worlds. Although the power is getting stronger and stronger, the soul has defects in Moqing's view. Dormammu's mentality is not even comparable to that of a normal person. And the only thing that makes him admire him is the strength of the opponent's real hammer. After nearly 100 time resets, Moqing has a good grasp of Dormammu's various abilities. Using the Space Gem's abilities, coupled with thousands of duplications, he can deal with it calmly. After half an hour of fierce confrontation, Moqing's duplication lost more than half. Feeling the energy in his body around the corners, Moqing's heart move address started the time, adjusted the time to the original point, and then exited the dark latitude without warning. No, I don't know the gaps. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. However, Dormammu is indeed strong enough and has grown in the battle. Moqing gradually occupied the upper side. It is still too difficult for him to completely eliminate Dormammu. After a few days of rest, Moqing received a message from the Predators who were going to explore the universe that they had arrived at Xandar. Is this leaving? Dormammu felt that Moqing had escaped from the dark latitude and was slightly surprised, but he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Moqing returned to Earth from a dark latitude, and the scars on her body quickly recovered under the powerful self-healing force of the G-cells. He took a deep breath of carbon dioxide-filled air and felt refreshed. Finally left, but Moqing did not rush to make a breakthrough, but suppressed the surging energy in his body. At the moment, Moqing has greatly improved the use of his own ability. He can combine various ability at will to attack, and even form a battle formation with duplication, so that it can exert a stronger combat power and make Dormammu want to die. Doubt about life, it's still a familiar taste. Both sides have accumulated a lot of combat experience, but Moqing's control of ability is more diverse. And there is the infinite gems link, which naturally advances by leaps and bounds. Compared to the oppressive dark latitude, even the heavily polluted Earth is like heaven. Standing at the top of a tall building several hundred meters away, Moqing looked down on the surrounding bustling streets, feeling a long-lost intimacy in his heart in a low voice. Moqing felt that the bottleneck that was bothering him had been loosened, and he could break through to level universe at any time as long as he was willing. Although calculated according to the time of the Earth, Moqing entered the dark latitudes with only a blink of an eye. But for Moqing, it is like experiencing countless reincarnations. Physical injuries are easy to self-healing, but mental and spiritual fatigue. But it is not easy to recover. The accumulation of experience and energy is enough. Just the last step in the endless universe. In addition to the people on Earth, many highly civilized alien life forms have evolved. Some of them dominate the galaxy and form huge interstellar empires. The New Star Empire is one of them. The capital of the New Star Empire is Sandal Star, which is located to the north of the Milky Way, and manages the entire galaxy with splendid civilization. Unlike other interstellar empires that advocate abuse, the New Star Empire adopts a democratic system, advocates peaceful coexistence, and guards the procedures of the universe. It is a relatively just interstellar empire. In Xandal, there are many aliens from other planets. They look strange and have different abilities and abilities. Some have immigrated to Xandalsome, are cosmic travelers, and some have their own planet destroyed and destroyed. Sandal Star rescued among them. There are no lack of rebellious, ferocious aliens. But such people will soon be subdued by the Nova Legion and sent to the interstellar prison. The aliens who can stay in Xander's star are relatively law-abiding. So Xander's star as a whole looks very harmonious. On this day, an iron-blooded battleship with a body length of more than 1.0 meters entered the range of the interstellar radar of the Sandal space station, and quickly attracted the attention of the New Star Legion in the interstellar orbit. The most galactic high-tech empire. The technology of Sandal Star is thousands of years ahead of the developing Earth. On the planet orbit of Sandal, several large space stations have been built, in which the defense forces of the New Star Corps are permanently stationed. And advanced artificial intelligence is used to monitor possible crises in the universe at all times to prevent meteorites and enemy space warships from entering the mountain. Dal Star, regardless of any cosmic flight machine, if it rashly approaches the alert range of the Nova Legion without authorization, it will receive a serious warning from the Nova Legion. Xander Star doesn't like war, but when encountering the existence that threatens Xander Star, they will never hesitate. Especially recently, Thanos' forces are ready to move. A warship of unknown origin approaching Xandar Star without prior notification is tantamount to provocation. Star Wars' most taboo is the local warfare. Things that can be solved in outer space. No one wants others to fight on their own planet. Shandal Star has its own rules of conduct, and you must follow their rules if you want to enter. In general, unless it is a targeted attack, any spacecraft, regardless of file size, needs to declare and dock in advance with a space station in outer space, indicate its intention, and accept inspection and assessment. Spaceships with weapons of destruction, weapons of mass destruction, and contraband are strictly prohibited from entering Xandar. Among the iron-blooded battleships, Moqing sat in the control room, looking at the stars in the distance through the special glass. A tall, iron-blooded elder respectfully came to Moqing and asked, "Boss, the message from Xander Staris at a link, access." Moqing said indifferently in the next second. An image projection of a middle-aged fat man in a blue military uniform appeared in the spacecraft. The appearance of this person is no different from that of a human being. A typical Westernerenly listening to the other person. "I am Russell, the CEO of the Rising Star Corps. An unknown spacecraft, please stop advancing immediately. Disarm the system and go to the space station to register. I repeat, the unknown spacecraft. Please stop advancing immediately, disarm the system, and go to the space station to register. If there is no reply within 30 seconds, we will implement compulsory measures." Hearing the warning from the communicators, Moqing's mouth slightly turned up. It is worthy of the Marvel world, and the whole universe speaks English at the same time. Hundreds of small warplanes flew out of the Sandal Star space station, intertwined with the flights, and formed a huge amounts of light net to block the path of the iron-blooded warship and prevent sudden attacks by the iron-blooded warship. Elder Jagged respectfully asked Moqing, "Boss, do we follow the process or directly launch the attack? Disarm the weapon system and turn off the propulsion engine." "Just follow the process, I'll go ahead." Moqing knew this and acted alone. Because the iron-blooded warship originally carried many super-conventional weapons, and even star-destroying weapons, it was forbidden to enter the Xander star and could only stay at the space station. Moqing stood among these aliens. Except for being handsome, nothing special. Moqing came again to get the power gem. There was no need to go to war with the new star empire. After an explanation, he directly used space ability to enter the Xander star. As for the arrival of the Predator, Moqing only asked them to exchange some technology with Xander. Learn some of the unique technologies of the new star empire, and learn from each other. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. If there is, it is very handsome. Some of the alien girls with red, blue, and purple skins. Their eyes glistened when they saw Moqing, and they were bolder and directly approached them. When I look up, there are many flight machines moving back and forth in the sky. Once there is an emergency on the ground, these small spacecraft will come quickly to ensure the safety of the people. The population of this city is not very large, and the pedestrians on the road are very leisurely. They look strange: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. They have aliens of any color, some with 3 eyes, some with 6 legs, and even completely. There is no human form. Most of them do not interfere with each other, and seem to have long been accustomed to aliens with different appearances around them. The iron-blooded battleship comes from other universes. In this world there is no bad record, so the people of the New Star Legion are not too embarrassed. The Jagged Elder operated the battleship and slowly approached the space station in accordance with the requirements of the New Star Legion to accept the beam scanning and inspection of the New Star Legion. With a thought, Moqing wanted to see if he could spot Xingju Wangsheng, Groot, and others. Perhaps it is the Predators. With hideous face, they are not good at first sight, so the New Star Legion is wary of them, and they will inevitably be subject to many restrictions, which is quite inconvenient. However, Moqing refused to speak. He did not have such a good appetite as Xingju. Sandal Star is extremely prosperous. The surrounding buildings are unique. The style is simple and atmospheric. The overall planning is excellent. The greening work is in place. The distribution is regular. The city and the nature are perfectly integrated. The air is fresh, and the energy is clean and environmentally friendly. There is no such strong smell of carbon dioxide on the Earth at all. If the Predator wants to go to Shandal Star, it is not impossible, but you must apply for relevant documents and pay the advance payment for stopping the ship. The price is fair, but the process is more troublesome. When they arrive at Shandal Star by small spacecraft, I'm afraid they still need it a lot of time. Regardless of the Predator and the New Star Legion, Moqing flashed in an uninhabited corner for an instant, and then walked on the clean and wide road swayingly, observing the surrounding environment indifferently with his eyes. Shandal Star is like spring all year round, and the temperature is moderate. Most aliens have strong physiques. Those aliens who come and go wear thin clothes. For those with poor physique, wear 2 more today. Xandal Star is as harmonious and calm as usual, but it is only a high-level person who appears to be busy and nervous. As the official power of the galaxy, the technology of the New Star Empire is indeed extraordinary. When most of the energy exceeds a certain limit, it will attract the attention of super-intelligent programs. Not long ago, a huge mental force scanned the entire city, but after a while it disappeared. Except for a few extraterrestrials with outstanding mental abilities, ordinary aliens are still ignorant. But this can't hide the detection of the New Star Legion. For countless years, the New Star Legion has maintained the order of the universe. During this period, it has encountered many different types of powerful enemies, including the Kakati, who are born with strong spiritual power. When the members of the New Star Legion fought against the Kakati for the first time, the Kakati used their mental power to control their will from far away, causing them to kill each other, causing heavy casualties. In the end, the Rising Star Corps learned from the pain, summed up its failure experience, used high-tech equipment, developed mental interference equipment, and added the support of the robot team to reverse the defeat. After seeing the power of mental power, in order to prevent internal personnel from being manipulated by mental power, the new Star Corps has thoroughly researched mental power interference technology. Bases and special occasions where opportunities are important will be installed with mental power jammers. And mental power can be detected. The origin of this is the foundation of an interstellar empire. Moqing withdrew his mental power because there were many mental powers that interfered with his position. He could explore only a limited range, and he did not find members of the Guardians of Galaxy such as Xingju and Wansheng. Maybe they are in a certain area with mental power interference, or they may not have come to Xandar at this moment. Moqing sensed that the two small spaceships of the new Star Legion were approaching quickly. Is it exposed? Moqing does not know how far the technology of the new Star Empire has developed, and his knowledge is limited to the movies of Guardians of Galaxy. But when he noticed that there was a mental power interference device, Moqing knew that the new Star Empire was indeed not easy. He had no plans to communicate with the new Star Legion, and directly used the power of space to flash a few miles away. Lost the target. The database does not have this person's information. It is suspected to be an illegal stowaways. It seems to have the ability to transfer space. The intention is unknown. Please pay attention to all units. The detectors of the two small spaceships caught Moqing's disappearing figure and relifted into the air transmitting the picture and preparing to use the Sky Network to search. If it is an ordinary person, it will soon be locked by the new Star Legion. But Moqing was different. After showing up under a suspended bridge a few miles away, he stunned a hapless person, then used the transformation technique to transform into the opponent's appearance, and walked into the street swaggeringly. Without finding Xingju, Moqing turned to the broker. Broker is a hero in the Guardians of Galaxy movie. Although there are not many shots on the scene, it has a very important role. It was he who released the task of finding the Universal Spirit Orb to the Predators, so that there was a series of events afterwards. Broker is a cosmic merchant who resells all kinds of rare items. It was still early in the time period, and there was no news in the universe that Xingju had stolen the Universe Spirit Orb. The Xianglai broker had not yet contacted Yongdu. Or in other words, the fact that Xingju had obtained the Universe Spirit Orb had not been spread. Moqing came to the door this time because he wanted to get clues to the cosmic spiritual ball from the broker. Before arriving at the broker's exchange, looking at the closed door, Moqing said calmly, "I'm looking for the broker and I have a business to discuss." After a while the automatic door opened, and Moqing walked in and saw a strange-looking alien. Its overall shape is similar to that of humans, but it has 4 hairs that resemble eyebrows, which is very distinctive. It is the broker, no doubt. The broker looked at Moqing with a pair of shrewd eyes, and his slightly stale face was slightly confused. This guest. Do you want to trade items or post tasks? As a well-known cosmic merchant, in addition to buying and selling all kinds of exotic treasures, brokers also use their contacts to be a middleman and earn the difference. However, Moqing now has a changed appearance. It looks more ordinary and does not seem to be a gold master. If it weren't for the powerful aura of Royu Ryuhu, the broker wouldn't bother to take care of it. Moqing smiled and said, "I'm here to buy a piece of news. How much do you know about the Universe Spirit Ball?" Cosmic Spirit Orb. When the broker heard the words, his eyes flickered slightly, and then he said without changing his face, "Sorry. I don't know what you said. It can't help you, really." Although it was only a moment, when you heard the cosmic spiritual ball, your heartbeat accelerated and your eyes dodged. This shows that you are lying. It seems that you are not going to reveal the information of the cosmic spiritual ball to me. Moqing is not that easy to deceive. The small abnormal reaction on the opponent's body will be infinitely magnified in front of him. His eyes are slightly cold, and the terrifying aura will cover the broker. The broker was frightened by Moqing's aura. feeling like he was facing an ancient beast. His heart trembled, and he almost knelt directly to beg for mercy. But it seemed to have thought of something. The broker swallowed a mouthful, resisted the fear in his heart and nervously said, I don't know what you are talking about. You are not welcome here, please leave. You can't refuse me. Moqing looked directly at the broker's eyes, and the mental power of Invisible instantly penetrated into the broker's consciousness. Searching for answers on his own, originally, Moqing didn't mind giving some money in exchange for the information he wanted in a fair way. But since the other party didn't have to eat or drink fine wine, he didn't need to be polite but for a moment. Moqing got information about the Universe Spirit Ball from the broker, and obtained a map at the same time. He understands that the brokers of at the moment have not found the predators to courage them. Moqing can be sure that the plot of Guardians of Galaxy has not yet begun. According to the map's markings, the Cosmic Spirit Ball is on Morag Star. This Moqing had known for a long time, but he didn't know the specific route. Now with coordinates, everything becomes simple. Judging from the map, Morag Star belongs to the jurisdiction of the Shandar Empire and belongs to an abandoned planet. The past civilization has been submerged in history, and the living environment is harsh and not suitable for human habitation. After Moqing got the coordinates, he summoned Godzilla and used the power of the space gem to directly teleport it there. After Moqing and Ghidorah left, the broker came back to his senses. Only that part of his memory was erased by Moqing. Forgetting what had happened, and touching the four eyebrows wondering, strange. Why did the door open? Morag was originally a highly civilized planet, but in an interstellar war hundreds of years ago, Morag was defeated. The planet was affected by the war and the environment became very bad. The remaining Morag peoples had to give up this planet and go on a wandering journey in the universe. When Moqing crossed the space and came to the planet Morag, there was a majestic rain in the sky. This rain water has extremely corrosive substances. If ordinary people are in rain waters, their bodies will quickly be corroded and dissolved. Moqing held the shrinking Godzilla and placed a psychokinesis barrier on her body to keep these corrosive acid rain from 3 feet away. The environment on this planet is really bad. Moqing looked around, surrounded by bald black rocks. Plants were extremely rare sometimes. Some alien life like little dinosaurs could be seen in the crevices of rocks. Taking out the map marked with the cosmic spiritual ball, Moqing released his mental power, quickly scanned the surrounding things, and quickly found the abandoned temple. And a faint energy fluctuation was sensed from it. Originally, the energy of the power gem was so huge that it could be easily perceived. But now the power gem is blocked in the cosmic spiritual orb, and the aura is covered. If it were not for a relatively close distance, Moqing might not be able to sense it. Ghidorah possesses the space gem, and his sensitivity to the power gem is stronger than Moqing. With a flap of the dragon's wings, he opens a space channel directly into the temple. The air in the temple does not circulate, and it has been abandoned for a long time. And the pure black hall gives people a sense of death and desolation. In the center of the main hall, there is a hollow iron pillar with other lines, and the iron pillar emits a purple light beam. In the beam, a metal sphere quietly floats in the center. This was originally a temple specially used by the Morag stars to seal the cosmic spiritual orbs. The war that year was so sudden that those Morag stars who knew it did not use the power gems in the cosmic spiritual orbs and were defeated to death. The stone pillar is essentially a stabilizer projected by a special force field, specially used to stabilize and protect the cosmic spiritual ball. Just as Moqing entered the temple, Morag Star welcomed new guests. A huge spacecraft like a Ferris wheel appears on the planet orbit of Morag through space-jumping technology. Immediately afterwards, a careful spacecraft measuring tens of meters flew out from it, quickly passed through the acid rain clouds and landed on the ground. Both Moqing and Ghidorah were attracted by the cosmic spirit ball and did not pay attention to external affairs. When he raised his hand, Moqing's palm produced strong suction, directly sucking the cosmic spiritual ball out of the energy shield. Starting with the cosmic spiritual ball, Moqing observed that Godzilla's three heads also stared at the metal ball with a diameter of 10 centimeters. The cosmic spirit orb is made of metals that are characteristic of the universe. The hardness is not weaker than adamantium and has good insulation properties, blocking the energy fluctuations of the inner power gem. Without a special method, it is difficult for ordinary people to open the cosmic spiritual orb. In the original plot, Xingju and the others also found the collector and let it open the cosmic spiritual orb. Moqing did not plan to find collector. Power gems have incomparable temptation to most of them, and Moqing can't be trusted but collector's character. The most important thing is that collector's impression of Moqing is unfathomable. Although in the movies, collector did not show any special ability, but in the official setting, collector and Saikar appeared as a pair of brothers. They all come from the oldest race in the universe, and they are also one of the elders of the universe. They have a long life since their lives are so long. The two brothers develop their own hobbies for fear of boredom. Gao Tianzun likes gambling collector, just like his nickname likes to collect some weird things. With Moqing's current strength, he is not afraid of collector. But there is no need to ask for trouble, boom tilde. Then a group of aliens dressed in black uniforms and energy weapons rushed in. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At the moment, Ebony Maw was suspended in the air, with his hands behind his back, like a god overlooking all living things with a haughty tone. Looking down at Moqing, you are lucky to be saved by the great dark titan god. You may think that this is torture, but it is not. In fact, it is salvation because of your sacrifice. The anger of the dark titan god will be extinguished, and the balance of the universe will be balanced. Next, please close your eyes silently. Wait for the harvest of deaths, and use your blood to realize the sacrifice to Lord Thanos. As Thanos brags, Ebony Maw has always done his duty and will brag to Thanos at any time. His voice has a unique magical power, which can persuade and even control other people, even if it is a mentally powerful brain such as Doctor Strange. Not immune after Chitauri failed, Thanos felt that things were beyond his control. In order to prevent more accidents, all his right-hand men were sent out to find infinite gems. Purple sweet potato essence. Black Dwarf is one of the 5 obsidian generals. Unlike other desperados who follow Thanos, Black Dwarf is only for the survival of the race to make allegiance to Thanos. It has super strength, super density and indestructible skin, and can play with the Hulk, the existence of melee. One is the taciturn, tall Black Dwarf. It took a lot of work for Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf to find the Morag Star. Once in Avengers Alliance 3, one person beat Doctor Strange, Iron Man, Spider-Man and others if it were not for tricks. Iron Man would not be an opponent at all. Ebony Maw is the weakest of the 5 obsidian generals, but the round combat power is still above Black Dwarf. He has language control, psychokinesis control, and other super ability. When Moqing was about to try to use the power of space to take out the power gem, the door of the temple was blasted open. Now Moqing has 5 infinite gems, time-space mind power. In reality, Thanos probably hasn't got the soul gem yet. There is only one infinity gauntlet. Even if he comes in person, Moqing will not give face. Let alone just a few horses. Ebony Maw paused for a moment, then remembered Thanos' complexion, and suddenly became angry, as the glorious heir of immortal Lord Thanos. All vilification of Lord Thanos' existence will be punished. You are ready to bear the price of deaths. Behind these aliens, Moqing also saw 2 familiar figures, another thin, pale, Congolese monkey-like alien was the blowpipe boy that Thanos sat down Ebony Maw. Moqing was not bewitched by Ebony Maw, and calmly played with the cosmic spiritual ball in his hand, and said calmly, "Just because you want to fight me. Who gave you the Kurageth that purple sweet potato essence? In the dark temple, Moqing and Godzilla confront Ebony Maw, Black Dwarf, and a small group of alien warriors. Moqing's aura is introverted, returning to his innocence in terms of appearance. He is no different from ordinary people. Godzilla's body is only half tall with a golden body. 3 heads, 12 wings, and 2 tails. He looks weird. But he did not attract Ebony Maw's attention. Seeing that Moqing was not deceived by his own words, Ebony Maw was slightly surprised and issued a sensory order. A team of alien soldiers took the lead. The energy gun in his hand was aimed at Moqing, and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Dozens of crimson energy beams flew towards Moqing and Godzilla. Tilda just listened to the scream of Godzilla, forming a reverse folding space in front of him. Those energy beams shot into the reverse folding space and were reflected back, allowing the alien teams to take their own fruits. Boom, 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 tilde, a series of explosions, mixed with splashes of flesh and blood. 12 alien warriors instantly dogged. The relationship host kills fried people and rewards 521 psychic points. Ding. The relationship host kills fried people and rewards 496 psychic points. Ding. The relationship host kills fried people and rewards 602 psychic points. As a series of system prompts sounded, the old temple began to shake, as if there were signs of collapse. Ebony Maw at the moment also knows that Moqing is not an ordinary person. His gray and withered hair flutters in the wind. He stretches out his arm, spreading out his 5 haggard-shaped fingers. The stone pillar was thrown towards Moqing. Moqing raised his hand to breathe an atom, and the stone pillars shattered then. Under the control of Ebony Maw, the fragments of the stone pillars turned into countless spiral cones and flew again. Sweeping coldly, Moqing's powerful psychokinesis smashed past, smashing it into the air, bang, 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 tilde at the same time. Black Dwarf, who was ruthlessly speaking, made a triple jump, rushing forward in a stride, and the ground shook when he was running. Black Dwarf is nearly 4 meters tall and weighs tens of tons. Like a human-shaped tank, he rushed to Moqing in a blink of an eye. The tomahawk of special material in his hand was raised high and slashed at Moqing's head fiercely. Moqing remained unmoved at the moment of the moment. A pair of arms with thick black hair appeared in the void, and with one move, he held the axe face firmly with his bare hands. King Kong Xiaokong was summoned by Moqing and appeared in the temple. After blocking the axe, he opened his mouth with a gravitational light wave, bombarding Black Dwarf's chest and flying out. Black Dwarf flew back like a cannonball and crashed into Ebony Maw. Although Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf are both Obsidian 5 generals, but he always only regards Black Dwarf as a meat shield, and he has no feelings of companionship. He raised his hand and waved it as if throwing garbage, using psychokinesis to throw Black Dwarf at will aside. Boom, tilde, Black Dwarf expanded the wall of the temple and directly hit a big hole. The shattered temple was overwhelmed and completely collapsed. Numerous huge amounts of falling rocks fell from above, causing a lot of smoke and dust. Ebony Maw used psychokinesis to fly out of the temple, while controlling the falling rocks to hit Moqing. For opponents at the level of Ebony Maw, Moqing didn't have much interest and with a thought. He summoned Ko Mengwai. Ko Mengwai was originally an almighty Pokemon. With the addition of Mind Gems, the strength is comparable to that of level universe. When the hands with 3 fingers are lifted, the powerful psychokinesis bursts out directly. The invisible psychokinesis is like shockwave. Radiation spread in all directions. The entire temple was completely lifted, and even the acid rain clouds in the sky were also swept away in a large vacuum. What a strong psychokinesis! Ebony Maw used psychokinesis to form a defensive shield in front of him, but he still couldn't resist and didn't hit far away. Even the spaceship they docked in the distance was also lifted off. Black Dwarf is a strength warrior. His resistance to psychokinesis was extremely low. He was lifted away and hit a thick black rock mountain before he stopped. The axe in his hand did not know where he was flying. Roar. Black Dwarf got up from the gravel, shook his head, and let out an angry roar on the other side. Due to the Pim particle, King Kong, who is the same size as Black Dwarf, slapped his chest unwillingly and landed on all fours. Rushing towards Black Dwarf's eyes flushed, and he charged towards King Kong. The two are similar in size and extremely fast. Every time they step on the ground, they will step on the ground into a large hole and then cross a distance of tens of meters. However, within a few seconds, the distance between King Kong and Black Dwarf is close to 100 meters. The two sides seem to have a tacit understanding and jumped up at the same time. Rumble tilde. King Kong and Black Dwarf's fists collided together, and suddenly a wave of violent air was set off. In terms of combat experience, Black Dwarf, who has followed Thanos all the year round, is undoubtedly stronger, but King Kong's physique and strength are higher than Black Dwarf. At the moment of fisting, Black Dwarf's hand bones click and break sound. The figure fell from the air. King Kong, blessed his gravity field, quickly caught up and beat Black Dwarf in the chest with his small fists. Boom tilde. The fist hit Black Dwarf's body, making a loud thunderous noise. Black Dwarf's body is extremely dense and has an indestructible skin. At the moment, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of old blood and rushed into the ground below out of a deep pit. The other party, it's the power of mind gem, damn it. If I get this power, Revan, if it is Thanos, I can defeat it. After Ebony Maw discovered the mind gem with super dream-wise eyebrows, he couldn't help but have the greedy thought of snatching in his heart. Although he was respectful to Thanos on the surface, he actually had great ambitions. Only his strength was limited and he had to succumb to Thanos. Ko-Meng-Y could sense Ebony Maw's greed, but he dismissed it. Raising his hand, a 2-meter diameter shadow ball was thrown at Ebony Maw. As one of the 5 obsidian generals, Ebony Maw is still somewhat originally, raising his right hand to make a knife-like hand with 5 fingers together. The injured psychokinesis blade directly cut the oncoming shadow ball into 2 halves. It can be seen that its manipulation of psychokinesis has reached a superb level. The divided shadow ball flew down from both sides of Ebony Maw and hit the distance. In the region, there were 2 huge explosions. Give me the mind gem, Ebony Maw flexed his claws, and the terrifying psychokinesis was activated. He planned to take the mind gem at the center of Ko-Meng-Y's eyebrows directly into his hands. But in the next second, Ebony Maw was stunned, because he found that he had lost control of psychokinesis. As soon as his psychokinesis approached Ko-Meng-Y, it was disintegrated by the invisible position, and it was impossible to seize mind gem in the air. How so? Not waiting for Ebony Maw to figure out the situation, the next second Ko-Meng-Y flew directly to Ebony Maw. The ability of Super Dream Y is mainly reflected in the mind and psychokinesis. In addition, it also has the ability of the control element, plus some special super ability and powerful melee ability. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a combination of magic and martial arts. On the other hand, Ebony Maw, the most powerful is language control and psychokinesis. But these 2 points are restrained by Ko-Meng-Y, and the results can be imagined. Psychokinesis couldn't work. Ebony Maw's strength almost dropped by half. He flew back but was quickly overtaken by Ko-Meng-Y. Ko-Meng-Y's million tons of heavy kicked directly on Ebony Maw's waist. With a loud bang, Ebony Maw was vomiting blood in midair, and when he landed, he was dying. Ebony Maw was beaten by Ko-Meng-Y in a fancy sling. Only half of his life was left, lying weakly on the cold and wet ground, unable to even float with psychokinesis. Looking extremely miserable, Moqing hugged Ghidorah, walked to Ebony Maw's body, looked at Ebony Maw, who was only half-life left, and asked, "How did you find this place?" "I am the heir of Thanos, dare you?" Smack. Ebony Maw pulled out Thanos' tiger skin, hoping to shock Moqing, but before he finished speaking, Moqing's chi-gathering palm swelled his left face. "Just listen to Moqing indifferently, answer my question. Thanos is the master of the universe. You will pay for your arrogance, Papa. After slapped Ebony Maw's slap on the face of the real energy arm, Moqing said coldly, if you say anything that doesn't matter, I'll just kill you, feeling Moqing's murderous aura. Ebony Maw immediately calmed down and began to explain how they hooked up with the conductor Ronan, and then looked for the passage of Morag Star. At the same time, Black Dwarf's battle with King Kong is coming to an end. Black Dwarf's strength is not worse than the normal Hulk, but King Kong's strength is not blown out. Although due to the Pym particle, the size of King Kong has shrunk a lot, but the power has not decreased, and a few abilities have completely suppressed Black Dwarf. Boom boom, King Kong pressed Black Dwarf under him, and his fist like a hammer kept beating Black Dwarf's head. With every punch, Black Dwarf's head sank toward the ground, cracking many cracks after a round of beating. King Kong saw that Black Dwarf was so patient. He grabbed Black Dwarf's head with both hands and twisted it hard to the left. With a crisp click, Black Dwarf's face was turned behind him, and his heel could be seen, Gyurulu. Black Dwarf vomited bleeding blisters in his mouth, and his body fell weakly, gradually losing the breath of life. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing Black Dwarf and rewarding 990. 0 psychic points. King Kong rubbed Black Dwarf with his fingers. After seeing that he had no response, he grabbed Black Dwarf's calf and walked towards Moqing with great power. As if showing off his victory, Moqing threw a whole bunch of bananas to King Kong as a reward. When Ebony Maw saw the dead Black Dwarf, he was frightened and only shrank to the side on the planet orbit of Morag. The battleship Diablo has been observing the movements of Ebony Maw and others. Ronanth, leader of the Carry Empire Accusation Regiment, stood in the command room and looked at the picture transmitted back on the light screen. When he saw Moqing, his expression changed and he immediately shouted, "Start a bombing from heaven." A blue-skinned soldier of Christina hesitation said, "But where is Lord Ebony Maw?" Before the soldier had finished speaking, Ronan waved his head with a hammer, then looked at the soldiers around and asked in a cold voice, "Who else has any comments?" Wherever the people around dared to object, Ronan's order was executed immediately. The reason why Ronan was so urgent, even risking offending Thanos to launch an attack, was actually because he recognized Moqing. After all, this is the second time he has seen Moqing. The first time was decades ago, when he was not the leader of Carry, because he received the order of the Supreme Wisdom to go to the Earth to destroy the remnants of the Skuru. As a result, the most elite space fleet of the Carry Empire had just reached the planetary orbit of the Earth and was intercepted by Moqing and Captain Marvel. In a great battle, only a few Kelly people escaped by chance, and Ronan was one of them. It was precisely because of that battle that Ronan began to doubt Carry's team concept, began to pursue personal strength, constantly strengthening himself, and later killed Carry's Supreme Wisdom, overthrew Carry's House of Representatives, and became the Carry Empire ruler. But Moqing was still like a nightmare, leaving Ronan on his back panicking all day long. Unable to sleep well, Ronan had had enough of these days, and the only thing that could solve this problem was to completely solve Moqing. Now that the enemy Meech is extremely jealous, so Ronan did not hesitation to sacrifice Ebony Maw. In his opinion, as long as he can kill Moqing, everything is worth it. As for Thanos, just find any reason to prevaricate. Just as the celestial weapon of the Dark Star battleship was charged, Moqing sensed the energy fluctuations and looked up at the high sky surrounded by dark clouds. "Little blue man, the way to call roar is still the same." Moqing chuckled, recalling a period of time. Swish swish. As for the Dark Star, after launching the celestial weapon, the super engine has already been activated and left the planetary orbit of Morag. Almost all the creatures that originally lived on the Morag star died out. On the dark asterisk, the muzzles of huge amounts of guns emitted hot white light, sending out a round of volleys. When Moqing solved Ebony Maw, those celestial weapons had already been bombarded. Rumble. Ronan feared not to kill Moqing, He left no room for his shots, using all the weapons of the Dark Star, and its combined power was enough to explode the Morag Star. A series of earth-shattering explosions sounded, and the strong light drowned the figures of Moqing and Godzilla. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Seeing those beams of light that were flying down at high speed, Moqing took the King Kong back to the psychic space without a hassle. My lord, please save me. As long as you save me, I will listen to you in the future. Ebony Maw's complexion changed drastically, and he greeted Ronan and his family in his heart. Knowing the current situation, he couldn't cope with it, so he immediately asked Moqing for help. A destructive beam of light lays down, breaking through the atmosphere. And then a ray of light was seen in the thick-colored cloud group. And then the cloud group burst, and the destructive energy beam bombarded down in the direction where Moqing was. This kind of weapon is extremely powerful, and once a secret weapon is fired, a first-tier city can be destroyed, and it will also have a strong impact on the continental plate. You follow me, people will think I'm a monkey joke. Moqing spit out, raising his hand with an atomic breath and blasting it on Ebony Maw's body. Under the bombardment of the energy of the atomic breath, Ebony Maw's remnant was completely cracked and turned into blood and broken flesh. And then it was hot. The energy is gasified and the bones are gone. The continental plates of Morag's star broke apart. The lava in the Earth's core spewed out under high pressure, and the star core received a strong impact and fission occurred. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Ebony Maw and rewarding 20 million psychic points. A few minutes later, the gloomy sky of Morag's star was swarming with stout lightnings. The earth was covered with hot lava and became hot, and the scene before him was like the apocalypse of the end. Suffocating in the boundless universe, Moqing sits on the back of Godzilla and goes head-to-head with the purple-rayed Godzilla Red Lotus. Swiftly walking through the silent galaxy, the planets with life in the universe only occupy a very small part, and most planets are not suitable for living things. At the moment, the cosmic spirit ball has been unlocked by Moqing, and the power gem in it has been embedded in Godzilla Honglian's body. Power gems have extremely powerful power, and not everyone can bear it. As long as ordinary people hold the power gem, they will soon be exploded by its powerful energy and turn into fly ash. For example, Renan, his strength is roughly at disaster level, but he can't bear the power gem with his body. He can only use the power of the power gem by setting it on a warhammer. Even the Star Lord with God bloodline, together with other Guardians of Galaxy members, can reduce the power of the power gem, but it cannot be used for a long time. Otherwise, there is still a risk of body explosion. Only the strong of level Godfather level universe can freely use the power of the power gem. Godzilla's strength has not yet reached the level universe, but its special physique can make up for its lack of strength. After inlaid with power gems, it will logically break through to the level universe, and its strength has greatly increased. Perhaps due to the influence of the power gem, Godzilla's skin was tinged with a faint purple light. For an ordinary planet, Godzilla could explode with a breath of atom, making it a mess. Godzilla originally has the ability to survive in the universe. It only needs to absorb all kinds of cosmic radiation to maintain the body's needs. But where its weight ice ordinary Godzilla cannot fly. Only some Godzillas who have evolved to a special state have flight ability. So unless the Earth explodes, Fat Brother will not be able to run out of the Earth to wander. With the power gems, Godzilla Guren can spray energy through the dorsal fin. Acting as a thrusterand can reach a speed of up to 50 Mach. Although it is much slower than Ghidorah at full speed of Mach 400. It is a novel experience for Godzilla. At least it has never been so fast. Not to mention the fancy flight in space. The Rampage Godzilla. At the moment, Moqing already has 5 infinite gems. Only the last Soul Gempless and Infinity Gauntlet can destroy the vastness in the universe with one snap part of life. However, if you want to get the Soul Gem, You must sacrifice your most precious person in exchange for the soul. Moqing did not sacrifice his beloved to exchange soul gem. Maybe someone else can exchange for soul gem. And then kill it halfway at the current speed. It will take about 3 hours to reach the void. The road is long and long. I will search up and down, seeing the various scenes in the universe. Moqing yawned boredly and took a nap while lying on Godzilla's back. This time I went to the void land, intending to find someone to find out the specific location of Yaji. In Guardians of Galaxy 2, the location of Yaji's body is mentioned, but Moqing does not know the specific situation. So before Thaith needs a guide. The body of the void land is the head of an ancient god, which was later discovered by the Diffin group and gradually mined. The ancient gods are extremely powerful, and even if they die, they have high value, whether it is bone-brain tissues or bone marrows. They all possess magical energy and are extremely useful. Under the management of the Diffin group, the land of nothingness has become a trivial zone in the universe, and it is also a famous place of chaos. A mixture of fish and dragons here has established the most famous black market in the universe, and is a favorite place for smugglers and space pirates. As long as you have enough money, you can almost buy most of the objects in the universe, including living things. Moqing could have allowed Ghidorah to directly use the power of space to transmit it, but he was not in a hurry to Moqing. A little earlier and a little later did not make much difference. There was no need to rush. Just as Moqing was about to take a nap, a long-lost system task reminder sounded in his mind. System mission: rescue Thornton. Description: the crocodile god Thornton is the third-generation super beast warrior. Its combat effectiveness is powerful. Its prototype is a huge amounts of crocodile. Its combat effectiveness may eventually be higher than that of the new Xing war god. A long time ago, Thornton was defeated and surrendered by Angel, who descended on the earth. Angel and death god Carl reached an agreement. Thornton became a victim and was sealed with pyramids. The mission requires that Thornton be rescued from pyramids, and the time limit is 1 month. Completion reward: 50,000 psychic points. Allegiance of the crocodile god Thornton. No punishment for failuritos. The host receive it. Looking at the latest system task, Moqing can be sure that this task is the plot of Super Seminary. Super Seminary can be regarded as a relatively hot national comic. The main plot revolves around the Earthglitnidman, Angel and other forces among them. There are many characters that Moqing likes, and Thornton is one of the stupid crocodile. After thinking about it for a moment, Moqing postponed the trip to the Void Land and accepted the task. With a thought, Moqing opened the space channel linking the psychic space, brought Godzilla and Ghidorah into it, and then entered together within the psychic space. A spatial vortex linking the new world has been formed, and Moqing jumped into it in a light car. In a blink of an eye, I came to a bustling modern city. The place where Moqing appeared was at the top of a tall building. Looking around, a wormhole in the sky with huge amounts of space was extremely conspicuous. Wow, it really looks like a chrysanthemum. It looks like this is Juxia City. Moqing hasn't finished watching Super Seminary, but some of the plots at the beginning are still known. The wormhole in the sky was created by Death God Carl with a big clock to transmit Morgana's demon army. Judging from the current situation, Morgana's demon army has not been teleported over. Otherwise, the city could not be so peaceful. In other words, the plot of Super Seminary has not officially started yet. That's good. There is a part of the buffer time. You can better understand the worldom. First, go to Egypt to rescue the crocodile. With a thought, Moqing used his spiritual power to read the memories of some ordinary citizens. After confirming the general geographic location of the world, he used the power of space to directly transmit it to the Nile River basin in Egypt. The yellow sand is full, and as a person can't be seen for dozens of miles. Moqing only knows that Thornton is sealed under the pyramids, but he doesn't know which pyramids it is. Fortunately, there are not many pyramids in Egypt. With super spiritual power and space power, Moqing quickly found the Seal of Thornton. Egypt is an ancient civilization with many mysterious legends. The world of Super Theological Seminary is similar to the Earth, where Moqing was originally located. And its historical development is similar. Even the geographical location is the same. The difference is that there are alien civilizations such as angel and demons, which have a strong influence on the Earth. Although Moqing is not from this world, he is still very upset with those invaders who offend Daxia. Judging from the information he got, it was still 1 month away from the official plot of Super Theological Seminary. At that time of the war between demons, gluttons and humans will be fully unfolded. Moqing is naturally standing on the standpoint of humans, even though he is also an alien to this world. It should be here. Moqing came to an uninhabited desert. Except for the yellow sand, there was nothing in front of him. When Moqing raised his hand, a sharp sword burst through the air with a choking. There was a sound of glass cracking in the empty void. And then a huge amounts of pyramids caught Moqing's eyes. There is a special energy position outside the pyramids. If there is no special means, it is difficult for ordinary people to find this place. Even if ordinary people are close, they will be disturbed by the energy position and deviate from the pyramids. Moqing stepped on the yellow sand and walked into the pyramids without any haste. From the appearance of this pyramids, there is nothing special. The interior looks a bit dilapidated, and many places have been weathered. Moqing came to the central temple, and a huge amounts of stone statue was erected in it, which was particularly conspicuous. Moqing observed for a while and felt a unique energy fluctuation in the stone statue, and immediately took out the time gem from the psychic space and cast the time spell. Moqing's right hand showed a green time spell formation. Swiping to the left, and the sealing power of the crocodile god Thornton began to flow back. After reaching the limit, it was completely eliminated by the power of time. The petrified Thornton also recovered, and the whole temple began to shake, and a violent wild aura permeated at the moment. The crocodile god Thornton, his memory still remains in the time period just after he was sealed off after fighting with Angel. The moment the stone seal was lifted, a humanoid creature with the head of a crocodile appeared in midair. Upon awakening, Thornton's original kick like a cannonball smashed the top of the pyramids, then turned into a golden light and flew into the distance. Seeing Thornton running away directly, Moqing was slightly astonished and then flew after him. Juxia City. At the moment in the morning and afternoons, people came and went on the streets. Although there was a huge amount of space wormhole in the sky, that thing had appeared for nearly half a year. The citizens of Juxia City have become accustomed to it and still live a life of drunkenness. Boom tilde on the street. The newly resurrected crocodile god Thornton descended from the sky and smashed the ground into a big hole. No way, I'm so hungry, I have to eat something. Thornton's mind was still dazed, and he looked around in a daze. The huge movement made by Thornton attracted the attention of the surrounding pedestrians. What is this? Looks like a crocodile. Will it be a biological weapon researched by the state? What a big crocodile, it can't eat people, right? Pedestrians around were quite inspiring to watch the excitement in the sky, and did not immediately run away. Instead, they whispered in the surroundings. Only a few people took out the phone to call the police. Thornton sniffed his nose and looked at the people around him. He smiled and said, "Hey, sizzle a lot of meat. It seems that God treats me not thinly. And I have food delivered so soon, then I'm welcome." Thornton was about to get up and quickly do the work, but because he had just resurrected, and he flew far away in one breath, he had no strength for a while, and his legs were soft and he was on the ground again. "Hey, take a break, I'm exhausted." Thornton sat on the ground, carelessly breathing heavily, waiting for his strength to recover. A young man heard Thornton's words and was surprised. The crocodile has spoken. Is it a genetic mutation? Call the police quickly and let the professionals handle it. Let's leave here if this crocodile goes crazy. We will be miserable, yes, step back. Ran, let me take a picture first. Although the surrounding pedestrians like to watch the excitement, Thornton looks fierce and is not good at first sight. Some people who are acquainted have already begun to stay away, while some are bold and want to show off in the circle of friends. At this time, a police car drove up quickly, and a young policewoman got off the car. She has an exquisite appearance, fair complexion and beautiful appearance. She is a standard beauty coupled with the police uniform. She is full of integrity and heroism. It is easy to think of a sentence, women don't let the eyebrows and eyebrows. After seeing Thornton, Killen was shocked in her heart, but did not forget her duty. Raised her pistol and aimed Thornton's head. Don't move. You have been arrested, huh? You little lady looks pretty, she must be delicious. Thornton is not very clear about modern vocabulary, and his consciousness is still in the ancient Egyptian era. With a gunshot, the bullet hit Thornton's wide forehead, splashing a little spark, and the bullet was directly bounced off Thornton's skin. Master, I finally waited for you, in Thornton's view. Humans are no different from other animals. They are all food, and humans are relatively clean and delicious, that's it. Shut up to me at the beginning. Thornton was rampant on the earths, eating all over the countries, and then ran to the Nile in Egypt for vacation. So handsome, I want to give you a monkey while talking. Thornton opened his crocodile mouth, licked the long mouthful of fangs with his tongue, and strode forward preparing to take Killen as a ration. Thornton touched his forehead that seemed to have been bitten by a mosquito, stood up like an okay person, grabbed the flying bullet and looked at it. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running, bang tilde. What the hell, little girl, come to my uncle's mouth soon. Killen does not have the awakening God River gene now, and her physical fitness is no different from ordinary people. Where is Thornton's opponent Evan if Thornton is weak? Where is the physical fitness of the 3 generations of beasts? She caught Chi within 2 clicks, Lin. In order to obtain Thornton's protection, some humans use their kind as sacrifices and sacrifice them to Thornton for food. That person can actually fly. The gods descended to the earth. Killen fell from Thornton's hand, and the people around followed the sound. When they saw Moqing flying in the air, many people were shocked. Roar, great God, can you take me? I have a high level of ability, so I must be a good seedling for cultivation. Seeing that Thornton was about to speak, Moqing flew down and psychokinesis turned into a rope, confining Thornton's big mouth and limbs. Not long after graduating from the police academy, Chi-Lin inevitably felt nervous in her heart and shook her hands when facing such a fierce monster like Thornton. Thornton was bound by ropes transformed by psychokinesis. He couldn't say anything and he squirmed on the ground. The people around were surprised by the sudden glance and talked a lot. Moqing wore a white shirt, his long hair was waist-length, casually draped, and his handsome and determined face looked like an ancient noble boy, falling down the street calmly and freely. Some girls who are more nymphomaniacs suddenly stare at Venus and feel that they are in love. In this age of looking at faces, Moqing is much more tangible than those so-called celebrities, and unknowingly attracted many fans, even Chi-Lin, who has always been very nervous, couldn't help but look at Moqing a few more times. The crocodile god Thornton struggled for a while, but because he had just resurrected and his physical strength had not recovered, he couldn't shake Moqing's psychokinesis rope at all. I can only lie on the ground feebly, watching the pedestrians around me keeping saliva. Moqing didn't care about the words of the pedestrians around him. When he came to Thornton's magic, he snapped his fingers and released the imprisonment on Thornton's mouth. Thornton yelled with a grin, "You're going to let me go? I'm starving to death, I want to eat." Moqing smiled and said, "No problem. But the premise is that you have to take orders from me in the future. Boy, you look pretty, don't think about being too beautiful. Do you know who I am? I'm the crocodile god Thornton. It's impossible for me to listen to you. Thornton heard this and shook his head quickly, saying that he would not do it as a dignified god. How could Thornton easily surrender to others? Now I will give you two choices. Moqing raised a finger first. You will follow me in the future, all inclusive of board and lodging. Second, the service will be served. Which one do you choose? Rums. Thornton groaned and seemed to think about it for a while. Then opened his mouth openly and honestly, I'm hit. Okay then. Moqing squeezed his fist and strode forward. When Thornton saw Thish said quickly, wait. I have to wait until I'm full. You bully me because I didn't eat. And I didn't have the strength, I didn't accept it. Okay, let you eat first. Moqing spoke quickly and directly shot Thornton in the air, and flew into an open mountain forest near Juxia City. Seeing Moqing and Thornton flying away, many people took out their phones to take pictures. Who are these people? Killen straightened her police cap and began to protect the scene and evacuate the crowd. Before long, some reporters who heard the news came and began interviewing the masses. There have been more and more strange incidents recently. Today on the construction road in Juxia City, there appeared a huge amounts of humanoid crocodile and a human who can fly. I don't know if this means that our world is undergoing huge amounts of changes. Next, I will invite Professor Jia from Bingfener University to analyze the truth behind these changes. This from the perspective of biological science. This crocodilate may have some kind of genetic mutation. As for the flying human, many people think that it is a fairy or an alien. This is wrong. He should be wearing some kind of high-tech device. But it is relatively secretive. And the use caused this effect. And it is very likely that this person, using a crocodile to do some kind of experiment. This is extremely immoral behavior. I am here to say it condemned, in addition. Roar urges everyone to believe in science and politics to build a beautiful home together. Crack Tilda in a luxuriously decorated room. A plump and enchanting woman dressed in a black cheongsam and a long beige trench coat turned off the TV, lifted her black hair from her shoulders, and moved her long black silk legs to the window. The elegant face carries an inherent noble temperament. This person is Morgana, or it is more appropriate to call her Liangbing. Liangbing was originally the big angel of angel civilization, and has an older sister named Holy Keisha, however. Since the establishment of the Super Theological Seminary in angel civilization, due to the different theories that the two insisted on, the two have been sisters for hundreds of years but fought for tens of thousands of years. Liang Bing believes in the existence of ultimate fear and pursues the freedom of degeneration. Sundir has a playful but straightforward character. It has been a while since she came to the Earth, and she is now investigating, to be precise. She first understands the civilization of the Earth, and by the way experienced the life of the people on the Earth. Although the Earth is very backward in technology from Morgana's point of view, it also has some unique features. After seeing the news just now, I suddenly became interested in Thornton and Moqing. Put one hand on the temples, and connected with the demon battleships, ready to investigate Moqing and Thornton to see if they can be used for their own purposes. At the same time on the Juxia, a video about Thornton and Moqing is also playing. An unknown character descended from the sky and captured a crocodile-like creature. According to witnesses, the whole process was like a fantasy blockbuster. The incident is under investigation. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Please see the live report below. Admiral Duco and a group of officers in military uniforms gathered in the command room and fixed the picture of Moqing and Thornton, looking in his early 40s with a fortified face. Duca Olang said a few days ago, the Deno 3 satellite detected a flash signal near Pluto in the solar system. According to microwave analysis, it is suspected to be the terminal of the Great Worm Bridge. Is turned on and far away in the Shen giant galaxy. The Emperor Riane of the Liang star also sent a message. She is preparing to activate the super genetic program of the part of the Earth, and hints that the Earth may be invaded by interstellar. With a click, the door of the command room hit and the tall, cold-faced Kayangwei walked in and made a military salute in front of Dukao. Report Kayangwei is coming back to life. Please give instructions from the chief. Dukao replied, the sun's light you know. I've heard of it, Liang Star, Kayangwei nodded. The Juxia was jointly established by Denuo civilization and Daxia, and its technology far exceeds the level of the Earth. By all accounts, Dukao is also an alien. Since the destruction of the Denuo galaxy thousands of years ago, the remaining Germans have brought their technology to the Earth and gradually integrated into it. The source of all this goes back to the Shen era long ago. In the Shen galaxy at that time, there appeared a great inventor, Dinghe, who studied super god genes and created the greatest time god at present. Dinghe and the god of time brought the scientific concept of super god gene to all other civilizations in the universe and established Super Theological Academy. The prerequisite for super god genetic engineering is that the civilization has undergone nuclear baptism and has preliminary evolutionary and technological knowledge. The two most important technological concepts are miniature wormhole delivery technology and dark energy matter decryption technology. Therefore, the Super Theological Seminary has been established in the major known high-tech civilizations, such as the Denuo Galaxy civilization and the Shen civilization. But no matter how civilization develops, the closer it gets to the top, the more it will encounter technological bottlenecks, which is the void world. A world that all existing scientific and technological theories cannot explain and understand, can even subvert all modern and future sciences. But after civilization came into contact with the void world, it began to face the ultimate fear. In order to deal with the ultimate fear, Super Theological Academy united the three interstellar empires at that time, Liang Stardexing and Nuoxing, and planned to create three gods of war to face the ultimate fear. Among them, the Sun Star added more destructive power when creating the super god gene, and the ability that dominates the sun, creating huge amounts of solar flare solar wind. Accelerating solar fusion, the sun god was born. As a result, the Liang clan obtained the only ability that could destroy a galaxy, lighting up the dark light, the sun's light. Nuoxing created the ultimate weapon, dark cutting, in the research of super god gene. The maximum power of this axe can split Liang Star in half. As a result, I have the axe that slashes the thorns, the hand of Nuoxing. While Dexing encountered a technical bottleneck when studying the supernatural gene, that is facing the ultimate fear. Their design concept is to create a sword that can tear the ultimate fear, and a super warrior that can control this sword, and create a sword that pierces fear, the power of the galaxy. In order to complete these three huge and vast god-making projects, the Super Seminary and the three empires almost exhausted all the resources of the planet, which took tens of thousands of years. Behind the great ideals of the Super Seminary, the three empires formed an unprecedented arms race. However, as Dexing was about to break through the technical bottleneck, Nuoxing felt the threat from Dexing. So an interstellar war broke out. The war was extremely fierce, and the sun god destroyed the sun in the Denuo galaxy, and Nuoxing's hand retaliatedly split Liang Star in half. In order to protect the Liang Star, the sun god adjusted the sunlight and energy, so that half of the Liang Star survived. At the end of the wars, the three major empires suffered heavy casualties. Dukao, the supreme commander of Nuoxing, witnessed the strength of the ultimate fear and the disaster that the war brought to the planet. So, with the genes of the super warriors and ordinary warriors of the Denuo galaxy, they wandered the universe until 1,000 years ago. Dukao came to the Earth and met Rise, then set up a super seminary on the Earth. Dukao took on the important task of super seminary, endowing young Rise with incredible power, and spreading super genes all over the world. These genes can eventually grow into a new generation of super fighters who resist the ultimate fear and even various foreign threats. Just these things. Kayangwei is not very clear about the super god plan, but only knows part of the situation. It's just that most people are ignorant and ignorant. Dukao said indifferently and solemnly, you don't need to worry about their business. Do your own business. Dukao looked at Rose and said, yesterday. The sun's light detected a cosmic civilization invading the galaxy. And the intruder was called Gluttonous. And the sun's light was about to activate the super genes on the Earth in case of accidents. The super god plan has been forged for thousands of years and sacrificed too much. Now it is about to usher in a critical moment. There is no room for any mistakes. Otherwise, the previous efforts and sacrifices will be abandoned. For example, the actions of people like Ji Xiao and Liu Chuang, Rui Mengmengs, and Xin Zhao are all under the surveillance of Super Theological Seminary. And Kaiwei occasionally sees it. Kaiwei has been unaware of her deep-minded father. And she is at a rebellious age. And she can't help but want to smash Dukao. But the Earth was too backward at that time. And Dukao and Rise had been waiting and wandering. Dukao hadn't talked to Kaiwei about these things. So Kaiwei knew nothing about it. It wasn't until the time God's big clock was snatched by Carl, and the Earth entered the pre-nuclear era that Dukao began to restart the super god plan. While talking, I saw the image of Su Moqing grabbing Thornton and flying up. You made these two too. Kaiwei looked at the big screen beside Ji Xiaolun, who was watching a small movie, and Liu Chuang, who was collecting protection fees. Her brows were slightly frowned, and she dismissed them, just these crooked melons and cracked dates. What's the use of taking care of them? Most of these people with super genes are secretly monitored by Super Theological Seminary. To put it bluntly, they are a group of experimental products. But it was the first time that Su Moqing and Thornton and Qiang Wei met. And they couldn't help but pay more attention. Having said this, Dukao paused, and then continued, once these super genes are activated, they will have power far beyond ordinary people. And you need to take care of them. Whether it is useful or not, this is a time to change history. And their future achievements are limitless. Duca said righteously with a very serious tone. It is on the edge of a deep mountain and river beach, dozens of miles away from Juxia City. A black bear was cut open, skinned and boneless, and opened on the fires. Su Moqing painted some seasonings from time to time to get rid of the fishy smell. Thornton was sitting on the ground, the crocodile with nowhere to put its tail swinging around, and looking at the black bear being skinned and bone-struck. He felt so greedy, so cruel, sizzled Tilda. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Thornton muttered, "Is it all right? I'm going to starve to death. I can't eat tofu in a hurry because of your physique. You can't die after 1,000 years of starvation." Su Moqing slowly sprinkled cumin and sea pepper foam, and then turned for half a minute, then coated with the original ecological honey. The bear meat was roasted until golden. The fat dripped on the flame from time to time, making a chich-I sound. The fragrance spread far away, but no wild animals dared to approach it. Seeing that the fire was almost over, Su Moqing put away the flame, waved out the knife and wind blades, cut the roasted bear meat into slap file size, and placed it on the laid banana leaves. Eat it. Su Moqing said, picked up a plump bear's paw and ate it. Thornton Chuckledron overrubbed his hands, and then began to gobble up. Su Moqing only ate one bear paw, and all the remaining bear meat went into Thornton's stomach, and even some bones that had not been removed were chewed up by him. After picking his teeth with his paws, Thornton jumped several meters, high-jumped to the side, and summoned his weapon. Su Moqing shouted, "Come on. Let me see how good you are as a meat bun. Surely better than you, Mew Dun, the tree world is born." Su Moqing rose freely and looked at Thornton with a crescent-shaped knife. It didn't make a mark. It just stepped on the chakra integrated of water and soil. In an instant, many trees quickly grew on the ground, and the trees seemed to be uprooted. In an instant, a forest was created on the river beach. Thornton's skill is very agile, jumping among the bulging trees. The big blade in his hand is very powerful, and he can easily cut the big tree that the two of them embrace. But these trees were all spurred by Su Moqing genless, cutting off a batch of steam and growing more. Thornton knew that if this continued, he would definitely be rubbed against the ground. And he was cruel and threw the big knife in his hand at Moqing. However, when the knife was in the air, the roots of the trees that broke out of the ground flew up. And they couldn't touch Moqing at all, Dun. Flower and tree world descend. Moqing left a single Chinese letter mark on her left hand. And her own chakra prompted the trees sleeping in the ground to grow and grow rapidly. The big branches rising from the ground dry and cut the mountains. Through the rocks and enveloping the entire ground. What the hell? Thornton faced the beating of countless trees. Vines and wooden poles and jumped, preparing to fly to high altitude to escape. However, the growth rate of the trees was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were actually higher than Thornton. And then they saw the trees reversed and hit Thornton fiercely, knocking it off the dust. Moqing manipulated a thick-armed vine, entangled Thornton's feet, dumped it and said, "Have you taken it?" "I have taken it, you are amazing." Thornton hurriedly begged for mercy, completely ignorant of what morality was. Moqing didn't care about the big trees that sprung up around the sky. Just as it was to green the earth for free, smack tilde. Moqing snapped his fingers, the vines loosened. And Thornton fell down and then sat cross-legged on his own. As steady as an old dog, He only heard Thornton coughing twice. And then said in a deep voice, "I have a dream. If you can help me realize it, I will listen to you in the future." Moqing sat in front of the crossbar in front of Thornton and said calmly, "Tell me, I want to rule the world." Thornton touched his long mouth, then opened his hands, as if embracing the whole world. Moqing smiled and said, "Can you be more specific?" Thornton groaned, and then said honestly, "I want the Nile River Basin, and the Danube River, the Rhine River, the Yangtze River, the Yellow River. That's all, no more." Thornton is more honest and honest. He doesn't have as many intestines as humans, so he can say whatever he thinks of. Sometimes there is no cover, but Moqing, who is used to deceit, actually thinks this crocodile looks cute. As long as you are good, there is nothing wrong with giving you the Pacific Ocean. Moqing chuckled lightly and spoke a Sichuan dialect. Thornton heard the words and nodded his crocodile head. "Yes. You will be my boss from now on. You call me east, I never go west. You call me steal a dog. I will never catch a chicken, but I will cover it with food. Son, can we discuss it?" Finally, Thornton stood up, wagging his tail, scratching his head, looking at Thornton, who was pleasing to the eye. Moqing said, "Why? Do you think this treatment is too good? Or do you want to support yourself?" Thornton rubbed his hands and said with a smirk, "No. It's because I haven't eaten enough yetter. Boss, you can roast me 10 tigers, 8 of them are fine." "What a foodie!" Moqing shot a pim light on Thornton, turning his body into an ant file size. "Oh, let me go. How come I have become a junkie boss? Quickly put away your magical powers, I don't eat meat." After Thornton became smaller, he suddenly yelled violently. Moqing said, "Don't you want to eat meat? I will let you eat enough." While talking, Moqing took out a piece of barbecue from the psychic space and placed it in front of Thornton. Only a slap-sized barbecue, in the eyes of the smaller Thornton, is like a mountain of meat. Thornton considered it for a second, decided to eat first before talking, and then plunged into the barbecue. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of saving Thornton. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Status: Complete Body Psychic, Thornton. Category: Crocodile God Potential, the Universe. In the outside world, the Super Seminary, the Demon Legion and the Gourmet Legion are all looking for the positions of Moqing and Thornton. Moqing did not extract Thornton's ability during the occupation, nor did he understand to return to the Marvel world. Ability: 3 generations of beasts flying darts. Dark energy control flights. Cuteness: other ability is not activated, reward 50. 0 psychic points and obtain Thornton. The Psychic Beast Crocodile God. Current level post-disaster. After seeing Thornton's attributes, Moqing discovered that Thornton still has a lot of potential, but it has not been developed. After responding to energy fluctuations, the people from the Super Theological Academy and the Demon Legion were the first to discover where Moqing and Thornton were in the previous battle. When they found the location, they only saw a large forest and some traces of the battle. After Thornton was full, Moqing changed it back to its original file size, then opened the psychic space, took Thornton and Godzilla and other psychic beasts to make a trick roar, and then let them communicate. Welland was alone. Teleport out of the psychic space. Moqing checked Thornton's property interface. Selling cute. This is also ability, not returning for now. The host has completed the task of rescuing Thornton, and the current world has placed space coordinates. Will the host return immediately? When the system prompt sounded, Moqing and Thornton automatically concluded a psychic contract. Juxia City holding a cup of milk tea in her hand. Moqing sat on a bench in a prosperous section, sending waves of hit-up girls. I just want to be a beautiful man quietly. Why is it so difficult? After rejecting the 12th little sister, in order to be quiet, Moqing reduced her size, leaped to a roof and sat down, thinking about how she should behave in this world. He has watched a few of Super Seminary, and he knows the Holy Keisha Demon Queen Morgana, Death God Carland, the super soldiers of the Hero Company. These people all possess decent combat power. Take Divine Kesha as an example. Their strength will not be lower than the level Godfather in the Marvel world. And I like to do justice to the universe at every turn. And it feels like a dictator, definitely. The angel civilization led by Keisha. The three views are still right. But it doesn't suit Moqing's appetite. Devil Queen Morgana pursues chaos and unrestrainedness. Not as strong as Kesha but not much weaker. Death God Carl seeks the true meaning of death most. The most mysterious and the unfathomable strength. In addition, there are some hidden gods in the universe, such as time and space, gods and the ultimate fear they fear. All in all, compared to the Marvel universe, the overall level of the super god world is lower. But it is still dangerous. As a Huxia, Moqing has never forgotten his country. Although the Huxia in this world is different from the Huxia in his original world, they have some sense of identity. Knowing that this world is about to become chaotic, Moqing decided to guard Daxia and fight against all forces that dared to invade Daxia. Moqing thought he was not a good person. In order to become stronger and grab resources, he had killed many innocent people. But for Huaxia, he has always maintained a heart of respect. It doesn't matter to Moqing what other countries are like. But whoever dares to touch Daxia, Moqing will let him know why the flowers are so red. Jizialan is a college student, and he always feels that he is different and has an upright heart. As a 24K pure gold C***K, Jizialan always dreams that one day he can save the earth. And then he is worshipped by the world. Countless beautiful women embrace and embark on the pinnacle of life. On this day after class, Jizialan left the school. When passing an alley near the campus, he found that someone was molesting a beauty. How could this be tolerated? Jizialan's blood was on his head for a while. And Liu saw the uneventful roar, "Scum, let go of that girl." Liu Chuang heard Jizialan's voice and looked back and saw that it was a young man who cursed and said, "Oh, little bonito, you know who Lao Tzu is. If someone gives a nickname to a dog, do you dare to mess with it? I don't care who you are, it's wrong to bully a girl." Jizialan bit the bullet and rushed forward beating. Jizialan usually doesn't have much fighting experience, but he is tall and strong, and Liu Chuang was overthrown by him. He picked up a moving brick and went to Jizialan, bang. Jizialan was hit by a brick and hit the temple, and fell straight to the ground fainting. At this moment, Linaho was far away from Liang Star. Used the light of the sun, the sky was suddenly red. And countless Ran couldn't help but close his eyes, and even caused many car accidents. The light of the sun came fast and went fast, and soon everyone's sights returned. Liu Chuang rubbed his eyes and looked at Ji Xiaolan, who fell to the ground with a startled heart. This guy won't die. After being irradiated by the sun's light, ordinary people don't feel anything. But those who have super warrior genes, especially those who have been severely injured and comatose, such as at the moment's Ji Xiaolan, because they sensed the danger and activated the hidden super warrior gene. Liu Chuang didn't know this, and Ji Xiaolan was completely shaken by him and motionless. But he was terrified. He is just a gangster. He usually collects some protection fees, eats some overlord meals and fights twice in 3 days. They are all commonplace. Entering the police station is the same as going home. But when you play Deadmans, the nature is completely different. Not to mention killing and paying for life. It is very possible to sit in prison next to Liu Chuang. A yellow-haired boy with a nose ring stabbed Ji Xiaolan on the ground with his finger and said worriedly, "Boss, you won't kill him." No, this kid is a tall man, he shouldn't be. Liu Chuang was also panicked at this time, and he leaned down quickly, afraid of hitting Ji Xiaolan on the cheek with his hand. And Ji Xiaolan's consciousness entered a mysterious dark energy space. Welcome to the Shen gene system. The light of the sun has descended on the earth, and its light radiation has activated the invincible body in your body and provides you with emergency protection. Emergency protection. Ji Xiaolan looked dazedly at the dark space around him, still not clear about the situation. You have just experienced a fatal blow, being hit by a hard object in your temple, posing a threat to your life, a vague voice sounded. And Ji Xiaolan looked around in confusion. Where is this? At this moment, Ji Xiaolan's consciousness was covered by a layer of black armor. And Ji Xiaolan asked blankly, "Where am I? What is this on me?" "This I King Kong gourd baby. You are in your dark plane genetic system. It is for you energy-absorbing source of energy. The sun's light of the super seminary." Seeing that his armor was completely worn, Ji Xiaolan hurriedly said, "No head are you talking about? You are the warrior of Shen civilization, the power of the galaxy." "What is the power of the galaxy in the face of 100? Zero y Ji Xiaolan." The so-called super gene system silently deviated, and he responded rigidly, "Activation is complete. Registration is being completed. Body repair is complete. Please continue your battle." After Ji Xiaolan's super soldier gene was activated, he opened his eyes again and stood up a little dazed. "Wake up, wake up." When Liu Chuang saw that Ji Xiaolan was awake, the big rock in his heart finally fell, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Oh, I'm not dead. I'm scared to death. This scares me. Who is the one who caused me trouble?" Liu Chuang looked at the two younger brothers and asked. The little B******** D with a nose ring said in a daze. "I don't know." This guy rushed up and beat him up. "We thought he was your enemy, Brother Chuang." Another little B****** D in a skull dress said, "Brother Chuang, be careful, there may be a problem with this girl's brain." Ji Xiaolan recovered, thinking of the mysterious voice in his mind when he was in a coma, feeling that his whole body was full of power. "Didn't you just dream of becoming a Superman?" Hearing the conversation of Liu Chuang and others, Ji Xiaolan turned around and said with a look of disgust, "Scum. Gangster, you guys let me go the girl. Hey. You kid want the hero to save the beauty, right?" Liu Chuang stepped forward and slapped Ji Xiaolan on the face, cursing, "Listen clearly, I am the eldest brother, not a badass. You can figure it out, brother is not playing a hooligan." That is feelings. He was about to kick Ji Xiaolan again. Ji Xiaolan has been greatly strengthened by activating the super soldier gene. He grabbed Liu Chuang's leg, raised his leg and kicked Liu Chuang 5 meters away. Liu Chuang flew out and knocked his two little brothers to the ground. At this time, Liu Chuang was on the verge of death just now. Ji Xiaolan's awakening super soldier gene couldn't control his sudden increase in power. Seeing Liu Chuang lying motionless on the ground, he was immediately confused. He won't die. Ji Xiaolan was nervous. scratching his ears and cheeks on the spot. Then saw the camera on the corner, and explained in a flustered manner, I am a knight who is righteous, he is bullying the girl I oppose. Because he was dying and absorbing the radiation of the sun. Liu Chuang also turned on the super warrior gene of the god of war in his body. When Ji Ziaolin was at a loss, he wobbled up from the ground. Recalling the mysterious voice in my mind just now, he cursed and said, I don't know anything about bullshit gods of war. Glory love, I'm going to let out this bad breath now. What's the situation in this way? The galactic power of awakening just now met the god of war of the star. Although both of them are ordinary fighting tactics, their strength, speed, and physical strength have been increased to several times that of ordinary people because of their physical strength. There is a lot of strength when you punch down, and the surrounding walls and ground are cracked by the two people. At this moment, Moqing, who had watched enough of the play, changed back to his original figure, teleported to the alley, and grabbed Liu Chuang's hand. Oh, I'm going. What's going on with the big change? Who are you? Seeing Moqing, who suddenly appeared, Liu Chuang was shocked. He wanted to break free from Moqing's hand, but found that the opponent's hand was just like iron tongs. And it was extremely hard with that. Liu Chuang grabbed a wine bottle next to him and rushed towards Ji Ziaolin. What happened just now, however, Liu Chuang's two younger brothers were so frightened that their legs were weak, and they fell to the ground, looking at Moqing with a damn expression. Ji Ziaolin looked at Liu Chuang, who was talking to himself, with question marks all over his face. However, the same awakening super fighter. Liu Chuang is a gangster and often fights. Compared with Ji Ziaolin, a 3-good student, he has a lot of fighting experience and he has a tougher start. After a few rounds, he didn't beat Ji Ziaolin down. Your uncle, where am I? Boom boom booms. Ji Ziaolin also looked at Moqing with a little horror, and was full of questions. Who is this man so fierce? How did he appear on him just now? Which rascal would not be killed by him? Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. A smile appeared at the corner of Moqing's mouth hand then. Like the Hulk throwing low-key, he smashed Liu Chuang back and forth against the ground. After smashing back and forth 7 or 8 times, several large human-shaped pits were smashed into the ground. After Moqing released his hand, Liu Chuang lay face up to the sky. Lying on the concrete floor, dumbstruck, his mind was blank. Liu Chuang turned around, and he was angry when he saw Ji Ziaolin. It's up to you. I didn't talk to you. I will abolish you today. Who am I? Little bunny pretending to be a grandson. Didn't you pull it a while ago? Get up, then. Liu Chuang made another old punch against Ji Ziaolin's forehead. Liu Chuang was so suspicious of life by Moqing. Although Liu Chuang has the super gene of the god of war of Nuzing, it has not yet been fully developed. The physique is much stronger than that of ordinary people, and there is still a big gap between Moqing and Moqing. If it weren't for Moqing's intent to kill just Liu Chuang's current body, Moqing could stab him to death with a single finger. After hitting Liu Chuang on the ground, Moqing lifted his fingertips lightly, and Liu Chuang was photographed in the air by the invisible psychokinesis. At this moment, a police car rang outside the alley, and a police car stopped at the entrance of the alley. 3 policemen stepped off the car. Killen, who had a close relationship with Moqing, was among them. Among the 3, an elderly policeman got out of the car and saw the scene in the alley. He immediately became vigilant, drew his pistol and scolded Moqing. What are you doing? You guys all squat for me. Ji Ziaolin and the other 2 bastards immediately squatted down, and the woman who was molested by Liu Chuang stood bewildered. Liu Chuang felt sore back and couldn't get up for a while. Moqing remained unmoved, looked at Killen and smiled. Meet again. A young male policeman beside Killen frowned slightly and pointed his gun at Moqing. You. Who are you? Put your hands on your head and squat down. Keep down. Why the toy in your hand? Moqing smiled lightly, snapped his fingers, and activated the reality distorting ability, turning the 3 people's pistols into yellow sand and falling from their hands to the ground. What's the situation? Do you want to attack the police? The two police officers looked at Su Moqing in disbelief, and then became nervous, thinking about whether to go up and fight. But they didn't dare to move when they saw the bumpy ground around them. Killen didn't know what to do. This scene was captured by a camera in the corner, and the image was passed to the Juxia command center. Lion Feng Yukin and the others were under Dukao's order, and they have been monitoring people with super genes. The power of the galaxy and the god of war are the key objects of insight. After discovering this abnormal situation, he immediately reported the situation to Dukao. At the moment, Dukao was discussing with Kaiangwei about soliciting Ji Xiaolan and others. After hearing Lion Feng's report, he looked at the picture that was passed on at the same time. Isn't this the one who captured the big crocodile yesterday? How could he be with Ji Xiaolan and the others? Dukao looked at Su Moqing on the screen. His serious face slightly puzzled. Who knows? He seems to have the void transport technology Lao Du. Is there no information about him in the database of the super seminary? Du Kaiangwei asked with interest. No. Dukao shook his head slightly, as if the other party had emerged from the void, which was exactly what he was worried about. Du Kaiangwei heard the words and said in surprise, how is it possible that the database of the Super Theological Academy contains all the information on the Earth? How is it possible that there is noise he an alien? We don't rule out this possibility. We don't know what his purpose is. But the power of the galaxy and the god of war of the stars must not be lost. Speaking of this, Dukao solemnly looked at Qiangwei. Now I need you to talk to him. If possible, recruit him to the Transcendent Seminary. Do you have any confidence? Guaranteed to complete the task. Kaiangwei saluted a military salute. Lion Feng entered the coordinates into Kaiangwei's database. Kaiangwei quickly calculated the distance through the analysis of the micro-wormhole transportation technology, then opened the space wormhole and teleported herself there. In the blink of an eye, Kaiangwei appeared in the alleys, directly took out her credentials, and said to Killen and the others, I belong to the National Security Agency, and I will handle it here. Oh wow, so beautiful. When Ji Xiaolan saw Kaiangwei, his eyes flashed, and his idiotic expression was almost drooling. Kaiangwei is tall and beautiful, dressed in leather clothes, heroic and sassy, and her fiery red hair adds a bit of exoticism, together with the temperament of the iceberg beauty. She is very attractive to most men. Killen and the other two policemen saw Kaiangwei appear in the air with high-level credentials, and for a while some of them couldn't react. However, the current situation is clearly beyond the scope of their ability. After reading Kaiangwei's certificate, he immediately followed his words and drove away. Kaiangwei looked at the two gangsters and the girl who was molested, and said, you also leave. Then he said to Su Moqing, my name is Du Kai, and I belong to the Earth Defense Super Seminary. What is your name? Su Moqing from Daxia. After a faint response, Su Moqing looked at Liu Chuang, who was still lying on the ground, and said coldly, when do you plan to lie down? If you don't want to get up, I can plant you in the ground. Get up right no boss. Younger brother have no eyes to know Mount Tejas, let me go. Liu Chuang calmed down a little, afraid to step aside, but some did not dare to run away, complaining in his heart to go out. I met such a ruthless man without looking at the almanac. Du Kaiangwei did not have a lot of affection for Liu Chuang and Ji Xiaolan. In her opinion, a D***** hooligan. And she didn't know what medicine Lao Du had taken wrong. And she believed that they were leading the Earth. Gathering coldly across Ji Xiaolan and Liu Chuang, Kaiangwei's eyes fell on Su Moqing. But the data analysis system in her body was completely incomprehensible. Ji Xiaolan was silent for a moment, as if he wanted to attract Kaiangwei's attention. He stammered, which? You are a member of the country, I was a hero just now. Then pointed to Liu Chuang, just now he molested the girl. And my brain rushed up high. Okay, I already understand your business. Go home and wait for the news now, don't cause trouble. There will be someone looking for you tomorrow. Du Wei is not good at talking, and is usually an iceberg beauty. She sent Ji Xiaolan and Liu Chuang away in a few words, and then looked at Su Moqing. Are you free to chat? Then talk about it. Su Moqing and Wei walked into a cafe and ordered 2 cappuccinos. After a brief introduction, Wei went straight to the topic. Mr. Su, there is no record of you in the materials of the Super Theological Seminary. You said that you are from Huaxia, then. Do you have any relatives, and where did you live before? I am indeed an earthling, but not this earth. To be precise, it should be a parallel world of this world. For some reason, I came here by accident. Su Moqing's tone did not fluctuate at all. Parallel world. Wei was dubious about this, and then asked, what plans does MRSU have in the future? Su Moqing took a sip of coffee and said casually, I haven't thought about this for the time being. If you come, you will be at ease. Maybe it's good to travel around the world, Mr. Su is outstanding, and he must be a person who is unwilling to be lonely. If you are given a chance to save the world, would you do it? Wei asked, observing Su Moqing's demeanor. Su Moqing blinked. How to save? Join Super Seminary and become a super soldier. Wei said with a serious face. In the quiet and concise coffee shop, Su Moqing shook his head slightly when he heard Wei's invitation. If the world is in danger, I will take action. But I like to be alone and don't want to add any influence. Su Moqing didn't have a cold with Super Theological Seminary. Maybe he was too eager. But Super Seminary was like a mobile calamity. After running to the Angel Nebula, Keisha broke with the Liangbing sisters, fighting for tens of thousands of years without ending. After running to Liang Stardexing and Nuoxing, the 3 empires went to war in the end. The Nuo galaxy was destroyed and Liang Star was only half left. When they came to the Earths, the gluttonous army and the demon army came one after another, almost destroying the Earth. Regardless of whether there is a conspiracy, even if these are all coincidences, the Super Seminary is a proper broom star, and whoever touches it is unlucky. Su Moqing is obliged to talk about protecting the Earth and Daxia, but let him join the Super Seminary, a pawn for others, and even become an experimental subject. Not to mention doors or windows. He is not a D***K like Ji Xiaolan. He is fooled so casually that he doesn't know his surname. Hearing Su Moqing's refusal without hesitation, Wei was also quite simply, if this is the case, I hope Mr. Su can do it for himself and refrain from doing things that violate the law and discipline. Regarding Su Moqing, who has a mysterious origin, Wei is not easy to interfere. Lao Du's order is to solicit if possible, and if not, try to avoid conflict. Su Moqing smiled heartily. I only do things according to my own rules. If I touch the rules of this world, having said this, Su Moqing touched his chin, smiled at Wei, and said seriously, that must be your fault, Ro, who was drinking coffee, almost choked on hearing the words, wiping the overflowing coffee from the corner of his mouth with a paper towel. His impression of Su Moqing instantly deteriorated a bit, feeling too arrogant and arrogant. Taking a deep breath, Wei said sternly, MRSU. No matter where you are from or whether you are from the Earth, but Daxia has Daxia's laws. If you break it, you will be punished severely. I hope you don't make mistakes. What? Su Moqing chuckled. The law in this world is formulated by the strong. And so far, I haven't noticed that there is a stronger existence in this world than me. You are very confident, but excessive self-confidence is conceited. Wei looked directly into Su Moqing's eyes, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone, as if she wanted to take action to teach the ignorant guy in front of her. Confidence comes from strength. I have confidence in my strength. Su Moqing did not fight against the top powerhouses of Ultra Theological Seminary, but from the animations he has seen in the past, and the strength of Thorntonon or two can be inferred. Thornton belongs to the 3rd generation beast body, and his strength is a little weaker than the sword demon Atuo. Morgana and Keisha are almost close to the 5th generation divine body, And it is the beginning of the universe Galactus to survive. Among the super theological academy there is only Reina, the light of the sun, who has the ability of the mid-period extinction of Yaoyu. The power of the Milky Way and the Star War God may also have this kind of combat power in the later state. But it is still too far behind, as for Wei. If she could become a time-space rose, she might be able to compete with Su Moqing now. As long as Su Moqing is willing, a single thought can obliterate it. Wei didn't know about this, and Su Moqing didn't show much strength in the information collected by Super Theological Seminary. In addition, Su Moqing deliberately restrained his own breath. And from the outside, it was not much different from ordinary people. In Wei's consciousness, Su Moqing had some strength, but it was not much stronger. On the Juxia ship, Dukao saw that the conversation was not going well. So Wei was sent back immediately to avoid unnecessary conflicts as much as possible. This is my phone number. If you change your mind at any time, you can make this call. Wei left a piece of paper with the phone number written on it, and then got up to leave. Su Moqing said quietly, rose and so on. Did you change your mind so soon? Wei turned around suspiciously. However, Su Moqing said definitely, remember to pay. Are you? Wei stomped her feet with anger and almost drew her sword at each other. After dropping 200 yuan, she left the cafe angrily. The young people now can't hold back their breaths. Su Moqing drank the coffee slowly, and then walked out of the cafe, thinking about buying a house first as a place to stay. Su Moqing, who was about to take her feet, sensed that an object was approaching rapidly, stopped her footsteps and looked up to the sky, and saw several small spaceships quickly flying towards her direction. The outpost of the Gluttonous Legion. Is it because I rescued Thornton? Su Moqing's pupils shrank slightly, standing still, wanting to see what tricks the other party played. But for a moment, 5 small gluttonous spacecraft flew over. The door of the spacecraft opened, and 7 gluttonous warriors in white armor jumped from the spacecraft. They were more than 2 meters tall on average. Some were holding dark matter guns, and some were holding super alloy swords. They looked like a human figure. Gundam full of science fiction. 5 gluttonous spacecraft stopped in the sky above Su Moqing and surrounded Su Moqing. Thornton's speed was extremely fast, breaking through the speed of sound almost instantaneously. Any gluttonous warrior only felt a flower before his eyes, and his head was separated from his body upon seeing this. The surrounding pedestrians hid in nearby shops. Some called the police, and some picked up their mobile phones to take pictures. Su Moqing looked at Thornton, who was waving his hands, feeling a little bit spicy. Waving his hand casually, clean up these miscellaneous soldiers. And let me see what you can do, fire. Thornton said something enthusiastically, and then grabbed his own double knives and rushed towards a gluttonous warrior who had been recently. A gluttonous warrior holding a long sword heard the words and was slightly surprised. Human. You can understand gluttonous language, every good sensible. Quickly hand over the super warrior of my god Carl. One of the gluttonous warriors questioned, are you sure it's him? He doesn't seem to be very powerful. Another gluttonous warrior said coldly, don't take it lightly. He can surrender the super warrior of my god Carl. It's definitely not easy. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The gluttonous warriors speak the language of their home planet, and most people don't understand it at all. But Su Moqing has no language hindrance, and said coldly, you are here to find Thornton, ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the gluttonous warrior and rewarding 689 psychic points. Boss, what's the matter with me? Okay. Su Moqing waved his hand and opened a space channel. Thornton took 2 crescent swords and jumped out. Hey boss, look okay. Seeing this, other gluttonous soldiers shot immediately. As for the gluttonous warriors and humans around, Thor didn't care at all as soon as Thornton landed. He twisted his waist, coquettishly wagging his tail wobbly. Squatting, Thornton is usually very carefree and looks very stupid. But the fight is extremely cruel. The start was quick and fierce and he swiped the knife, leaving no room for it after receiving Su Moqing's order. In the blink of an eye, even cut 3 gluttonous soldiers. The gluttonous warriors were not vegetarians, and immediately launched a counterattack. And the street suddenly became a battlefield. Swish swish tilde. Countless dark particle cannons fired from the gluttonous spacecraft, constantly attacking Thornton below. The power of this dark particle cannon is not inferior to that of conventional missiles. Although the impact range of the explosion is smaller, it is more penetrating. Hey tilde. Thornton's double knives danced thiefly, bringing up a red light forming a layer of shield. Cannon extinguish the dark particles that came from the lasing, or eject them to other places. Boom 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 tilde. Dark particle cannons smashed the surrounding areas and destroyed many buildings. Some unlucky people were easily pierced in their bodies and died unexpectedly. The war is so cruel, especially the war between the strong. The weak can either become cannon fodder, or they can only become strong. Tilde. When Thornton swung his knife to resist, a dark particle cannon flew towards Su Moqing's position. Thornton saw this and flew to resist. Thornton is still a little 9-9. He knows that Su Moqing can easily block that strange tuft. But after all, he is mixed with Su Moqing, so he has to properly show that he is not. Boom. The terrifying storm rolled away, shattering the glass of the surrounding streets, setting off countless smoke and fire. Where is he? Because the flames and smoke interfered with the sight. A gluttonous soldier stood on the vehicle, looking for Thornton's figure. Wash, be careful, Thornton is approaching you. The gluttonous soldier known as the washroom heard the reminder of his comrades, and the engine behind him started and immediately lifted off. At this moment Thornton swooped over but flew into the air. Looking at the gluttonous warrior flying in the air, Thornton shouted, "There is a kind come down." The gluttonous warrior had seen Thornton's greatness, so naturally he would not choose to carry it hard. Although Thornton can also flee, it is actually a kind of leap. Straight back and forth extremely fast, but unable to turn in the air. It is easy to calculate. Thornton's response was a series of dark particle cannons. Thornton was agile and walked through the rain of bullets, but he still got a shot and hit the ground, stomping on the ground with many cracks. Fortunately, Thornton's skin is thick and thick, but he feels a little painful, and he yells, "Just this abolital me dihi, tilde." The 2 crescent-shaped long knives in Thornton's hand were released instead of rotating and cutting toward the gluttonous spacecraft in the sky, using both hands to manipulate flying darts at a high altitude. Just like an imperial technique, such an attack is extremely fast, and the sharp blade face easily penetrates the body of the spacecraft, causing an explosion. The spacecraft that has lost its kinetic energy burst into flames and smoke and landed on a square not far away. Su Moqing looked at Thornton, who caught the broadsword and jumped up and down to chase the gluttonous warrior, and smiled. This crocodile still has 2 tricks. At this moment, the 2 gluttonous warriors noticed that Thornton had been guarding Su Moqing's surroundings as if nothing had happened. There were several opportunities to kill him, but they gave up because Su Moqing resisted the attack. In Huaxia's words, "We should catch the thieves first and the king first. Which human shall we catch first? Okay." The Gluttonous Legion was established by Death God Karl in the Styx galaxy. There is no emotion at all because Karl likes to study death. These Karl's followers, in order to please Karl, invade other civilizations and create death. Full of fighting spirit, not afraid of Thornton's toughness. The gluttonous warriors are not super genetic warriors, nor do they have all kinds of super abilities. They are more inclined to use equipment to fight. Ordinary gluttonous warriors have an average power of about 1 meal, with various energy weapons, armors and cold weapons made of super metal. Their combat power is not inferior to the Iron Man wearing the Mark VII, and even stronger, however, without the Void Engine and God-killing weapons. Compared to the Crocodile God, Thornton it is still inferior, let alone against Su Moqing just now. Su Moqing was only observing the combat power of Thornton and the gluttonous fighters. seeing the two gluttonous warriors flying around while Thornton was entangled. Moqing just thought about it. Invisible psychokinesis turned the blade and unloaded it in the air. Dings. Congratulations to the host for killing the gluttonous warrior and rewarding 769 psychic points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the gluttonous warrior and rewarding 735 psychic points. Hearing the system prompt, Moqing seemed to have trampled two ants to death inadvertently and continued to watch the battle indifferently. What happened just now? Why did Fen He suddenly disintegrate? I don't know. We still, tilde. A gluttonous warrior was questioning, and he saw Thornton leaping up from bottom to top, with a big knife in his hand flying upwards from under his crotch, and with a stab, which gluttonous warrior was divided into two. Many people saw it clamp the thighs. Failed to capture Thornton, evacuate immediately. Seeing that they could not catch Thornton, the remaining 3 spaceships and 2 gluttonous warriors ran away immediately after receiving the order to retreat. I want to run after pretending to be forced, tilde. Thornton made a strange cry, and 2 big knives in his hand spun out. Before the gluttonous warrior on the left could react, he was cut off by a knife, and 2 sections of his body fell from the air with blood. The other flying darts did not hit the target, and Thornton was about to fly up and pursue it. But Moqing said calmly, Thornton, don't chase. Let them fly for a while, you are the boss, listen to you. Thornton caught the whirling knife, jumped in front of Moqing, and then stared at the pedestrians in the surrounding shops, chuckling a lot of meat buns, ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the gluttonous warrior and rewarding 683 psychic points. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Moqing didn't object to Thornton's gluttonous food. At the moment, the fleeing gluttonous warrior has entered the small spaceship. Thornton sensed that the gluttonous squad was resolved and immediately started flattering. Thornton was a little unhappy when he heard it, and then looked at the gluttonous corpse on the ground. You can always eat this stuff. A series of system prompts sounded, indicating that this small group of gluttonous soldiers was wiped out. The engines of the 3 small spaceships were fully turned on and quickly rushed out of the atmosphere into outer space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the gluttonous warrior and rewarding 818 psychic points. Thornton is a genuine foodie. It can be said that Thornton has basically eaten all the species on the Earth. Seeing that Moqing has no objection, he twisted the waist of the bucket and walked in front of a dead gluttonous warrior. He sniffed his arm and took a bite. Think about it. You will not be allowed to eat people in the future. Moqing warned, lest this foolish brains gets hot and does something happen. Whatever. Bah, what a smell, old and astringent rubbish. Feeling the wrong taste, Thornton threw down the gluttonous body, took out a small notebook, made a mark, and divided the gluttonous warriors into unpalatable columns, and then reluctantly drew the routine buns. Okay, the boss is mighty, the boss is strong, ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the gluttonous warrior and rewarding 704 psychic points. Moqing just raised his hand and pointed. The sword energy burst into the sky and in the blink of an eye. The sword light flashed, and then 3 brilliant fireworks bloomed out of the atmosphere. It seems that the troublesome thing is about to begin. After solving a few gluttonous friends, Moqing didn't feel anything. Looking at the chaotic scene around him, he didn't help. In fact, as long as Moqing is willing, these gluttonous fighters can be solved with 0 casualties. But some thinkingly the lesson of blood will make people remember. He can protect Daxia and the Earths, but he cannot protect everyone's. The future war will be very cruel. After hearing the sirens of the police car, Moqing took Thornton to a piece of flat ground in the eastern suburbs. Printed on both hands and padded the ground. Done building construction technique. As Moqing's chakra poured into the earth, the calm ground suddenly raised countless woods, crisscrossing them, and finally formed a 3-story pure wooden villa. That kind of furniture is all wood and connected as a whole. As for the circuit or something, just use the ability of distortion of reality to get it done easily. Moqing originally wanted to buy a house in Juxia City. As for the property rights, Moqing believes that those in the super theological seminary will not cause trouble for this small matter. And maybe they will take the initiative to solve the follow-up problems for him. After all, no matter which world the strong are in, they will have some privileges, Earth Daxia Tianha City. Although the battle between the gluttonous warrior and Thornton, through the news broadcast, it has attracted widespread attention from all over the world. But the end of the world has not come, and human life has to live as usual. On the top floor of Angel International Building, President Li Man is holding a meeting, preparing to invest in a new project. Boom. There was a sudden explosion in the sky. Huge amounts of floor-to-ceiling windows shattered, and a large amount of smoke filled the meeting room. Ahem. What happened? A terrorist attack. When the dust settled, Li Man was surprised to see a beautiful woman, Angel, sitting on her chair. Female Angel has long flowing golden hair, exquisite features and flawless features. She wears silver armor, a red skirt, and a pair of white angel wings behind her, which are particularly conspicuous. A group of staff members looked at Angel, who was sitting on an office chair knocking Erlang's legs. And they were all surprised. Several middle-aged men were attracted by the beauty of the female Angel, showing their obsession at this timely man. The president of Angel International remembered the angel legend that had been passed down from generation to generation, and came back to his senses, and said to the surrounding subordinates, "Akyak, let's come here for today's meeting. Everyone will go back first." The founder of Angel International Group was originally a believer of Angel. But after 1,000 years, few angels have come to the earth. Over time, people's beliefs have not been firm and even regarded Angel as a myth. After the Angel International staff left with a sense of uncertainty, Li Man took a deep breath, and then knelt in front of the female angel somewhat restrained. "This is the first time I have seen the real angel. Are you, Angel Yan? I remember 2,000 years ago. Your predecessors said that the faith of Angel would dominate the earth. Angel Yan was born 7,000 years ago from Angel Nebula, serving as the sacred guard left wing. It is one of the two guards who tried Angel Kesha. Angel Yan followed the sacred Kesha to judge demons and establish order in the universe. He was once ordered to perform missions to Silver Wing Star, Bork Nebula Freezing Time Fixed Star System. After 4,000 years of experience, she replaced Ronning as the left-wing guard of the King of Angel. Wang Hexi, after the fourth war between Angel and the Devil, Yan was ordered to find Morgana and notice the Earth of the Chiwu Fixed Star System. This time I came here to investigate the situation of the Earth and the movements of the Devil. Although Li Man is a strong woman, she is more of an ordinary human being. Facing the legendary Angel, it is inevitable to be nervous." After hearing Angel Yan's words, he explained, "Because of the existence of Super Seminary, we have changed a little, rely on what give money." Angel Yan said with consistent arrogance. Li Man raised his head. "Investment, investment. Really capable?" Angel Yan smiled contemptuously, and then said with a serious face, "You are in a catastrophe, and the Earth is about to face an unprecedented disaster." "Master Angel, what happened?" Li Man asked nervously without doubting him. But the purpose of her coming to Earth this time was only to collect information. So she didn't do any superfluous things, at most. She paid special attention to some Moqing's movements, because Angel Yan feels that this man is likely to have a great effect on the future situation. However, Moqing did not go to the Super Seminary, but the Super Seminary took the initiative to come. "Oh yes, the Earth has reached the pre-nuclear age. Well, this is gluttonous and the crocodile god Thornton. Another person from a parallel world. It's interesting." Angel Yan is very interested in Moqing's strength and history. Angel Yan got up and walked to the window, looking at the scene outside the window, and said quietly, "Evil has rioted. Darkness is about to come, justice." Alas, you are just an earthling and not angel after all. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Angels in this world are different from those in mythology. They have taken the technological route. They have the angel database, leading the Earth's science and technology for countless years, and can easily read the information recorded in most electronic devices on the Earth. After searching, Angel Yan also found the conversation between Su Moqing and Kai, as well as some information about Super Theological Seminary. At the same time, Super Theological Seminary also began to formally recruit students, recruiting people with super genes such as Ji Xiaolan, Liu Chuangqilan Rui Mengmeng Zhaozin, and Chen Yaowen into the academy for special training. Su Moqing didn't interfere with the plan of Super Theological Seminary. Everyone played their own way while talking. Angel Yan entered a state of void scanning, and her eyes became pure white if you look closely. You will find that countless data and information flashed quickly in her eyes, which was even worse than supercomputers. Super Theological Seminary and Morgana are very interested in Su Moqing and want to draw him into their camp. Having said this, Angel Yan paused, feeling that Angel's justice and order are difficult for the people on Earth to understand. So the words changed. The Styx galaxy is coming to invade you. When Angel Yan read the information on the Earth, she also discovered that Thornton and the Gluttonous Warrior had a relatively high appearance rate. And Su Moqing also entered Angel Yan's sight because of Thornton. As for the Super Theological Seminary Morgana and the Gourmet Legends, their attitudes towards Su Moqing were different. The Gluttonous Army vowed to take revenge and use Su Moqing's blood to wash away their shame. Early in the morning, Su Moqing got up from the bed, stretched out, and after washing came to the courtyard. There are flowers and trees pavilions, small bridges and flowing water. Plants and trees are spawned by wood escape. Pavilions are formed by soil escape. And small streams are gathered by water escape in addition. The villa formed by the wooden escape is pure and natural, without any additive. Sand is comfortable and comfortable. Thornton is swimming around in the round pool. Although he has become a crocodile god, the crocodile's habits have not changed. If nothing happens, he likes to stay in the water. After seeing Su Moqing coming, Thornton posed his tail, held the back of his head in his hands and said honestly, "Boss, if you want to soak in the water for a while, the thief is comfortable, no need you soak you." Su Moqing's words suddenly paused, and he felt a faint power peeping at him. Angel Demon Super Seminary or Death God Carl. With a thought, Su Moqing waved his hand and laid a layer of space barrier around Bia, blocking the unknown peepings. Then he released his mental power and found that within a radius of tens of miles, he already had a lot of eyeliner from the National Security Agency. The senior leaders who want to come to Daxia have already known their own existence, and it may not be long before they will send someone to come in contact with them. Sure enough, around 10 o'clock, a black car stopped at the door of the villa. A man and a woman walked into the car. The woman had red hair, dressed in orange leather clothes, and wearing jeans on her lower body. It was Kaiwei with an icy temperament that no one should be near. The man in a black suit and sunglasses like a man in black is named AG. "I'll leave it to you later, I'm not good at being a lobbyist," Kaiwei said indifferently. AG knew Kaiwei's file-sized sister's temper and shrugged indifferently. "Okay. You don't have to talk at that time, leave everything to me." As soon as the two came to the door opened automatically. Kaiwei and AG looked at each other, stepped, and looked at the spring in the garden, revealing a hint of surprise. They made preparations before they came, knowing that this place was originally a wilderness. How did that guy do it? Kaiwei couldn't help being curious. But AG kept a serious expression. Thornton smelled the smell of strangers, jumped out of the pool and shouted the meat buns. "What are you doing here?" "We are from Super Theological Seminary, and we have something to do with Su Moqing." After seeing Thornton, he was a little scared when he saw Thornton's fierce appearance. But as a super seminary, his psychological quality was still very good. And he did not show timidity. He looked like he was doing business. Let them in. Moqing's voice came from the pavilion not far away. Thornton heard the words, twisted the waist of the bucket, and jumped back into the pool. Kaiangwei and Eiji walked towards the pavilion where Moqing was. At the moment, Moqing has poured 3 cups of tea and said lightly, "Please sit down." Seeing the 3 cups of tea on the table, Eiji smiled and asked, "Mr. Su knows we will come. If you are here as lobbyists, you can leave after drinking tea." The old god Moqing was holding up the teacup, holding the absolute initiative. Eiji was slightly surprised, then sorted out his speech and said methodically, "Mr. Su, maybe there is any misunderstanding between us. We sincerely hope that you can join the Super Seminary and protect the Earth together. If you don't join Super Seminary, can you not protect the Earths?" Moqing asked rhetorically. Eiji smiled and said, "Definitely yes. But no one knows what will happen in the future. If you insist on doing your own way, it will be hard to be reassuring at that time. While dealing with the impact of alien civilization, we will have to intrigue how bad it is." Moqing put down his teacup without changing his face, glanced at the silent Rose, and then said, "I personally believe in the strong as respect. Maybe you can be more direct and find someone to come out and get me down. Then you guys, even if the moon is square, I will not object." Thornton popped his head out of the water and nodded in agreement. "Yes. If you have the ability, you will be served. This is how I am with the boss, there is nothing wrong with it." Eiji sneered, feeling almost unable to talk. At this moment, Moqing sensed an evil breath coming from a distance and stood up inspiringly. "I have something to deal with, both of you can do it yourself." After the words fell, Moqing's figure suddenly disappeared. It seems that Mr. Su really has control of the micro-wormhole delivery technology, and he is extremely skilled in the use of techniques. Eiji looked at Kaiangwei. "Can you figure out where he went?" Kaiangwei shook his head slightly. "No, what should I do now?" "Go back to life first, let the chief and them decide." With that, Eiji and Kaiangwei left Moqing's residence. Thornton was left alone in the pool. Daxia Huankun. Huankun was originally an ordinary towncom and peaceful, without any disputes in the world, but today, because of the arrival of one person, everything has changed. This person is the Devil Queen Morgana. Morgana recently turned into a cold ice. After investigating the Earth for a period of time, she was not satisfied with the Earth civilization concept and decided to flash the demonic civilization and depraved ideas here. I saw Morgana painted smoky makeup, flapping the wings of the devil falling from the sky quickly, and the energy barrier outside the body rubbed against the space, creating flames like a falling star. The dark and evil forces caused agitation in the atmosphere, and the sky suddenly became gloomy, giving people a sense of oppression that the dark clouds would crush the city. Such a big movement immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding residents. When these people looked up and saw Morgana, they were shocked, and some people directly took out their mobile phones to call the police. With a bang, Morgana landed steadily. She wore a black leather jacket and leather pants, showing a proud figure. The rich snow peak lifted up the leather jacket, as if she was about to break the leather jacket, and she was so white that she couldn't move it. Open your eyes, looking at the only people around him. Morgana used the communicator to contact the death god Karl in the Styx galaxy, and said, "Unhappy Karthus, when will you send the demon army of the old lady? Don't worry, the calculation of the big clock takes time. That world is in the pre-nuclear era. With your ability, it is easy to establish your free kingdom there, isn't it? Karthus, who is far away in the shadow world, wears a hood. The tone is quite gentle. Go to your uncle. You didn't say that there is a super seminary here. Don't think that the old lady is a gunman. You idiot who prides itself on death, God send me. A fallen liberalto this world. Don't think I don't know what you want to do. Don't tease the idiot, mine is mine, I'm the big angel." Morgana, as the Devil Queen, naturally has her own ideas. She knows that Death God Carl has her own abacus. But she will not make wedding dresses for others. It used to be, Karthus reminded. I'm the big angel Tama now I warn you Karthus. Don't fight with Mayu B ************ get out. After speaking, Morgana turned off the communicator. Seeing Morgana's picture disappearing, Karthus wondered technical failure. It seems that Liang Bing has grown a lot over the years. But it's not enough. After Morgana hung up the communicator, she began to execute her plan. Before the demon wings were transmitted, she was just a polished commander. As a queen, she could do without a brother. What is this? And wings, it looks fancy. Be quiet, don't let her hear it. Yo, looks good. Although the people around were amazed at Morgana's arrival, they were not too scared. Some curious ones even took the initiative to gather around and take pictures with mobile phones. A bunch of ignorant fools looking at the crowd around. Morgana raised her head, proudly scanned the crowd, and finally stopped on a young man holding a hoe, and then strolled forward. After clearing her throat, Morgana patted the man on the shoulder. It's been a long time since I saw a toe. You want to kill me while talking? Morgana put her hand on the villager's face and began to implant Achuo's demon gene. The villager was touched by Morgana's cheek and suddenly became nervous. I am not Achuo, I am Yu Beisheng. Morgana chuckled and blew softly, and the man who claimed to be Yu Beisheng felt confused. It smells so good, nah. With the erosion and transformation of Achuo's demon genes, Yu Beisheng held his head in pain, and the pain in his mouth was roar immediately afterwards. A burst of black mist filled his body outwards. In Yu Beisheng's painful wailing, the ancient sword demon gradually recovered, swelling to more than 3 meters in size, and a pair of demon wings grew behind it, covered with a layer of black armor with a hideous face, scaring the surrounding residents back again and again. Achuo succeeded in borrowing the weight of the birth, and there was a short gap in his mind after seeing Morgana. He immediately understood his current situation. Queen, we have been defeated again. It's okay, come again next time, you have to live. Morgana still values Achuo's subordinate very much. Don't move. A policeman from the Huancun Public Security Bureau received the report and rushed to the scene of the incident. When he saw Morgana and Atop, he became nervous and pointed a pistol at each other. Morgana already knew most of the things on the earth, and when she saw the pistol in the opponent's hand, she dismissed it. This kind of weapon did not cause any harm to her at all. Humph with a cold snort, Morgana's mouth curled up with a cruel smile, grabbed the palm of her hand, and instantly shot the policeman into the air in an instant. A demon gene was injected into the policeman's body, and a purple-black smoke enveloped him. Within a few seconds, the policeman turned into a crimson, low-level demon. I'm here to bring you evolution, hahaha. Seeing the success of the transformation, Morgana chuckled in a low voice, and then said to the panicked crowd around, I won't talk about the big things. I will understand them slowly. Looking at the low-level demons flying in the air, Morgana smiled evilly. Feel the power in the body. Control the power of nature, recontrol the power of the sky. Haha, the newly born demon does not have much wisdom, is wilder than reason, and is still in the stage of ignorance. Morgana attracted the primitive wildness in the demon factor, and smiled evilly. Harahayas, don't suppress yourself. Let go of your nature desire for S***X. Look over there. Where there is a beautiful girl in her body. Plant the seed of the devil and let her be honored for her life. Hey, the low-level demon who had just reincarnated. After hearing Morgana's words, his inner desire time was magnified countless times. And when he looked at the beautiful girls, his eyes suddenly showed lustful eyes. The demon spread its wings and flew directly to the girl, trying to violate him. Haha, when Morgana saw it, not only didn't stop it but let out a happy laugh. Where is the evil dare to go wild in Daxia? Do you know that I am covering this? When the low-level demon was tearing the girl's clothes, Moqing's voice faintly sounded at the same time. A cold light hit the demon in an instant and then frozen it. But the girl in the hands of the demon was unscathed. Just feeling a little cold, the girl struggled a little. And the demon enclosed by the ice would be completely broken and turned into a pile of ice dregs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing low-level demons and rewarding 1,000 psychic points. F***K what black technology. Morgana was also taken aback, her smile narrowed. And she turned her head to look in the direction of Moqing. This guy, when did he show up? I didn't even notice it at all. Yeah, hey tilde Achuo met Thornton. Feeling that his fist seemed to hit a hard steel plate. And then felt a strong force coming from his arm. And the whole person flew out backwards. Moqing didn't intend to act personally, but directly summoned Thornton in front of him, fists met. And a wave of air broke out. Moqing's clothes and hair were blown up. But his body remained motionless. Thornton shouted, "Female steamed stuffed buns. Do you treat me, Thornton, as a foodie? I tell you that I was born as the boss's crocodile. And died as the boss's dead fish. Let me talk to you and there is no door." "Why do you want to eat me?" Morgana said in a bad tone. Thornton touched his stomach, he was full just now. Hearing Morgana's words, said honestly, "Next meal." Next meal. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Morgana had secretly observed Moqing for a period of time, and had some understanding of what Moqing had done recently. Thornton, at the moment atop, has not yet become the third-generation demon warrior with metamorphosis, which is inferior to Thornton. Thornton chuckled, "I am a god. I can't lose if I compare strength." As soon as Thornton appeared, he fisted against atop. Throwing back atop, Thornton looked a little proud. His nose moved slightly, turned his head to look at Morgana. And his eyes lit up, "It smells so good." As a veteran of Morgana's veteran, Achuo understood instantly. His wings shook behind his back. And he flew to Moqing's front release instantly, punching Moqing in the face. Zioben, that's the fragrance of this queen. It's better to mix with me. And make sure that you will be delicious and spicy in the future. Morgana saw that Thornton was good at strength, and directly digs up Moqing's wall. Seeing Moqing killing his subordinates, he felt unhappy and said coldly, "Otto." Bang tilde, the clouds above Huancun kept surging, and the evil aura made the sky dark. After seeing the police turned into a demon, the residents below knew that what was in front of them was a supernatural event, and fled in panic lest they would be harmed by the pond fish. Soon on the country road, only Moqing, Thornton, Morgana and Otto were left standing opposite each other. Achuo took out the long sword from the wormhole and vowed, "Queen, this country boy has never seen the world. Let me teach him first, as far as physique is concerned." Achuo is indeed inferior to Thornton. But the battle is not just about physique. Achuo is still confident in his own strength. If he goes all out, he may not be able to win Thornton. "I'm afraid of you, I won't kill you." The crocodile god Thornton didn't counsel him. He turned his own double swords and put on a fighting posture. Moqing and Morgana didn't make a move, and they planned to let their little brother fight one game first. Boom tilde, dark thunder in the sky, lightning pierced the sky. Ancient sword Mephisto indifferent. Crocodile god Thornton's breath violent. Lightning and flint opening the chapter of battle. Take me a knife. Thornton is usually stupid and cute, but when he fought, he was extremely fierce. During the rotation of the sword, he smashed his head against Achuo with a sharp sword. Drink tilde, a powerful blow, the wind rushes the clouds. The earth is terrible, the sky is sad. Achuo suddenly feels pressure, raises his sword to block. His arms are numb. The ground under his feet is shattered by countless cracks. A deep sound, the momentum of the ancient sword demon erupts. Thick, the bloody air suddenly enveloped the surrounding area with a layer of blood mist. "Call me Mao, startle me," Thornton murmured, holding both knives in his hands horizontally, his body spinning like a top, bringing a fierce blood-red sword light to Otto's waist. Otto knew that Thornton's power was above him, so he didn't want to fight hard. He stepped on his foot and the devil's wings exploded behind him. He rose into the air, avoiding Thornton's frontal attack, and he turned his blood-flame sword toward him. Thornton chopped off behind a choke. Thornton's fighting consciousness was not worse than Achuo's. One shot was defeated, and the sword in his hand whirled and collided with the sword of blood inflammation. And a sound of golden and iron symphony suddenly sounded. Swords struck each other, sparks splashed everywhere. A wave of suffocating erupting from the sword set off a strong wind. Achuo's strength was a little weaker. Using the force of the countershock, he flew high in the air and looked down. He found that the sword of blood inflammation in his hand had been cut through a gap, and his eyes couldn't help but feel more solemn. When Morgana saw this, she couldn't help but worry. This crocodile has become a divine body, and the weapon has the advantage. The situation is not good. It won't work if this continues. Achuo can't handle this crocodile. It seems that the old lady has to do it herself. Seeing Otto suffer a loss under Thornton's hands, Morgana was ready to do it, and his eyes swept over the breezy Moqing. That stupid crocodile is easy to deal with. This guy is the real trouble he can't see through. I don't know what means is hidden. Moqing felt Morgana's gaze and smiled slightly. I am covering this land of Daxia, and I advise you not to do things here. Damn. I need you to do things. Don't think I will be afraid of you. Morgana replied unwillingly. Moqing said indifferently, if you want to die, just keep doing it, huh, kid? Morgana snorted coldly but didn't act immediately. And the battle between Thornton and atop at the moment is drawing to a close. Achuo, who has not evolved into 3 generations of demon warriors, has been suppressed by Thornton in all aspects. Only by using wormhole computing and flight ability can he deal with Thornton. Thornton's personality is suitable for a tailwind fight. The more he fought the battle, the more he fought. The big knife in his hand dropped out, and under his over-control, he slashed towards Achuo in the air. Achuo had seen the sharpness of Thornton's weapons, flapping the demon wings behind him to evade, and then used the space wormhole to appear behind Thornton. But unexpectedly, Thornton slammed into the ground. Thornton shuttled underground, bringing up a large area of dust flying at an extremely fast speed. To Thornton, the soil was like running water and could not be an obstacle. Achuo noticed the abnormal movement in the underground and was about to spread his wings high. But Thornton had already circled behind Achuo, broke out of the ground, and the left hand slashed towards Achuo's crotch from bottom to top. Otto sensed Thornton's vicious attack and was startled, almost scared to pee at the same time. He dodges sideways and dodges the crotch dangerously. Before Achuo slowed down, the wind was blowing behind his back, and the big knife thrown by Thornton before had already slashed towards Achuo's back in a whirlpool. All this is within Thornton's calculations. What? With the sharp blade approaching, Achuo instinctively waved his sword and slashed behind him. Clang in a hurry. Achuo's sword of blood inflammation collided with the crescent-shaped sword, and the sword body cracked and broke on the spot. But Thornton's broadsword deviated a little from the force, only cutting off Achuo's demon's right wing. Flying back to Thornton's hand with blood stains, Otto. Achuo saw red on the ground and spurted blood in his mouth. Thornton had a much stronger physique, but he felt a little pain in his body and was not injured. Seeing Achuo falling from his mouth, Thornton picked up the knife and rushed forward. Morgana knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, Achuo would definitely die. Seeing Morgana act, Moqing knew that Thornton was not his opponent, and immediately thundered in his palm as the Devil Queen. Morgana advocates depraved thinking, but she still cares about her subordinates, Lei Fa. Dragon Mark. Under the impact of the 2 completely different energies, the earth broke apart, the surrounding houses collapsed, and the air currents swirled, stirring the sky. Boom. I think it's more interesting to conquer you. With a thought in his heart, a space crack was created in the void, and Death God Hela rode the giant wolf Fenrir across the boundary. This energy beam has extremely powerful corrosive and destructive power. Even if a divine body like Thornton is hit, it will scream in pain without dying. Moqing opened his 5 fingers slightly, and the violent thunder power turned into a golden thunder dragon, colliding with Morgana's burst of dark power. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The smoke and dust covered the entire Huang village. Morgana flew up looking at the thunder in his hand, and then smiled at the evil charm of more than 10 meters that was also flying in the air. Moqing teased and looked at Morganaho was a queen, and remembered which queen stayed in Asgard fortunately. Most of the surrounding residents have already ran away, although some of the hapless ones could not run away. The affected area was controlled by Moqing with the power of space, which did not cause much casualties. Good boy, it's quite exciting, this queen likes you. How about becoming my top fighter of Morgana? How about conquering the universe together? Otto and Thornton were relatively close to the center of the explosion, and both were bombarded by shockwave tens of meters away. When she raised her hand, Morgana's palm lifted up a dark purple streamer, and the darkness was covered in an instant. The fear was scattered without a trace, and the strange and majestic dark energy attacked Thornton. Since Death God Hela was taken over by Moqing, he has stayed in Asgard to increase his divine power. He couldn't be idle for a long time. After sensing Moqing's call, he immediately brought the giant wolf Fenrir to kill. Hela and Morgana looked at each other and thought in unison, this B****ch looks very strong. Both Hela and Morgana belong to the early stage of the universe, and their strength is not much different. If it is close combat, Hela will be stronger. Morgana is better than the weird and changeable. The queens of the two worlds met for the first time, perhaps because they repelled each other. Their eyes collided and sparks shot out. Relatively speaking, Morgana at the moment will be under more pressure. A Moqing Morgana is not very sure. And now with a female power of unknown origin, Morgana's odds of winning are obviously lower. You are a big man who is fighting with me and you are looking for a helper. Can you ask for a face, despite the unfavorable situation? Morgana still did not flinch but ran on with words, hoping to agitate Moqing. Moqing definitely knew Morgana's thoughts, but he didn't plan to join forces with Hela at the beginning, and smiled at the moment, don't worry. I don't like fighting women, your opponent is hers. Morgana groaned but he was relieved, and then looked at Hela, report your names. I am Hela, kneel down in front of your queen. Hela looked extremely arrogant except for Moqing. No one looked at it, Queen Huh. There is only one queen in this world and that is me, Morgana. You are also worthy of a B****ch. Morgana was also an arrogant person, and when he saw Hela's pretentious appearance, she couldn't get angry. A smile was drawn at the corner of Hela's mouth, and when he waved his hand it was a death blade. The speed was extremely fast. It shot directly into Morgana's lower abdomen and stabbed it out of the back. Damn, what is the origin of this B****ch? The 4th generation body I just upgraded was shot through by her flying darts. Morgana was horrified, with icy blue eyes with a hint of anger. And after pulling out the death blade from her body, she immediately shot it in the void. A dark devil's claw suddenly appeared, and then with a shocking force hit Hela hard. The devil's claws are made of special materials, and although they are not as good as Kesha's silver blade, they are also rare metals in the universe, extremely hard. Regenerative healing factor. Hela frowned slightly when he saw Morgana being stabbed and stalked like a okay person. Ziokyung who can't die is the most annoying. I was about to poke a few more times and try to unload Morgana. I felt unusual fluctuations in the space above. Hela is the goddess of death. He is not very proficient in the use of space power. But after all, he is a level god father strong. He can tear space and sense the fluctuations in space. After detecting the abnormality, he lifted his right hand suddenly and activated Xingqian Projections ability. A huge amount of death blade rises from the ground to withstand the falling devil's claws. Crack tilde. The The Devil's Claw made of dark matter metal is a bit harder than the death blade of the star projection. When the two sides collide, the death blade makes a cracking sound. Hela didn't notice the terrifying power from Death Blade. Her eyes showed a solemn color, and she had placed Morgana in a position equal to her. But that's it. The Devil's Claw failed to completely smash the Death Blade and was blocked in the air. Hela looked at Morgana proudly and mocked, "You have this ability. Really let this queen down," as he spoke. Hela wiped the black hair on her head. Her hair suddenly turned into a hideous helmet. A death blade appeared in her hands, and she approached Morgana with grace. "Disappointed your sister B******ch. Let you know who is the real queen today." Morgana saw that Hela was very hot, and summoned a pair of demon claws and shot Hela in the air. Wow tilde facing the flying Devil's Claw. The giant wolf Fenrir flew up through a Devil's Claw down, and opened his mouth to bite on it, crack tilde. The giant wolf Fenrir's fangs are sharper than ordinary weapons of the gods. And after a bite, Devil's Claws are bitten out of a gap. Damn, what monster! Morgana felt the damage of the Devil's Claws, and almost stared out her eyes. Such a fierce beast, she has never seen it before. Morgana wanted to use Void ability to recover the Devil's Claws. But the Devil's Claws were bitten by Fenrir, and she couldn't move with the strength of Moqing. At the same time, Hela had already arrived in front of Morgana, with the death blade flying in her hand, slashing towards Morgana's body. Morgana belongs to the magician type. Melee ability is inferior to Hela, naturally. She will not use her own shortness and the length of attacking the enemy. The wings of the demon behind flap and fly high, but she has seen a few death blades that are too fast to conceal their ears. The potential lasing came, chichi tilde. Hela's flying darts all hit Morgana's body. It was that Morgana had evolved to the 4th generation of divine body, and was still shot out of several blood holes at the moment. The big worm bridge connecting the demon travel cloud has not been completed. Her demon warship cannot reach the earth. It is difficult to ask her men to come and help. Morgana also felt that Hela was very tricky, constantly changing the flight trajectory to avoid Hela's attack. F***K, your uncle, it's my old mother that hurts. Thornton murmured, then stared at Atop with his big eyes, and sniffed his nose, although your hob meat doesn't have the fragrance of the female buns. It smells good, today's lunch is you, come to my bowl. Thornton doesn't care about Atop's thoughts. Catching the whirling knife, twisting the waist of the bucket, and said carelessly, "You black hob meat. Can you stand obediently and let me chop, what? I love a fart and I can't eat it as a meal." She has traversed the universe for tens of thousands of years. And apart from Holy Keisha, the woman in front of her was the first to make her feel so embarrassed. Seeing Morgana was injured, Atop was frightened and furious, and wanted to go up to help. A strong wind came for her life, and the atmosphere of the violent killing was high. Atop's broken sword glanced at Morgana in the sky. His eyes were extremely firm, at the same time fortunately. If she hadn't evolved to the 4th generation body, maybe she would have been planted. Atop evaded Thornton's big knife embarrassedly, and he secretly hated why he couldn't be stronger. Morgana pulled the death blade from her body. Her injuries quickly recovered under a burst of purple-black light, but her heart was filled with fright. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I am fighting for love, queens. Atop resisted Thornton's attack extremely strenuous, was defeated steadily, and before long, a few more visible bone scars were added to his body. Moqing watched the battle of several people, silently being a melan-eating crowd. After speaking, Thornton carried his broad knife, shook his head and shook his tail and rushed up, slashing wildly. Super Seminary Durban G. Zialan, Xin Zhao, Chen Yaowen and others who were recruited into the Super Seminary were laughing and playing in the classroom, chatting and talking about things. At this time, a bald man with blue skin in casual clothes walked into the classroom. His distinctive appearance immediately caught the eyes of G. Zialan and others, and the classroom was silent. The big bald head walked to the podium and introduced himself. Hello, everyone. I am your instructor, Vagrant Ritz. You can call me Teacher Liu. Ji Xiaolin rubbed Xin Zhao in front of the seat with his fingers and whispered, a man. This evildoer doesn't look like a human being. Isn't it a monster? I don't know, maybe it's an alien. Xin Zhao with a ponytail whispered back. Xin Zhao was originally a passionate young man. When he was recruited by Super Seminary, he didn't think much about defending the Earths. So he joined him. As for sleeping with beautiful women, he had never heard of it. Children, I have been wandering for thousands of years. From now on, the person you can rely on most is me. Rise didn't care about the students whispering below, and began to talk about the purpose of recruiting these people into the Super Seminary, and the relationship between Karthus and the wormhole in the sky. Ji Xiaolin and others took it as a story or an accident. Probably there was a guy named Death God Kar, because he looked at the Earth uncomfortably, and then let his men invade the Earths. Maybe it's because Rise doesn't have the ability to tell stories, and many people feel drowsy here to talk about it. In addition to Ji Xiaolin, Xin Zhao, Chen Yaowen and other people with super warrior genes. More ordinary people in Durbans. It's not very accurate to say that it's ordinary people, because these genes have been mutated after Lena used the sun's light. And they have some special abilities, but they are not very strong. They belong to the type of passers-by. Even if they are on the battlefield, they are still cannon fodder. These people are dispensable for the overall situation, and Rise doesn't pay much attention to them. Out of the local residents of the Earths, there are also some aliens in the college, such as Du Kainwei and Chen Yaowen. They all have the blood of the Denuo galaxy. Chen Yaowen was originally the prince. It is a pity that before Chen Yaowen inherited the huge empire, Denuo was bombed by the old sun god in the end. Chen Yaowen followed Dukao, took the survivors of the Denuo galaxy, wandered to the Earth and became a farmer. Chen Yaowen still remembered that it was a sunny afternoon, and he was working diligently as a farmer in the rice fields. When I was thinking about what to eat at night, I was found by someone from the Super Theological Academy and invited him to join the Super Theological Academy to defend the Earth. Although Chen Yaowen is not a native of the Earth, he has lived on the Earth for a long time and has a deep affection for the Earth. He suffered from leaving his hometown once and didn't want the Earth to repeat the same mistakes. So he joined the Super Seminary without hesitation. Rise glanced over the three friends of Durban, Xin Zhao, Ji Xiaolin and Chen Yaowen. These three are the key observation targets, especially Ji Xiaolin, who has the power of the galaxy. The opponent is the main force in future wars and the ultimate fear in the future. Hope but Nauthi are still too tender, and they look like dicks, which makes Ritz feel that there is a long way to go. Since meeting Dukao, Rise has acquired some unique ability and alien technology, and has a long life at the same time. He also knows that there are many powerful and evil existences in the universe. In order to protect the Earths, he has gone through thousands of years of vicissitudes and wasted years. He has traveled all over the world and spread the super warrior genes, hoping that the Earth has more supers, ability person. However, this widespread method of casting a net makes the quality of students in the classroom vary. Some students heard that Rise wanted them to go to Death God, aliens or something, and they were immediately persuaded. Are you telling a story? Grandpa, I don't have super ability. I quit, scared Deadman, let me go out. No one will stop you, just go as you please. Rise knew that the quality of the recruits was uneven, and some useless waste needed to be eliminated. Definitely this refers to ordinary people. If Ji Xiaolin wants to leave, Rise will definitely try to stop it when the class was over. The door of the classroom was pushed open. Liu Chuang, who also joined the Super Seminary, ran over to smash the place in order to establish his prestige. Rise didn't care about this kind of small fight, and after reminding him of damage of public property, 1,000 times compensation, he left the classroom. Liu Chuang and Ji Xiaolin met again and went straight to work. Originally, Liu Chuang and Ji Xiaolin were of equal strength. But this time, Ji Xiaolin was helped by two friends, Xin Zhao and Chen Yaowen. And the three directly pressed Liu Chuang to the ground and rubbed. "It's nice to be young," Rise gave a chuckle, and then sensed the powerful evil energy exuding in the distance. His complexion changed immediately, and then Lena, Jess and Miss Teachers were summoned to the office to discuss countermeasures. I felt a powerful evil force erupting. "That is one not right, it is two evil gods." Rise wanted to talk about an evil god, but suddenly he sensed the emergence of a powerful evil energy, Hela. And his blue face was almost wrinkled. Rise's brain has established a microwave connection with military satellites. The energy fluctuations that erupted from the battle between Hela and Morgana are very strong, which naturally arouses Rise's attention. As for Thornton and Achuo, Rise didn't feel much because of their relatively weak strength, while Moqing had condensed his aura, and Rise couldn't feel it at all. Just listen to Rise worryingly. The power of these two evil gods is very terrifying. I am afraid it is not something we can resist now. Neither can I, Lena was a little unconvinced. You are not your grandfather, you are only a child now. How can you face such an evil god alone? Rise sighed, walking back and forth, looking restless. Styx Galaxy, after death god Carl broke off with Morgana. He came to an abyss. Morgana has nothing to worry about. Sooner or later she will be beaten by her sister Keisha. Halfway through, Karthus received a connection from Morgana. Karthus, my old lady has met an opponent and needs your help. Help. Karthus was slightly astonished in his memory. The current Earth shouldn't be able to threaten Morgana's existence. After thinking about it for a while, Karthus was about to use the big clock to check Morgana's situation, but found that the area where Morgana was located was covered by some kind of spatial energy, making it impossible for him to pry the whole picture. Interestingly, it can make Morgana flatter. It seems that the Earth is not as simple as we thought. As Karthus spoke, he raised the scepter in his hand and shouted loudly, "Let me summon a fun one. Come out, Demon King, Monkey King." The Battle of Huancun is in full swing. Evil energy riots between heaven and earth. The world is miserable, and the strong shockwave sweeps across all directions, stirring up the earth and changing the situation. Hundreds of miles around the area caused strong earthquakes, and countless civilians rushed around in panic, creating a chaotic image. Boom. The sky was dull with thunder. The thick electric snake swayed in the clouds. Several huge amounts of tornadoes continued to the world. The squally roar roared, and the houses in Huancun were torn apart and completely unrecognizable. Behind Morgana's, the devil's wings flapped and flew high in the sky, constantly changing the position, and several cold light lasses, and the afterimage of Morgana moved through. This be ***ch. Morgana yelled angrily. Her figure, suddenly tens of meters tall, raised her hand to guide the thunder and lightning, and bombarded Hela. Hela's flight was not as fast as Morgana, and was hit by the thunder. Although he was not hurt by virtue of its strong defense, he was also pulled away by Morgana for a certain distance. The queens of two different worlds are killing each other in the air, and various means are frequently used. Morgana's fourth-generation divine body has the characteristics of immortality. Even if the body is cut into two pieces, it can heal instantly. So he was stabbed 17 or 8 times by Hela, and it was still alive and kicking. Hela also has the regenerative healing factor, and most of Morgana's attacks cannot harm Hela. The two women tore each other, seemingly thrilling, but in fact no one can do anything. Morgana became more and more angry. She glanced at Atop, who was in danger below her, and hated in her heart, why didn't that idiot Carl take action? Well, she can deal with Hela by virtue of 4 generations of divine bodies and researched void technology. But the sword demon Otto couldn't resist Thornton's broadsword. If he was killed, he would have to spend a lot of time and energy to resurrect him. This was not what Morgana wanted to see. Moqing looked at the situation of the two battlefields in his eyes, thinking about whether to kill the sword demon Achuo or put some water in his heart. Well, this is sensing a spatial shock in the sky. Moqing looked up and saw a dazzling flame burst through the air. Helaho was chasing Morgana with two swords in the air. Was the first to bear the brunt, he was hit and flew out, falling 3,000 feet, smashing a broken house and leaving a human-shaped pit on the ground. What the hell? Tella walked out of the ruins. Her body intact, just a lot of dirt on her clothes. Looking slightly embarrassed. The attack just now was too sudden and rapid, and she was beaten into the air without seeing it clearly. Awesome. It seems that Karthus has sent an incredible helper. Morgana saw Hela being shot away instantly, and a smile appeared on her face again. But before Morgana was happy, the golden light suddenly turned, entraining the momentum of the thunderbolt, and rushed towards her. You can see clearly the old lady is yourself. Morgana wanted to say one's own person, but before the word person was spoken, her body was knocked out and followed Hela's footsteps. After knocking Morgana into the air, the golden light and shadow did not stop, and turned to Moqing as the next target like a meteor, falling from high altitude at an extremely fast speed. The moment the golden light approached, it brought a strong sense of oppression. Before the direct contact, the strong air pressure caused the ground around Moqing to crack and shatter. Moqing stood still, condensing the strong thunder power with his right hand, staring coldly at the figure in the golden light. With super dynamic vision, Moqing can see that in the golden light. It is a monkey wearing a golden phoenix-winged purple crown and golden chain mail. It is holding a golden cudgel and stepping on a lotus root. With red eyes and hostile aura. There is an aura of meeting the gods and killing the gods and the Buddhas. Does the fight defeat the Buddha Sun Wukong? As a Huxia native, Moqing still knew about Monkey King, a well-known mythical figure. If Moqing were still an ordinary person on the earth before, seeing Du defeating the Buddha Sun Wukong would definitely be overwhelmed with excitement, because this was his childhood idol. It's a pity that Moqing is no longer an ignorant boy. As we grow older, the perspective on issues has changed a lot. What's more, the monkey in front of him has red eyes, and his eyes are full of violence like a fierce beast. And there is a big gap between him and the Monkey King in Moqing's mind. In fact, the Monkey King in the Super Theological Seminary was just based on Wu Chenjin's data, and the super beast body manufactured was simply an imitation. Although it is also called Monkey King, it has nothing to do with Monkey King in Journey to the West. All thoughts flashed by. Moqing and Monkey King looked at each other coldly, and shot at the same time in the golden light. A golden iron rod with the power of opening the mountains and cracking the earth directly slammed on Moqing's head. And Moqing rushed to meet him with a thunder palm, boom. The air exploded from between the palms and the sticks. Strong storms swept all over the place, flying sand and rocks. The earth could hardly bear the mighty force. The earth's crust burst and splash. Huge amounts of cracks spread to the surroundings quickly and continuously. Smoke and dust rose thousands of feet, covering the sky. Rumble tilde. A series of collisions and explosions rang out from the smoke and dust. The two hard-to-see figures interlaced at an extremely fast speed, bringing up a dazzling light and shadow. With inhuman speed and inhuman ingenuity, Moqing fought and fisted with a wonderful way to avoid the front, the landslide of the ground cracks, and the inextricable battle with Monkey King. Although it is a fake, the strength of Monkey King in Super Theological Seminary is still not to be underestimated. After a brief confrontation, Moqing judged that the opponent's strength was comparable to that of Level Universe in the early days. Not under Hela's. In order to reduce the disasters caused by the aftermath of the battle, Moqing's legs were slightly bent, and his body flashed like a bolt of lightning. Thrusting into the sky, Monkey King turned into a golden rainbow light. His teeth grinted, chasing after him. What a powerful evildoer, Monkey King yelled. And the golden hoop in his hand was flying like a wheel, and the water could not splash in. The sharp ice thorns were smashed, and countless ice flowers bloomed and drifted away in the wind. Catch tilde crack. The golden cudgel in Monkey King's hand is not the Dinghai Shenzhen needle in Journey to the West, but a dark metal which can also become bigger and smaller, and stretch freely. Zhang tilde. The long sword pointed at the Monkey King, and the cold currents all over the sky turned into countless ice thorns, like a downpour blasting towards the rushing Monkey King. Look at how capable you monkey is. Su Moqing slapped down with his left hand very fast, wiping out a flame of air, and slapped the top of the golden cudgel. The golden cudgel and Su Moqing's palm collided with each other, and the sound of the collision between gold and iron was found. And the cudgel body trembled slightly, buzzing and trembling. But Su Moqing remained motionless. The wind is cold and the water is cold. As the ice front swept across the sky, Monkey King's body flashed with golden light, and the golden rod in his hand suddenly stretched out towards Su Moqing. I saw Su Moqing's body surrounded by ice and mist, and layers of ice ridges quickly covered the vibranium long sword. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At the same time, Morgana took advantage of the chaos to come to the battlefield between Achuo and Thornton, and a demon's claw flew to Thornton, leading Otto to use the space wormhole to retreat. Su Moqing swept high into the skyworld around, turned into a vibranium long sword, spurred the fighting spirit of the ice sword, and caused the high-altitude cold current to gather rapidly. Monkey King is the most pinnacle animal body. In terms of strength, he has never lost. The opponent can easily block his attack with his body. This is the first time in this situation. Su Moqing is dressed in white standing against the wind, holding Monkey King's golden cudgel with one hand below. Thornton stumbled and climbed up from the ground, recalled the two broad knives in his hands and looked up. Hela stood on a huge amounts of death blade. The giant wolf Fenrir howled in a low voice, the wolf eyes in the forest with a scorching gleam. The strong wind blows the sand, gravel, and vegetation, disturbing the eyes and ears since Morgana and Atto left. Huonkun has fallen into a dead silence. The suppressed atmosphere around him, and the undissipated evil aura, still makes people feel suffocated. Juxia command room. Lion Feng's slender fingers flew quickly on the keyboard, analyzing the data. And after analyzing and comparing satellite images, it was uploaded to the big screen. Dukao and others looked at the flashing big screen, thinking about each other. The screen of Su Moqing and Monkey King was also shown on the TV of Super Theological Seminary. After being beaten up, Liu Chuang and the three friends of Durban Rui Mengmeng, Promise Sword Shengyi and others from Norban were gathered together and watched the images on TV together. Liu Chuang with a blue nose and swollen face muttered, "What is this? It's too fast, I can't see clearly." Chen Yaowen shook his head and sighed. He could only see that someone was fighting, but the screen couldn't keep up with the movement speed of Su Moqing and Monkey King, so he could only see some crisscross light marks and layers of explosions. "Hey, stop this." Xin Zhao saw the picture freeze on a monkey with a hairy face. Lei Gong's mouths, wearing gold armor and holding a golden hoop, with an incredible look on his face. Nima. Isn't this monkey brother? Hearing this, Ji Xiaolin took a serious look, and he was also surprised. Roar said, "Damn. Is it really Monkey King? Who is Monkey King?" Riane asked suspiciously. Both Ji Xiaolin and Xin Zhao looked at Lena with the expression of looking at the aliens. "You don't even know Brother Monkey. Are you still a human from Earth? This goddess is not originally from the Earth. Lena comes from Liang Star and is the newly appointed sun god. She doesn't understand the myth of the Earth originally. Monkey King had a big fight in Liang Star, but Lena was still young and didn't know." Liu Chuang seemed to admire Monkey King very much, like seeing an idol rubbing his swollen face, and admiring, speaking of Brother Monkey, that's great. Seeing that the stick in his hand does not weigh 13,500 caddies are not something ordinary people can lift. "I'm going, it's so awesome it won't be blown out." While Lena was talking, the picture on the TV changed, and it was frozen at the moment when Su Moqing was holding the golden hoop. "Look. No one has caught it. Jizire Allen pointed to Su Moqing on the TV screen. I know this man in white clothes. I have seen and beat Liu Chuang a few days ago. The monkey brother actually made a move. Isn't he also a fairy, so handsome, Lena? Killin and some female students all lit up, seeming to be attracted by Su Moqing in the picture. Then the Monkey King and Su Moqing in the picture disappeared and reappeared. They were already thousands of meters away. Military satellites could hardly capture their moving tracks. They could only see the flickering afterimages. After a while, suddenly appeared in the sky. Many Monkey Kings. I know that it's the duplication technique. It's so powerful, brother monkey, cheer and kill him. Liu Chuang was still a bit wronged by Su Moqing. He was beaten enough by Su Moqing last time, so he didn't dare to ask Su Moqing to settle the account now. After seeing Monkey King, I hope that Monkey King can help him get revenge. Over Huan Kun's, Monkey King performs duplication technique, transforming into thousand sand in the blink of an eye. Countless sky monkeys were conjured, and they were chattering with great momentum. I can do duplication too. Su Moqing made a seal with one hand, and countless arms appeared beside him, like a thousand-handed Guanyin in an instant. Su Moqing in countless time and space was summoned. This trick is camouflage magic, and the effect is much stronger than shadow duplication. Although these summoned duplications are not as good as the deity, they are not much different, unlike shadow duplication, which disperses its own energy. Thousands of duplications appeared around Su Moqing, each holding a long sword in one hand, opposing the duplications of Monkey King. Little ones, give it to my grandson. Monkey King roar screamed and his duplications swarmed up, waving his long sticks and rushing towards Su Moqing. Kill! Su Moqing Giant Fang pointed out that a group of duplications immediately used various abilities to fight against Monkey King's duplication. The scale of the battle instantly upgraded, and the scope expanded even more, even in Juxia City. You can see the aftermath of the turbulent battle. Sun Wukong may have been affected by Death God Karl, or it may have been sealed for too long. His temper was extremely grumpy. His eyes flashed with crazy light. In the battle of duplication, Su Moqing and Monkey King's duplication continued to decrease during the fierce battle. A sword containing the grassword swordsmanship has the ability to cut the void. The sharp vibranium long sword slashed on Monkey King's back. Even Monkey King's peak beast body could not hold it. And a long blood trace was turned into it, roar tilde boom tilde. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Monkey King was like a cannonball rushing out of the earth and into outer space, smashing a military satellite into pieces. The remaining power remained undiminished, and he was about to hit the moon to stabilize his figure. Monkey King has the indestructible body of King Kong. His body is extremely hard-even with a silver blade weapon. He will not be able to break through his defenses for a while. Choke tilde with a murmur in his heart. Su Moqing raised his sword and slashed out with a sword, shocking the sky. But the armor and hair on Monkey King's body were relatively fragile. They were damaged by the hot heat of the atom's breath and the terrifying shockwaves. They looked like a monkey burned by the fire, embarrassed. Wow tilde, this monkey is quite good at fighting. Monkey King's deity was being entangled by two Su Moqing's duplications. He didn't have to evade at all. He was hit by the beam of the atom's breath. Under the strong impact, he was directly out of the atmosphere at the same time. Su Moqing didn't care about those duplications, and directly used the power of space to appear behind Monkey King, raising his sword and falling. Gun Gun carried a violent wild force, and the void was swept and twisted. After killing several duplications in a row, with the help of Eye of Judgment to see through the illusory ability, Su Moqing discovered Monkey King's deity, avoiding a monkey's long stick, raising his hand to breathe an atom, and blasting away at Monkey King's deity. It was the first time that Monkey King had suffered such a serious injury. He grinned in pain, and at the same time aroused his animality. His eyes were more red, with a golden hoop in his hand. He swept through the army and beat Su Moqing in the forehead. Su Moqing went in and out of the windows fast as lightning, and killed the duplications of 3 Monkey Kings overnight. Unfortunately, these were the manifestations of dark energy, and it was not good for him to bring him psychic points. Shit tilde under the full moon fighting in the void. Monkey King swept across thousands of troops with one stick. No less than 1,000,000 tons of strength. Su Moqing flicked the 14 states of frost and cold, intertwined with electricity and light, and choked with a choking sound. The dark alloy golden hoop was cut off by a sharp blade. In the incredible eyes of Monkey King, he whirled into the void. Seeing that the golden cudgel was cut off, Monkey King was so angry that he raised his hand to Su Moqing, and the invisible energy fluctuations instantly enveloped Su Moqing's body. "You can't escape from my grandson's 5-finger mountain." While talking, Monkey King clasped his 5 fingers tightly, as if to crush Su Moqing with dark energy in the air. "Drive me," Su Moqing yelled. The void burst, and a golden light flashed. Under the action of the Pym particles, his figure suddenly became 10 times bigger, becoming a giant close to 20 meters with a big hand. Grabbing Monkey King in his hand, "Monkey, you shouldn't mess with me." Regarding this Monkey King, Su Moqing didn't like to talk about it, nor could it be said that he was disgusted. The only blame for this monkey is that he played indiscriminately as soon as he came up. "If you don't give a lesson, you won't have a long memories. You evil dormy grandson will fight if he sees an upset." Monkey King was in Su Moqing's hands, only showing a monkey head howling rebelliously. Even though he was in space, both could hear the sound through the special ability. Su Moqing smiled disdainfully and strengthened his hand. "You are so good. You can hit whoever you want, see how you are now. What qualifications do you have to say that others are evildoers? Damn boy, when will it be your turn to teach me? If you have the ability to let Gallets fight again." Monkey King was confused and his heart was full of violence. The Monkey King in this world is not like the world. He was originally just a veteran of the Super Seminary Shen period. His genes were designed by Kurin. Teacher Wu also implanted ancient sacred genes for him, and eventually became the battle of the earth to defeat the Buddha Sun Wukong. Monkey King was born for combat, and its powerful combat effectiveness is comparable to Kurin's 3 major projects. It is even more optimized in combat genes and stronger in execution. He is a hidden existence, out of the framework of Angel Demon and Male Company, and becomes an independent combat unit later. He was sealed for some reason, until Death God Karl cracked the seal code and summoned him. At the moment, Sun Wukong's state is not stable, violent and fierce. It is completely a violent state of stunned air. "Fight then fight." Su Moqing grabbed Monkey King's hand and slammed it, and threw Monkey King directly as a ball with a bang. He crashed into the surface of the moon and smashed into a big crater. The powerful impact almost caused the moon to change its orbit. Report: the Deno 2 satellite has crashed, and the target is currently on the moons. In the headquarters of the Juxia, Lion Feng looked at the data on the light screen and reported to Dukao. "They have all gone into space. With the current strength of the Super Theological Seminary, it is not enough to deal with such a scale of battle. Let's watch the changes first, and hope that the monkeys will be fine." Dukao looked at the picture sent back from the Deno 1 satellite, and in his tone some worried about Monkey King. Sun Wukong and Dukao knew him and even fought alongside him. That was a matter of many years ago. "I never thought I could meet this old man." Dukao was very happy in his heart. It's just that he can see that Monkey King's situation at the moment is not right, and it is temporarily impossible to determine whether Su Moqing is an enemy. So he can't move rashly for a while. Upon hearing this, the liaison officer Yukin passed on Dukao's order. "Mobilize all military satellites, aim them at the target. Analyze and record the data. In addition, copy a copy of the satellite image of the incident site and pass it to the Super Seminary, so that the children can see what fighting is." Admiral Dukao said to Yukon with a serious face. Yes, General, Yukon responded with a sound, then stared at the light screen, with his fingers flying with both hands, quickly tapping on the virtual keyboard. After a while, the figures of Monkey King and Su Moqing appeared on the big screen. General, according to the current data, the target can only be determined to be a male. The apparent age is between 20 and 25. The true age cannot be estimated. It can match or even suppress Monkey King. He has a strong ability to control space, and he has no less. Tens of tons of power. The upper limit is unknown, and it is suspected of having the ability to summon other creatures. The current maximum movement speed is 16 times the speed of sound. The body density is extremely high. It has high energy response and can control the element attributes of Thunderwind, Waterwood, and can change the file size of the body. The weapon in the hand is the same as the battle suit on the body, a metal that has never been seen before, with the characteristics of energy absorbing and changing forms. Yukon took the data obtained by the satellites one by one. The more he said it, the more he was surprised. From the data obtained, Su Moqing was ridiculously strong. And this is only part of the data. Whether he has other abilities. Before, Su Moqing did not show either, was totally surprised, unable to read while Yukon was speaking. The movements of his hands did not stop. He hit the virtual keyboard for a moment and called up a video recorded before the explosion of the Deno 2 satellite. This is the video of Su Moqing shooting Monkey King out of the atmosphere. According to analysis, we found that his body has an atomic furnace reaction, and the beam of light released is extremely destructive. In other words, he is a mobile nuclear bomb. Admiral Dukao frowned. Do not. Lion Feng shook his head slightly, and then added, the energy contained in his body belongs to the fixed star level. If it is completely released, it can completely destroy the Earth. And Morgana, who fled to the west, was in an unbeautiful mood at the moment. What changes will Su Moqing bring about? Hope it will not affect the plan. Dukao's eyes flickered, and his heart was full of thoughts and worries. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After shouting angrily, Morgana stomped her feet fiercely, then looked at a western town not far away and then asked Atop, who was seriously injured next to him, how? Just do it. Morgana raised her right hand and began to spread the devil gene to the western town. What's the matter? My old lady won't let it go. Before the residents of the small town could react, they were contaminated by the devil's genes and fell to the ground in pain, struggling, and uttered a terrible howl. Never thought of being hanged and beaten so soon. Morgana didn't want to take the lead in everything. Before the Demon Wings battleship passed the Big Worm Bridge, she needed to train a wave of small soldiers. Morgana understood Atop's feelings and persuaded, it's okay. We will find this one sooner or later, but before that, I have to create a new batch of demon warriors. It is so strong according to the current situation. It is incredible that the other party can match the power of the entire galaxy. The transformation of the demon gene is not absolutely safe. Some people survived and succeeded in becoming a demon warrior with metamorphosis. Some people cannot inherit their genes and eventually die because of genetic collapse. Listening to Kayangwei, Su Moqing claims to be from the parallel world of the Earth. But does the parallel world really exist? For those who died, Morgana didn't care, in her opinion. She couldn't resist even the genetic transformation of the devil. There is no point in living with such waste. I saw an evil breath rushing into the sky, and in a blink of an eye, the sky over the town was densely covered with clouds, and the devil gene enveloped the town like a thick fog. She originally wanted to spread the thought of depravity on the earth and sprinkle the seeds of the devil to the world. I can't die, I'm too weak, I'm ashamed of the queen. Achuo's expression declined, and he felt angry and unwilling for his weakness. On the uneven surface of the moon, a series of silent explosions and turbulence of flying rocks. In a vacuum environment without air barriers, Su Moqing and Monkey King speed faster. Moqing was draped in a layer of golden-red vindictive armor, and a pair of pure black space wings appeared behind him. Every gesture of action and foot. There is the power of opening the mountains and cracking the ground. The wings of the space behind exploded, and Moqing stepped across the void and instantly flashed above Monkey King. A high-pressure leg with the force of tearing the space. Stepped Monkey King into the ground. With the powerful force, huge amounts of cracks appeared on the surface of the moon. At the moment, Monkey King had completely fallen behind the wind. But he still had a high morale and refused to admit defeat. He smashed the rock with his body and got out from the other direction. "Hey, evildoer, take my grandson a stick." Sun Wukong was full of golden light flying in the air, holding a quarter of the broken golden hoop in his hand. And the stick body suddenly extended and enlarged, just like the Optimus pillar hitting the huge Moqing. Atomic breaths. Moqing's body is filled with a strong blue biological electric current, and the atomic furnace in the body produces powerful energy, which is gathered in the palm of the meridian and gushes out. Boom tilde. The beam of atomic breath collided with the golden rod in the blink of an eye, and a layer of energy explosion suddenly occurred in the void. The dark alloy golden hoop rod burst into pieces with a click. Rumble tilde. The front end of the broken golden hoop hit the moon, causing the moon to vibrate and splashing a lot of dust. Monkey King received the force of the countershock, and the half of the golden cudgel at the back end flew away and fell into the void. A asterisk hole, Sun Wukong was filled with grief and anger, and the golden cudgel accompanied him on the battlefield. Killing all quarter switch was simply his lifeblood. Now that Moqing has been damaged one after another, it is really hard to get rid of the hatred without cramping the other party. "It's over, monkey." Moqing glanced at the murderous monkey hand with a thought. Put away the vibranium sword, 8-door dungeon. Open rest live wound opens. Moqing returned to his normal figure. Squeezed his fists with both hands. Opened the 4 doors in an instant. And the red chakra airflow that was visible to the naked eye burst out from his body. The opening of the 4th wound door can further increase the strength and speed, but it will cause damage to itself and enter the danger zone, which can be said to be in the real sense of entering the 8-door retreat state. Originally, Moqing's power and speed surpassed that of Monkey King. After he started hurting the door, Monkey King was beyond the reach in the blink of an eye. Moqing's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Monkey King. Break the mountain with one blow. The fist struck straight out and it was fast-paced. Bombarding Monkey King's Hearth-Eye's fist sank half an inch, and Monkey King's undamaged golden body couldn't hold it. The so-called non-bad golden body is actually only a relative term, just like the regenerative healing factor of Hela and Morgana. In fact, as long as they exceed their tolerance limits, they can be killed. Moqing gathered his strength at one point and blasted Monkey King's golden body with a single blow. Under the strong pressure, Monkey King's internal organs were damaged. A mouthful of old blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body flew horizontally, knocking out a large hole on the surface of the moon and flying from the other end. Out still dying from a distance, the round moon was beat into a defective corner, and the rocks pierced through the air-shocking people. In addition to Daxioth, United States, France, Germany, the Soviet Union, and island countries also have their own military satellites. The scene of Moqing and Monkey King fighting on the moon was captured by military satellites of many major countries. Then it is passed to the top decision-makers of each country by the military intelligence agencies of these countries. The United States, the Pentagon. Sheet, can anyone tell me what's going on? Where did these 2 monsters come out? The monkey with the stick is very similar to the Monkey King in Huxia myths and legends. As for the other one, she can't confirm his identity. Maybe we can verify it with Huazia. After all, the 2 monsters originally fought in Huazia. With such terrifying destructive power, if they are allowed to run wild on the earth, I am afraid we will all be finished. Or take advantage of them in outer space and use nuclear weapons to kill the danger in the cradle. Are you sure that a nuclear bomb can kill them? Yeah. If you annoy them and kill them instead, whoever can withstand it, let's take a long-term view. A group of the United States has been arguing. Some argue that it is better to start first, and some believe that it will change. After a long time of discussion, there was no result. At this time, the president looked at another document and asked, "How is the situation in Felon?" California, in addition, send the kamikaze team to Daxia, and at all costs seize their super warrior genes. As long as our great Japanese empire controls the god-making technology, the entire world, not the entire universe, belongs to us. No matter what, we must guard the United States. Neither angel nor the devil can trample on our authority of the United States. The President of the United States said powerfully. But there is no bottom in his heart. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Daxia's Super Theological Seminary has always been a hindrance to the advancement of our great Japanese empire. Now there is a Monkey King and an unknown powerful warrior. We can't stand still. The biochemical super warrior plan must be launched immediately. On the moons, Moqing grabbed the unconscious Monkey King with one hand and forced a psychic contract with him. The devil, Admiral William, are you sure that you are not a monster? You have read too many stories. The president rubbed his temples. Trying to calm himself down, General William in his 40s reported, according to the report of the Avengers, the town of Felon was attacked by a blast of darkness, and many demons appeared. And they suspect that these demons were transformed from the people in Felon town. The specific situation is still under investigation. Island country in a secret base in Tokyo, Angel Demon. Do they want to stage a battle of the gods on Earth, after all? In the face of this mythical creature, their power seems too weak. William said loudly, the Avengers and the Witch King had fought with alien creatures when they were investigating Farron Town. Judging from their image and ability, they are indeed the same as the demons in the myth. Admiral William nodded to the subordinate next to him. The man quickly tapped on the light screen, revealing an area shrouded in black mist. Occasionally there would be one or two tall, with double wings on the back, long horns on the head, and scales covered on the body, ugly creatures fly by. The island Prime Minister Jiro Kameda clamored frantically. France, Germany, and other countries seem to realize that an unprecedented difficulty is about to come, and they have all begun to desperately upgrade their military strength. Several old men in kimono knelt on the tatami, in addition. According to the news from Huaxia Super Theological Seminary, some time ago, an angel in Tianhe City came to the angel group with unknown intentions. Although this Monkey King is a Zaibai goods, his strength is good, and he was a pity that he was killed when he was the god of war who originally guarded the earth. So Moqing accepted it as a psychic beast. He glanced at the broken moon and saw that it had deviated from its original orbit due to the previous battle. In order to prevent the moon from hitting the Earth, Moqing pushed. After placing the moon in its original orbit, Moqing grabbed the unconscious Monkey King, entered the psychic space, and disappeared under the surveillance of the satellites of various countries. After entering the primitive psychic space, Moqing simply treated the wounds for Monkey King and then checked the attributes interface of Monkey King. Psychic Beast Monkey King category, Shena Animal Body. Status Complete Body Potential, Level Universe. Current level the beginning of the universe. Ability Peak Beast Body Dark Energy Manipulation. Duplication Techniquenin Destructive Golden Body. Flight Furai Golden Eye Data Analysis. The rest of ability is for development. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Monkey King. A kind of ability from the Monkey King. Please choose from the host. Monkey King's ability is still relatively strong, but most of them coincide with Moqing's energy. Not extract for now at present. Moqing's strength will not increase much even if he extracts one of the Monkey King's ability, so he will not extract it for the time being. After the monkey's ability increased, will make a choice. After exiting the psychic space, Moqing returned to Huancun and joined Hela and Thornton. Styx Galaxy in the dark space. Karthus looked at Moqing and Monkey King in the picture. There was no disturbance at first and even some thoughts. FK before Karthus could laugh. Monkey King was breathed into the sky by Moqing, and then hanged all the ways. Then I saw Monkey King being taken into an unknown space. And his expression was solemn now. You can actually hang Morgana and Monkey King. It's a bunker, it seems that I should really move. While speaking, he said to his hand, turn on the interstellar projection for me. I have something to say, Hyunkun Moqing took Hela. The giant wolf Fenrir ran Thornton after leaving. The Huxia military came to check the situation and rescue the people around. It's really horrible, the current world is too outrageous. Gods and ghosts are coming out how to fight. How do you feel that we are going to be the rhythm of cannon fodder? What can we do? We are soldiers, we do this. If we can't beat them, we have to fight. Don't force yourself, clear the area quickly. And go to the east to support you later, where the disaster situation is more serious. The second team can't be busy. When a group of soldiers in military uniforms chatted, a shadow of huge amounts of suddenly appeared in the air. The shadow was in a long robe touring into the clouds. Unable to see the real face, it was the image of death god Karthus. Not only the yellow village, but many images of Karthus have appeared all over the world. After the interstellar projection was complete, the evil voice of Karthus sounded. Hello, inhabitants of the earth, I am death god Karthus. Many of you don't believe in my existence, but now I'm here. I'm here to understand and save you. Death is not terrible. And death god does not terrible. You are welcome to join the dark world. Karthus's words were very gentle, without a sense of horror at all, as if they were the big boy next door and automatically changed according to the language of each country, so that all the people on earth could hear and understand. With Mayor thoughts can be preserved, and will be transformed into the dark matter of the universe with me, inheriting our dark civilization. Some people say that God is the end of civilization. Oh, God is the beginning of civilization. From the perspective of the void and shadows of the vast universe, everything in the past and endless reproduction are nothing more than preparations for the civilization of the universe. Together with me, you can witness the real universe and what kind of existence it is. Definitely. It doesn't matter if you are afraid or unwilling to join us. Sooner or later you will be cursed forever by Morgana, or be ruled to the extreme by the holy Keisha, and even repeat the tragedy of 10,000 years ago. The movement made by Karthus instantly attracted the attention of people all over the world. The Super Seminary Avengers, Angel Yan and Morgana, who were on the Earth survey, all focused their attention on the image. The United States Daju. Morgana was integrating the demon team she had just cultivated. After watching Karthus's projection, she cursed, what the hell is this ***ch scum? It was Karthus who fooled her to come to Earth before. But now he ran out to expose her shortness, which is really hateful, in the suburbs of Juxia City. Moqing, Hela, and Thornton also saw the projection of Karthus. When Karthus called himself Death God, Hela looked bad and said coldly, this guy is the death god of this world. I want to see him if I have a chance. Don't underestimate him in order to become stronger. Death god Karl abandoned his physical body and became a kind of phantom. Normal means cannot destroy him, Moqing reminded. As far as strength is concerned, Karthus, who controls the void technologies, still above Morgana, and is better than divine Kesha in certain aspects. With Moqing's current strength, he was not sure that he could be eliminated, definitely. Moqing is not afraid of Karl, but feels that it is more troublesome to pay more. After hearing Karthus's words, Lena from Super Theological Seminary, Chen Yaowen from the Dano Galaxy, Du Cao and others thought of the interstellar war with different expressions. Karthus' words continued. The people from the Super Seminary are there too among you. The grandfather of a certain god detonated the sun of the Dano Galaxy out of anger. Even if none of this happened, most of you still cannot escape the end of the nuclear age, because every god has experienced such a catastrophe in the history. Only then can they finally create a nuclear-immune divine body. Think about a time not in a hurry because my life is eternal. After Karthus finished speaking, the huge amounts of figure disappeared silently. Jizayalan looked at the direction of Karthus' disappearance and said in confusion, "Is what he is true?" Rise didn't know when, and Lena and others came to the classroom. Hearing what Jizayalan said, he was afraid that Jizayalan would be bewitched by Karthus. Teacher Dinghe will not turn into nothingness. Jizayalan said non-stop, but what if he has a higher technology? You can't understand the technology. This is impossible, Wandering Rise said firmly. Chen Yaowen looked at Lena, recalling the destruction of the Deno galaxy by the sun god. With a trace of memory and anger in his eyes, God is the wrong direction of civilization. Even if he is one in a million, even if he has the greatest restraint, but he still destroyed our world. Lena dodged her eyes when she heard the words. She didn't dare to look into Chen Yaowen's eyes. She didn't see how her grandfather destroyed the Deno galaxy with her own eyes. But she felt guilty in her heart after hearing this legend. Xinzhao turned his head to watch the dilapidated scene of Huang Village on TV. And sighed, "It's a tragic scene. I wonder how many innocent people have died." Rise said solemnly, "The war came so suddenly. When you were still laughing and joking. It took everything from you, children. If you want to protect what you want to protect, you must first become stronger and stay. The time for you is running out." The Styx galaxy in dark space. After Karthus finished the call, he informed the gluttonous warship to set off on Earth. The gluttonous warrior Stag said, "Our pioneering action to reach the Chiwu galaxy may have been discovered by some divine civilization." The gluttonous warrior Lei Feng didn't care, "With my god Karl. Do we need to care about other gods?" The soldiers we sent to capture the crocodile god Thornton were completely wiped out. According to the information collected, Juxia City has a large number of intelligent life forms beyond the pre-nuclear era. So I suggest that we pick a soft persimmon first. The Bucks put forward their own ideas. Lei Feng heard this and asked, "Where do you think you should start?" The Bucks vowed, "I think the island nation of Tokyo is the most suitable, where there is a monument of civilization. But it has not responded to the defense of our gluttonous pioneers. And there are frictions with Daxia. Where can we start to cause deaths?" "I agree with you, and the target is Tokyo." After Lei Feng and the Bucks made clear their goals, they began to discuss combat plans. The Earth has now entered the pre-nuclear era, with nuclear bombs of different magnitudes. Their conventional weapons cannot destroy our defenses, and air combat units are even less likely to compete with us. There is a sense of contempt. The Bucks were a lot more vigilant and said in a serious tone, "But if they use nuclear weapons, they will cause huge amounts of harm to us. My idea is that when fighting at low altitude, human beings belong to the old god radiate civilization and respect life and morality. Unless it is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it will not drop a nuclear bomb on its own city." Well, this proposal is feasible. In addition, you have to pay attention to the movements of the super seminary and formulate a plan for the killing of gods. The two of you talked about the strategic deployment, precautions and preparatory plans of the Tokyo Raiders. The gluttonous advance warships passed the Great Worm Bridge of Pluto and began to march towards the Earth, ready to die and please their gods. Angel Yan caught the movement of the gluttonous battleship and found Lena from Super Seminary and talked with it. As for why you are looking for Lena instead of Dukao or Rise, it is because there is only God who can talk to God on an equal footing. In the conference room of Super Theological Seminary, Angel Yan and Lena sat opposite each other. Angel Chase and Angel Moi stand behind Angel Yan. They are both angels who followed Angel Yan to the Earth. In terms of Agimong angels, they are considered to be a younger generation. Lena at the moment has received the information sent back by God Mao, knowing that the gluttonous fleet is sailing towards the Earth with malicious intent. But it is not yet clear what angel is coming from. Looking at Angel Yan for a moment, Lena couldn't help but ask first, "What are you, Angel, doing here?" Angel Yan leaned Erlang's legs up. With Angel's usual high cold tone, the Earth is suddenly exposed to the eyes of the major cosmic forces. The devil has commined the gluttonous army is coming soon. And we, Angel, want to ensure that the Earth is in the name of justice, down. Rihanna, who was in the rebellious period, was slightly upset about Angel Yan's arrogant attitude in our Liang star. There is no word justice, you can explain it. The wings behind Angel Yan stretched out a bit. And he chuckled, "Little girl, seriously, I envy you. Wu Yu is carefree. In my 7,000 years of warrior career, I have always been for my own tomorrow or other things. Angel is worried about tomorrow, huh, old fairy." Lena grumbled and waited for the other party's message. Angel Yan didn't care about Lena's and said sternly, "The word justice is the city of Angel when our King Kaisha ruled 17,000 years ago. For the orderly progress of the known universe, we have customized a set of very reasonable laws. Angel calls it just order. Enough, I'm not here to listen to your brainwashing." Lena looked a little impatient. Now the Xuanbing company has just been established. Training, learning, and actual combat exercises are piled up like a mountain. Plus, she has to prepare for the gluttonous invasion. But there is no leisure time to listen to the other side's long talk. Respect the opinions of the Earth Super Seminary first. Divine Kesha's voice echoed in the void. Angel Yan replied, "It's not a super seminary. It's an earthling named Su Moqing." He was surrounded by a 3-generation beast warrior Thornton, as well as an evil god and a monster, Su Moqing. It seems that the Earth is getting more and more interesting. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. She and Morgana have been sisters for hundreds of years. And then they fought for tens of thousands of years. But after all, there is some sentiment. It is not a bad idea to give face. Although she slammed Morgana in the file-size battles of tens of thousands of years, Keisha still recognized Morgana's strength. Tusk. Don't say so bad words, I have studied you. Liang civilization will be safe for the country and the people. And our values are close to the same. Morgana would actually stumble in a backward place like the Earth. Could it be that Principal Kieran did it himself? Keisha was also surprised after that. Angel Yan led Angel to chase Angel Moi away and flew to the sky, using angel communication to connect with the sacred Keisha in the Angel Nebula. Lena hesitated after hearing this. She didn't like Angel. But she also knew that the current super seminary only had 2 or 3 big cats and kittens. Ji Ziolan and others have not yet grown up. And there is really no chance of winning against the gluttonous army. Angel Yan did not urge, but said lightly, "You can think about it, justice may be late. But it will never be absent." Divine Keisha was once a student of Ultra Theological Academy. But she did not agree with the concept of Ultra Theological Academy, and eventually quit automatically. Your angel's extreme dominance is not better than that. I don't agree. Lena had a grudge against Angel because of her philosophy, and she rejected Angel Yan without even thinking about it. In addition to the light of the sun, I also saw the power of the galaxy god of war, and the 3 major projects of Shen gathered on the Earth. Obviously, it is not a coincidence. And Morgana has begun to carry out evil activities on the Earth. But people are hangings. Angel Yan said at the end. He felt a little unbelievable. Saying this, Angel Yan paused, and then continued, "Now the Earth is about to be attacked by gluttons and demons. In order to prevent the spread of evil, we Angel decided to come to the Earth to do justice. Definitely out of courtesy. We want to seek the Supreme Seminary first views." Angel Yan shook his head slightly. Don't make decisions lightly. The gluttonous civilization is ahead of the Earth. The current super seminary may not be able to cope with it. Your current decision not only represents yourself, but also concerns the safety of other people on the Earth. People are responsible for their words and deeds. The gluttony of the Styx galaxy is about to march into the Earth on a large scale. And the super seminary on the Earth does not seem to want our help. A week passed in a blink of an eye, and Su Moqing did not make any major moves during this period. Other countries explicitly or secretly wanted to contact Su Moqing, but Su Moqing refused. Among them was a group of island spies who wanted to use their beauty to collect a little gene sample. After being swept out by Su Moqing, they actually got convulsions and wanted to come hard. Seriously, Su Moqing didn't even know where these islanders came from their courage. As a result, it was cut into 8 segments by Thornton with a big knife and buried in a barren hill. In March there was a light rain and the air was moist and cool. In the quaint pavilion courtyard, the rain fell on the bananas. Su Moqing took out a long piano on a wimset on the ground, calmly and gracefully placed his hands on the strings. Ding tilde with bare hands. A melody with a clear rhyme and an ancient style floated out. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted to every corner of the courtyard in the midst of the rain. In the attic, Hella is combing her hair for the smaller wolf Fenrir. After hearing the sound of the piano, he stands in front of the window and looks at Su Moqing in the long pavilion, feeling the faint sadness in the sound of the piano. Just like tasting old wine, making people have a long aftertaste. A little bit of drizzle fell, and 5 ripples splashed in the pool. Su Moqing lyrically sounded in the drizzle with a 3-point lazy voice. The remaining sound curls up and I watched too much excitement. Seeing the spotless white paper becomes impetuous. The good are few in the quagmires, and the gentlemen who stayed out of the matter sneered on the sidelines. The endless dark arrows continue to clamor. I'm afraid that no one will notice their triumphant demon. One after another disturbs the lack of justice in this world. I resign from the 3 realms. Don't take care of the 5 elements and go to happiness. You must go there for a few years, and the wilderness will change its beauty. The past is scattered, and 10 inches of time are exchanged for 1 coin. Being alone in the mountains and rivers, not hearing bad words and gossip. Raise your head and ask the sky, when will you be able to go to Huanquan? The light and brisk singing voice gives people a refreshing feeling. Hella doesn't know much about ancient songs, but music knows no borders. The singing of integrate opera and Huaqiang is ethereal and ethereal. Pure and pure without a trace of impurities at this moment. Su Moqing is like a careless young Wu Yufree and leisure. Stop and go for centuries. Watching the stream of feasting and feasting turns into loneliness. The trembling people never doubted. Prosperity and wealth here is the only truth. After the organs have done their calculations, they left a piece of gold. Withered bones in that tomb cannot rest in peace, no one cares. When the night fell, a sigh fell. I am happy to come, and I am happy to be happy when I go down. After singing a song coming home, Su Moqing put away the long piano, sensing the fluctuation of the space behind him, and turning sideways slightly. A beautiful blonde woman with Erlang's legs crossed into the eyes. She was sitting on a bench in the pavilion, with a pair of white wings gathered behind her. Her upper body was draped in silver armor, and her lower body was a short dark red skirt that touched her knees. Her eyes were light and she looked at Su Moqing with a hint of appreciation. The snow-white slender legs were exposed under the skirt. Casual and undisciplined but full of temptation. People can't help but think about it. Su Moqing from the parallel universe. Hello. I am the left-wing guard of the sacred Keisha, Angel Yan. I am here to talk to you. Angel Yan is too arrogant. Comes with a queen fan with a smile on his mouth. In the light rain showing a strange style. As long as you are not in love, you can talk about everything else. Su Moqing stood up casually and waved. Red wine and coffee appeared on the stone table. Wine or coffee? Angel Yan felt that his rhythm was disrupted and was slightly embarrassed. So he adjusted quickly. Coffee, thank you. Said politely, Angel Yan picked up the coffee and took a sip. Su Moqing put away the red wine and tasted the coffee on the table. Angel Yan seemed to think of something, lit out a laugh, and said with a serious face, you have been in contact with Morgana, and she is spreading evil and degenerate thoughts to the earth. What do you think of this matter? While Angel Yan spoke, Her beautiful eyes stared at Moqing's handsome and resolute face, showing a charming smile like a charming little fairy. Damn, this B****ch is too rampant. Upon seeing Hela in the attic, he was instantly angry with her slender fingers, pinching Fenrir's neck, seeming to treat Fenrir as Angel Yan, so that Fenrir rolled his eyes. At the moment Fenrir was speechless. Who did I provoke? Angel Yan felt the malice from Hela and smiled back. Showing more amorous feelings, Angel Yan chuckled, flying high into the sky, and quickly disappeared in the drizzle. Angel Yan looked at Moqing, who was domineering and leaking, slightly stunned, and then smiled. For the existence of gluttonous food, Moqing is not soft. This earth is the place I protect. Anyone who dares to do evil here is my enemy. The Moqing's face was calm, and he didn't get confused by Angel Yan's teasing. I hope so. If you need help, justice will follow. Moqing is considered an ideal target. From the ability displayed by the opponent, it can be seen that the opponent already possesses the strength that rivals the gods. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Although the other party is indeed a rare stunner, he is not someone who can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. It depends on the mood, Moqing smiled freely. Moqing said proudly, if they dare to commit an offense, the earth has a place of burial allowing them to settle down. Angel Yan has absolute confidence in his body and appearance, and his temptation will surely fascinate the human being in front of him. It's just that ordinary people cannot look like Angel Yan's eyes. Other than that, ordinary people's lifespan is only a few decades short, and a longer lifespan is more than 100 years. Compared with Angel's lifespan, it is too short. Angel is synonymous with love and beauty. As a 7,000-year-old leftover girl, Angel Yan also longs for an unforgettable love. Angel Yan said that the temperature was mild, and his wings spread out and flew into the drizzle. It seemed that thinking of something. He smiled at Moqing below. You sing very well. Can you sing it to me alone when you have time? During this period of time on Earth, she has been investigating Moqing for a long time, and she has developed a keen interest in this mysterious and powerful man. What he did during this period was considered to be in line with Angel's justice and order. As an activist, Angel Yan decided to hook up first. Oh, has my old lady's charm declined recently? Seeing that Moqing was unmoved, Angel Yan felt a little frustrated in his heart, but did not show it, supporting his chin with one hand. Watching Moqing, the gluttonous advanced troops have entered the Chiwu galaxy, and they are absolutely malicious, ready to create death on the Earth to please their gods. At their speedsy will arrive on Earth tomorrow morning. According to Super Theological Seminary, the threat has entered the solar system, but none of the satellites can detect it. This is the first time in human history that an alien civilization has been invaded. Please deploy a military area. The information that the gluttonous advance force is about to invade the Earth has been made public to the high level of various countries through the Super Seminary. Every country is like a big enemy, making preparations before the war. As for ordinary people, there was no notice, because Ultra Theological Seminary did not know that Taudi would attack the city first. In order to avoid causing panic and riots, the information about the invasion of Taudi was not disclosed in the media. Ordinary people still live their old lives, but this kind of life will not be long. In the vast ocean, the Juxia fleet is sailing on the surface. In the command room, Lion Fenghui reported, according to the data from Deno 3. The gluttonous advance force is approaching the Earth's orbit. Yukin went on to say, the data shows that there is one gluttonous flagship, 7 large warships, and more than 100 medium warships. It will enter the atmosphere in 30 minutes. The local warfare suffers. Can't they launch a nuclear bomb before they enter the atmosphere? Ji Zaya, all dressed in black armor, has grown a lot after more than a week of training. He heard that he was going to fight aliens. There is no bottom at all. Dukao shook his head and sighed. Taudi's technology is far ahead of the Earth. Launching nuclear bombs at very long distances can easily be intercepted by them. Xin Zhao said uncomfortably, can we only watch them enter the Earth? This is also no way who can't compare the technology. Our air combat unit is far from the gluttony. And now we can only wait for the gluttony to come and try to defeat it. Du Cao had a serious face. The fighters of the other battalion companies had already put on the black armor developed by the super seminary. But the training time was too short. And the potential of these super fighters had not been fully developed. Now let the Xingbing company face the gluttonous. The odds of winning are not good. Rui Mengmeng asked, can you negotiate? No, those guys are a bunch of lunatics. Lena knew something about the gluttonous civilization. And these gluttonous things made it clear that they were going to kill them. There was nothing to talk about, only fighting. What a sentence, my big axe is already hungry and thirsty. Liu Chuang is a B*******, but he still has national integrity. In his words, whoever dares to break ground on Tai Sui's head will cut to death. Closely monitor the movements of gluttonous food. Once it comes to the Earth, understand and report. Du Cao gave orders to Lian Feng Yukin and others, and then saluted all the members of the Xingbing company before shouting loudly, the Xingbing company is ready. Combat this is your first mission since your establishment. But the outcome of this battle is directly related to the fate of the Earth and mankind. You have 20 minutes of free time. After 20 minutes, you will assemble on Deck 1 and disband. It is incumbent to protect the family and the country. The members of the Xingbing company shouted in unison, and then exited the command room. Time flew quickly, and the gluttonous advance troops went directly to Tokyo according to the plan. Ordinary satellites on the Earth are completely useless to gluttony, and it is easy to shield them, therefore. Except for the Transcendental Seminary, which has the Shen civilization and the Deno galaxy. Other countries wait until gluttony descends over Tokyo before they know that aliens are true. It is coming. The gluttonous advance troops entered the atmosphere, and the movement created was not small. When countless warships broke through the atmosphere, the hulls of the warships rubbed against the air, emitting dazzling firelight which was very dazzling. Island residents can see it with the naked eye. In particular, the Gourmet Pioneer flagship, which looks like a huge cross, is particularly conspicuous and can be seen in some areas of Daxia. Bogger, it's a lie, the aliens have attacked. God, who will save us? Ha, the end has come, destroy it, this damn world. In the island country of Tokyo, countless citizens looked at the large number of gluttonous warships, all stunned and swallowing continuously. Some ran away in a hurry, some knelt and prayed, and some laughed nervously, radically and crazy. The moment Taudi appeared, the battle began. The island country's military reacted quickly and directly launched missiles for bombing. However, the strength of the two sides is very different, and it is not at the same level. Conventional missiles are directly blocked by the gluttonous energy shield and cannot cause substantial damage to them. Warriors of my god, Carl, start killing as much as you want. With the loud shouts of the Bucks and Lei Feng, Taudi began to strike indiscriminately, swish swish tilde. An energy cannon bombarded from the gluttonous battleship, and the city of Tokyo was immediately killed and injured. Numerous high-rise buildings collapsed in the explosion, and the flames ruthlessly swallowed these living lives. Xin Zhao said, I personally don't like those island nations, but it's a matter of the survival of all mankind. We still have to fight this battle. When he thinks about death, Ji Ziyarlan feels a mess. Looking at the terrified island nation below, listening to the unwilling desperate and painful wailing of the opponent before his death. The gluttonous soldiers in the small spacecraft all showed cruel, bloodthirsty smiles. Liu Chuang, pay attention to your attitude. I know that the island country and Daxia once had frictions, but now is not the time for internal fighting. The muzzle must be aligned to the outside. Rena reminded that the gluttonous invasion is a crisis for all mankind. If this at that time human beings still have infighting, which really can't move the Navy army, and air forces of the island nation were mobilized at full speed for the first time. But the gluttonous technological level far surpassed that of the island nation. Except for some small spaceships that were occasionally shot down one or two. All medium-level warships were protected by energy shields and conventional missile shells. It can't be beaten at all. Buddy is still a asterisk boy. Contact Super Theological Seminary quickly and ask for help. We can't help it. The flagship of the Gourmet Pioneer quietly hovered over Tokyo. Like a behemoth that obscured the sky, whose eyes were blocked. Small spaceships flew out of it and vandalized in Tokyo. Killing the panicked civilians, Xin Yi is right. Chen Yaowen smiled moreover. Whether the nuclear bomb can break the defense is still unknown. But he also knows that at the moment he has no retreat. For the safety of the country and his family can only fight. Or go to die. The battalion company had assembled and came to the fighter plane. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In just over 10 minutes, the city of Tokyo suffered millions of deaths and injuries. And the economic losses are even more immeasurable. The Air Force lost 2/3. And the rest will not last long. The Navy and the Army have suffered similar deaths and injuries. If they continue at this rate, they can't be used. In half an hour, Tokyo will fall completely. And the island nation may be subjugated in one morning. Ji Ziaolan seemed a little worried. He was very scared at the moment. Before he was just a D***K. Suddenly became a super soldier. And then he was about to fight aliens in a blink of an eye. This change was so fast that he couldn't adapt. The Prime Minister of the island country understood that the situation was serious and could not care about his face. Hearing the gluttonous bombing of Tokyo, Liu Chuang, who was outspoken, smiled and said, "Gourmet is in Tokyo. And the relationship is good. Let them bite the dog, let's watch the excitement." As for nuclear bombs, island nations dare not use them on their own land. After all, island nations are so big. Even if nuclear bombs can destroy the defense of gluttonous warships. After a war, the island nations will also play. Another courtyard in the suburbs of Juxia City, Moqing. Hello. And Thornton sat on the sofa and watched the Tokyo Times broadcast by CCTV. All our missiles and thermal weapons were intercepted by a strange electric light. And the occasional shells were unable to destroy the target. People are being evacuated from Tokyo. I'm in Shinjuku, Tokyo. The situation here is very chaotic. There is gunfire everywhere. The scene is out of control and traffic is completely paralyzed. A male journalist from an island country braved the artillery fire to broadcast live. From the screen, the sky was covered by gunpowder smoke. Fire and smoke were everywhere. Many citizens flee in panic from time to time. A gluttonous spacecraft could be seen passing by the sky. When the picture below turns, the camera is aimed at huge amounts of gluttonous Pioneer flagship. Long-range firepower will be intercepted and we can't. Boom tilde, there was an explosion, flesh and blood flew across. And the screen ended, Tokyo. Moqing remembers that in the original plot of the Super Theological Academy, the most advanced target of Gourmet was Tian City in Daxia. Now that he changed the target, it was slightly unexpected. Are you going to fight? Hella is also a master who can't be idle. And wants to get pleasure through killing and conquering. You don't need to do it this time. Since it's Tokyo, let them move around, Moqing waved. Two little fat brothers Godzilla appeared in the room. It was Godzilla Honglian and Mew, yes tilde yes hey. The two Godzillas who were shrunk by Moqing with Pym's rays were as high as 1 meter. With big belly and beckoned to Moqing roar. Moqing touched both Godzilla's heads and said, "You two have been idle for a long time. Now I'll give you a task to destroy those gluttonous warships." Yeah tilde yes hays. The purple-skinned Red Lotus and the brown-skinned Mew responded, expressing their understanding. Godzilla's IQ is not lower than that of humans. And his personality is lazy and cold. He doesn't care about the existence of humans. Under normal circumstances, as long as humans do not actively attack, Godzilla will not attack humans, not paying attention to trampling to death. Moqing opened the space channel connecting Tokyo, and the two Godzillas walked side by side and jumped into the sea together, swimming towards Tokyo City the moment they hit the sea. Moqing used the Pim beam to restore their body shape to their original state. Island country Tokyo, the original prosperous city. At the moment was like the end of the world. With corpses all over the field. Countless high-rise buildings collapsed. Traffic was completely paralyzed. And the fleeing island people screamed in panic and despair. The cry of children and the screams of women came and went one after another. Under the sound of artillery fire, the speed decreased. The gloomy sky enveloped the entire city. The air was filled with gunpowder and blood. And there was dazzling artillery fire everywhere. From time to time, island fighters were shot down and spun down from the air. In the offensive nature of the gluttonous army, the self-defense forces of the island nation were retreating steadily. Even if they launched suicide attacks, they could not achieve the desired effect, at most. They could only destroy some gluttonous small spaceships. At the moment, members of the Xingbing Company have boarded the Aurora transport plane heading to Tokyo and headed towards the island nation. Because large transport planes are easily intercepted by gluttonous high altitude. For safety reasons, after the Aurora entered the territory of the island country, it did not directly tens of millions of Tokyo, but transferred to the airport of Osaka. When the Aurora arrived at Osaka Airport, the island military, which had already received orders from higher authorities, prepared the follow-up work in the future. Soldiers of the Xingbing Company are finally here. Please come with me. Each soldier will board a helicopter to avoid being hit and bombed. Tokyo depends on you, please. As soon as the soldiers from the Xingbing Company got off the transport plane, the people from the island country's military greeted them enthusiastically, as if they had seen their father. The surrounding island country soldiers bowed together 90 degrees to show their sincerity. Ji Xiaolin and others were a little uncomfortable. But the situation was urgent. They boarded a helicopter and headed for Tokyo. During the flight, Sunlight Reina used the Shen channel to connect with Ji Xiaolin, Chen Yaowen and others to tell the gluttonous combat power configuration. According to the latest information from Super Theological Seminary, the gluttons who invaded the Earth this time were the advanced troops. Their warships are roughly divided into 3 types. The first type is a single-vehicle airship, which was once caught in Juxia City. The crocodile catcher Thornton, the category that was wiped out by Moqing, had the largest number, about 1,000. The second type is a large-scale firepower battleship, with extremely strong firepower with a number of 7. Finally, there is the Pioneer flagship of Gur. 1 in number. Speaking of this, Reina Robber said, Gautrie's Pioneer flagship has an energy defense barrier, which is difficult to destroy with conventional weapons. Therefore, Kayangwei's wormhole handling technology is the key to this battle. Now I will make a simple strategic deployment. At the same time, in the office of the United States State Department, members of Avengers gathered in the room, watching the live broadcast on TV attentively. The gluttonous army is attacking Tokyo, and the company of the Super Seminary has already gone. Are we going to send troops to support it? Now we don't have time to control the island country in Daxia. The demons in Daju are increasing, and we must find ways to contain them. Those demons are very powerful. In my opinion, their threat is more than gluttony. I heard that their queen is called Morgana. Maybe we can consider implementing the decapitation plan. Island country Tokyo. In the control room, a group of high-ranking gluttonous soldiers looked at Tokyo, which was mercilessly swallowed by the flames of war, and laughed wantonly. A group of Avengers members discussed. These islanders are really weak, and it is impossible to pose any fatal threat to us. Huge amounts of Pioneer flagship. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The threat of gluttony can't be ignored. The opponent's firepower configuration is very strong. I hope that some hero company can win. As for the island countries, The United States doesn't report any expectations at all. Lei Feng tapped his fingers on the desktop. His tone very proud. The relationship between the United States and Daxia in the past was not so harmonious. And there was a certain degree of competition. Lei Feng snorted and said confidently, "What about the Xingbing Company? Our god-killing weapons are ready. As long as they dare to come, I will treat them as sacrifices and offer them to my god Carl." The Bucks were more cautious and analyzed in the pre-nuclear era. Antimatter is involved in the upward. And antimatter is on the upward that is void. Dark energy and the like. The Earth originally does not have antimatter energy. And it can develop to this level. The degree is quite unexpected, moreover. There is a super seminary on the Earth. And they have created a company of male soldiers. All of them are monster sand, we still can't take it lightly. At the same time, leaders from all over the country watched the live broadcast of the battlefield in Tokyo through various channels. Here I hope everyone supports the original version. Use the starting point to watch. And don't raise it for too long. I'm afraid of being raised to death zero. But the gluttonous attack threatens all mankind this time. These people really hope that Daxia can defeat gluttonous enough. Humph, because the Earth is the common home of mankind. Roar la la tilde. A Japanese combat helicopter carrying a mail company is close to the Tokyo area. At the moment, Tokyo, this cosmopolitan city, has been completely unrecognizable, with dense smoke covering the sky and extremely low visibility. Many places are lit up with raging fires, almost completely fallen into ruins. Because of the sudden incident, the civilians in Tokyo were too late to move, and most of them hid in the subway station. The character of the island nation is aside, but certain qualities are indeed commendable. Coupled with the frequent occurrence of earthquakes, the island nation's awareness of avoiding crises is relatively high. But even some millions of people are still killed. Man-made disasters are often better than natural disasters. Under the bloody slaughter, a large number of civilians and troops die at all times. It's tragic among the 10 helicopters. Lena sat on the foremost helicopter, looking at the dilapidated city of Tokyo with emotion. The helicopter pilot asked in bad Huxia language, "The visibility ahead is less than 100 meters. Soldiers of the Xingbing Company, do you want a detour? Stay in formation and move on." Lena knows something about the history of the island country, and originally didn't like it. But her position here is the Earth, and she will not make willful decisions based on personal emotions. What Lena was thinking about was to eliminate the gluttony sooner and save more lives. But there was no time for others to take care of. Hi. The helicopter pilot executed the command and moved on. When will the Xingbing Company arrive? We can't hold on anymore. The company of the male soldiers has arrived in the air above the theater. Please the ground troops to cover us and help pass through the dense smoke area. Clear. After the helicopter technician had a Japanese exchange with the ground troops, he started the operation this time. In order to deal with the gluttony, Daxia Huaxia and the island country gave up their suspicions and joined forces. The island country was dead and would not be stupid by the brain. The helicopter pilot reported the situation to headquarters, and the ground troops immediately deployed. The members of the mail company on the helicopter were waiting. This was their first battle. Even Lena seemed quite nervous. But as the captain did not show it, and Ji Xiaolan was trembling. The pilot carrying Ji Xiaolan noticed Ji Xiaolan's situation and smiled. Scooey. Is Xiaolan trembling with excitement because of the upcoming battle? Excited, your uncle, I am afraid. Okay. Ji Xiaolan complained in his heart, but thinking that he could not lose the face of Huxia people in front of the islanders. He bit his head and said in a deep voice, "My big sword is already hungry and thirsty." Chen Yao and Liu Chuang's Rui Meng Meng and others were equally worried and cheered for themselves in silence. They entered the super theological seminary, and it took less than 2 weeks to complete their calculations. They used to be farmers, waiters, and gangsters. In a short time they could not turn into qualified fighters. The 10 soldiers of the Xingbing company who came this time were Lena, Ji Ziaolan Liu Chuang Chen Yaowen Du Kainwei Kilin Zhaozin, Rui Mengmeng Hua Yingund Wuji Sword Seijie. Because of Su Moqing's intervention, Sun Wukong did not join the Xingbing company. It can be said that the current Xingbing company's combat power is much weaker than the original plot. How much effect it can play is unknown. 10 helicopters galloped all the way and gradually entered the sky over Tokyo, immersed in the billowing smoke. Because the visibility range was extremely low, the speed of the helicopters was not fast. Ji Ziaolan clasped his hands tightly, and suddenly sensed that unknown energy appeared in front of him at an extremely fast speed. And promptly reminded, unknown energy appears ahead. Unknown energy appears ahead, pay attention to avoid. Pay attention to avoid. However, as soon as Ji Ziaolan yelled out the no, one helicopter that Lena was in was hit by a beam of energy. With a booms, the pilot of the no. One helicopter died on the spot. The helicopter lost its flight ability, braving flames and thick smoke and falling like a meteor. Unit 1 Lena was shot. Lena, sister I rely on. Seeing that Lena's helicopter was shot down, the other members of the Xingbing company were shocked and shouted. However, Lei Feng's, the gluttonous soldier who attacked the helicopter, did not stop and fired several dark energy cannons to coax other helicopters. Boom tilde with 2 explosions in succession. The helicopter where Rui Mengmeng and Liu Chuang were located was also destroyed and fell downward. At presently, Lena Ji Ziaolan and Kaiyan Wei of the Xingbing company are able to fight in the air. The other members do not have flight ability, and the line of sight is interfered with. In the face of thunder winds long-range strikes, they can only do it in a hurry. We were ambushed by the enemy. This is a trap. We immediately turned around. Roar. The deputy captain of the Xingbing company called Kaiyan Wei anxiously, stay steady, hold steady. Everyone pay attention. There is an unknown object approaching in front of you. Everyone pay attention. When the male soldiers communicated, Lei Feng flew out of the thick smoke, and Ji Ziaolan looked at the Lei Feng passing by the helicopter where he was. Seeing that it was huge and nearly 3 meters in size, covered in white armors, and had a pair of mechanical wings behind it. It was very sci-fi and stunned for a while. Is this a Gundam? Lei Feng and Ji Ziaolan's helicopter passed by. Without stopping, the 3 guns raised their hands and destroyed Kilin, Zhaozin and Kaiyan Wei's helicopters respectively. Kaiyan Wei is dead. Is she dead? No, she won't die. Seeing that the helicopter where Kaiyan Wei was also hit, Ji Ziaolan lost his senses for a moment, and then yelled, "Your uncle, I'll do your best, Demacia," shouting the slogan that the 3 friends of Durban had previously joked. Ji Ziaolan unfolded the black angel wings behind him and slew towards the gluttonous thunder and wind. Go away. Lei Feng whirled in the air, easily avoiding Ji Ziaolan's attack, kicking Ji Ziaolan out with 1 kick, and then staring at the falling Lena, god-killing battle. Strangling the sun's light and god-killing no. 1 battle preparations are complete. Taudi had done an investigation long ago, and the information about the members of the Xingbing company was clear. Because of Lena's powerful destructive power, Taudi was regarded as the primary target of eradication. This ambush was specially prepared for Lena infinitely. It would be best to wipe out the male company in 1 fell swoop. No, their target is Lena. Chen Yaowen noticed Lei Feng's movements. His face changed drastically and he was about to stop him, when he was hit in the head by the gluttonous sniper with the death of God no. 1 projectile. Fortunately, the black armor helmet on Chen Yaowen's head resisted most of the strength. But even so, Chen Yaowen was beaten to death and passed out into a coma. At the same time, a large gluttonous warship locked onto Lena and launched a golden spear about 1 meter long and with a thin arm, like a golden lightnings, swiftly pierced into Lena's abdomen, making Lena black. The armor broke and the spear plunged into Lena's belly. Atilda Renaho was hit hard, gave roar a pain and chased down to the city of Tokyo below. Seeing this scene, Kaiwei used space jump ability and instantly appeared on Chen Yaowen's helicopter. Hugged Chen Yaowen, who was seriously injured and unconscious, and then used space ability to bring it to the ground. Riene fell to the ground, reluctantly drew out the god-killing weapon from her abdomen, and threw it aside. These gluttons are not easy. The god-killing weapon was developed specifically for the god body. But Lena is the sun's light, one of the highest masterpieces of the super seminary. How can it be easily destroyed on the other side? Several other male soldiers and soldiers who crashed all jumped out of the helicopter and scattered in all directions. They have been trained in free landing during this time, protected by black armor, but all landed safely. But those island pilots did not have such a good life, and all died on the spot. Before, the soldiers of the Qingbing Company who were defeated had not been able to rectify their formation. The gluttonous army group designated the place where they landed as a key bombing area. Facing the gluttonous fierce firepower coverage attack, the men of the Qingbing Company were almost stunned. If it weren't for the protection of the super soldier gene and black armor, it is estimated that the group would be destroyed in one round. After holding the gluttonous bombardment, almost all of the men in the company suffered minor or severe injuries. The injured Lena rested for a while and was about to move on, but was stopped by a girl with a double ponytail wearing a gothic dress. "Ale, you are the light of the sun, Lena." How embarrassed. Lena looked at the beautiful girl in front of her. She was about 17 or 18 years old. She spoke fluent Japanese. She had a sweet smile and her left eye was blocked by the oblique bangs. She looked like an elegant, rich lady. But her hands were awkward, planting two ancient guns, one long and one short. "Look strange in this war-torn Tokyo city, little sister. It's dangerous here, you quickly evacuate." Lena was a little dazed, and then persuaded the other party to leave in Japanese. As the sun's light, Riene is proficient in all languages on the earth, so there is no hindrance to communication. She also has to look for her comrades in arms and fight with gluttonous food. And there is no spare time to chat. "That won't work, they are ordered to support you." The girl with two ponytails smiled evilly, and then said loudly, "Come out, engrave the emperor," accompanied by the irritating saxophone music. A golden clock with huge amounts of appeared behind the girl with two ponytails. 4 bullets. The girl with a double ponytail pointed the short gun at 4 o'clock. And after the digital shadow on the clock was injected into the muzzle, the girl pointed the short gun at Riene and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Seeing the girl's sudden attack, Lena instinctively blocked her hand in front of her. After her body was hit by the 4 bullets, Lena felt light all overs, and her injuries were healed in a blink of an eye. She was destroyed by the black armor that was destroyed by the god-killing weapon, also completely repaired. Looking at the girl with a gun in front of her, Lena exclaimed, "My God, what kind of black technology is this? Little sister, who are you?" "My name is Tokisaki Kurumi, so please give me your advice." Tokisaki Kurumi put away his guns, twisted his skirts with his hands, and performed a standard ladies' ceremony. After the male company was broken up, they fought separately in order to pursue the male company's people. The gluttonous soldiers dispatched small individual spacecraft and cooperated with the 3 warships to begin encirclement and suppression. Countless energy shells shot down from the gluttonous battleship. Even the anti-shock buildings and ground could not withstand the gluttonous violent artillery fire. Many high-rise buildings and the ground collapsed. Tokyo Toranomon subway station. If this continues, the subway tunnel will not last long. Are you going to die? What are the self-defense forces doing? Didn't it mean that Huaxia's soldiers have arrived? Why haven't they come to rescue us? Those Huxia people are unreliable. No. The aliens got in from the subway station. Run for your life. Just as the people of the island nation were complaining, 2 gluttonous warriors in black armor jumped off the individual spacecraft. And after entering the subway station, they used dark energy guns to shoot frantically at the crowds of island nations. Boom, 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 tilde. Because the space in the subway station is closed, and many people are taking refuge here. It is extremely crowded. The gluttonous soldiers can almost kill several people with each shot. Help, run, don't get in the way, Tilda, my child. Baga, I'm fighting with you. The crowd in the subway station fled frantically. At the moment of life and deaths, not many people thought of civility and comedy. Rushing to the depths of the tunnel, some bloody people recoiled to the gluttonous fighters. But unfortunately, the disparity in strength was directly crushed by the gluttonous fighters. Kill, stupid earthlings, welcome death, ha. The two gluttonous warriors slaughtered unscrupulously. It seemed that there was no compassion. In the eyes under the mask, there was only bloodthirsty and fanaticism. You two beasts, die for me, with a loud shout. Moqing sharp knife, Rui Meng held a big knife and slashed fiercely on the neck of one of the gluttonous warriors. The blood was splashed and the gluttonous warrior was cut off and died on the spot. The splash of blood dyed Rui Meng's baby face red. Blood, I killed someone, Rui Meng, who killed the enemy for the first time, was blinded by the blood. Rui Meng is only in her early 20s, and her family conditions are not very good. Both her parents are working outside the city. There is also a younger brother and a sister. The family conditions are not enough to support her college education. Work. Because Rui Meng has an upright personality and does not understand the world. She often offends people unknowingly, and usually gets fired after working less than 3 months. Because of family reasons, Rui Meng is usually unsmiling like a tomboy, with a sense of inferiority. It wasn't until she joined Super Theological Seminary that Rui Meng began to change. In order to make her parents proud, she felt that she would win glory for the country. But Rui Meng is a girl after all. Just now I saw the gluttonous murder of civilians, and the blood surged up for a while, and he smashed and killed a gluttonous soldier. Now that I come back to my senses, I feel scared and at a loss. And my mind is blank. The gluttonous soldier on the other side was startled when his companion was killed, and then immediately fought back, shooting Rui Meng with a shot, bang. The dark energy bombs hit the black armor on Rui Meng, and did not break the black armor's defense. But the strong impact force still slammed Rui Meng to the ground. Rui Meng's super gene is the Moqing sharp knife, possessing extraordinary physical combat abilities, but not strong enough divine power, just like an assassin. What he wants is simply and neat, but obviously, at the moment Rui Meng has not corrected his mentality. Otherwise, he would not be knocked down by an ordinary gluttonous warrior. Soldiers of Qingbin Company go to death. The gluttonous warrior, who is accustomed to being in the company of death, will not make such a low-level mistake, and is immediately ready to make up for it, bang. With the sound of a gunshot, the gluttonous soldier's head had an extra blood hole, and he fell straight down, losing his breath of life. In the darkness, Tokisaki Kurumi walked out, squatted in front of Rui Meng, took out a tissue, and gently wiped the blood on Rui Meng's face. Then she lifted Rui Meng's chin with her slender index finger, smiled charmingly and said in Japanese, "Little cute. It's not a good habit to be distracted in battle." What? What did you say? I don't understand Japanese, but thank you. Rui Meng is a scumbag, although she works hard. Some things are difficult for her to understand. I don't know anything about foreign languages, and I don't understand what Tokisaki Kurumi said. But after all, the other party had saved himself, so he still had to be thankful. It's just that Tokisaki Kurumi and her poses are rather ambiguous. Rui Meng is an innocent girl who has never been teased by anyone, let alone a woman. Her complexion flushed instantly and looked a little cramped. When Tokisaki Kurumi heard Rui Meng's words, he chuckled lightly and then said in Huxia, blushing, "Kawaii, you can speak Huxia great, are you also a super soldier?" While Rui Meng was questioning, he heard the screams of Ji Xiaolin on the Shen channel. He immediately got up and said to Toki Kwang, "My name is Rui Meng. I am a soldier of the Qingbin Company. I have to go with my brothers. Converged, if I can see you again, I invite you to dinner." Tokisaki Kurumi stretched out his right hand. My name is Tokisaki Kurumi. I'm here to assist you, please take care of me, help me. Rui Meng was stunned. And Lena's voice came from the Shen channel. The company of heroes is assembled. And if you are still breathing, you will give me all the way to the flagship of gluttonous food. Sister Lena, it's great that you didn't die, I thought. Rui Meng's voice was surprised and choked. Your goddess is not that vulnerable. Rena's words let go and Kaiwei's voice sounded again. Prepare to organize a counterattack. First destroy the gluttonous main battleship. Xinjiao is responsible for attracting firepower. And Ji Xiaolan rammed me vigorously quickly, Ji Xiaolan. Kaiwei and Xinjiao gathered together. And Kaiwei set his goal on a large gluttonous battleship. When Ji Xiaolan heard Kaiwei's words, he hesitated. I just ran into it like this, will I die? Kaiwei looked at Ji Xiaolan, who was the only one, and shouted with hatred, what are you doing here? We are soldiers of the Xingbing Company. We can't shame the country. If you dare to flee and become a deserter, I will shoot you now. I hit. Ji Xiaolan's heart was very complicated, and emotions such as fear and regret filled his heart. Finally, he gritted his teeth and flapped the wings of the Black Angel, thinking that the large gluttonous battleship ran into it. It's a pity that a gluttonous individual spacecraft intercepted in the air and was shot down by a cannon, smashing the ground into a big hole. Just as the gluttonous spacecraft fired energy cannons to bombard Ji Xiaolan, 4 stone walls suddenly rose on the ground to protect Ji Xiaolan. It turned out that Chen Yao, in the heart of the earth, arrived and used the power of the earth to block the attack. War is one of the fastest ways for people to grow. A cruel environment is easier to stimulate people's potential. At the moment, company may be very young, but they are growing at an amazing speed. War is a large meat grinder, and no one knows whether he will die inexplicably next moment. In the sky, a large black gluttonous battleship was suspended in the air, and suddenly shot down dozens of dark energy beams, bombarding the members of the male company below. Rumble tilde. A series of violent explosions recalled that the buildings on both sides of the street collapsed under gunfire. A large amount of reinforced concrete fell from the air. Below Ji Xiaolan, Chen Yaoan, Zhao Xin and Kaiwei quickly dodge. Am I dying? Ji Xiaolan coughed up blood in his mouth. Although his invincible body was very bullish, it was not impossible to break it. He was bombarded by dark energy shells just now and was shocked to hemorrhage. Although he could not die, it was very painful. Chen Yaoan used the power of the earth to resist the bombardment of the gluttonous warship, and at the same time shouted to Ji Xiaolan on the Shen channel. Xiaolan looks at the sky and rushes to the fire-searching ship again. Chong, how to fight, will die, they will beat me. Ji Xiaolan looked panicked and afraid. To be fair, he didn't want to go to the battlefield. If he could, he would rather stay with his parents at home. Chen Yaoan was so angry that he almost vomited blood, and roared, you are an invincible body, you can't die. You tank will not go to the top, do you want us to top it? Go, okay, I'll go. Ji Xiaolan suppressed the fear in his heart and continued to attack. At the same time, Lena's voice sounded on the Shen channel. I'm on the way here, you guys stand up first. Sister brought you a strong support. Qilin and Xin Zhao are ready. Let's take down the gunboat in one wave. Kaiwei used space ability and flew to the top of a tall building to cooperate with Chen Yaoan's plan. Riane took the hand of Tokisaki Kurumi and took the other party to the high-rise building. At the same time, she said, Yi and Wei Ying have not responded to the communication. Liu Chuang went to find them at present. The main force of gluttonous food is hovering over Tokyo. The air force of the island country can temporarily withdraw, and the male soldiers will connect to the battlefield and prepare for a full counterattack. At the same time, Qilin jumped up to a tall building, raised her god-killing sniper rifle, and aimed it at the gluttonous soldiers who might intercept Ji Xiaolan. The other side, Tokisaki Kurumi followed Rui Meng, and together with Rui Meng's, they dealt with the gluttonous warriors who landed. One long attack and one close combat. And they cooperated in tacit understanding. Gourmet Pioneer flagship as soon as Lei Feng, who had completed the battle of killing the gods, returned to the control room. A gluttonous soldier reported, Sir Lei Feng, the male company is organizing a counterattack and has already started fighting with the brothers below. The black armor on their bodies cannot be used with conventional weapons. Destroy storage of god-killing weapons is limited. Plays indicate these people are really a group of hard bones. I want to see how long you can last, Lei Feng snorted, then saw that the stag was not visible in the command room, and asked where are the stags. Lord Buck seems to have something wrong left. This guy is not here at such an important moment, forget it. Just ignore him, find me the position of the male company, and destroy them at the moment. Ji Xiaolin exerted all his strength to leap towards the gluttonous warship in the sky. The gluttonous fighters on the two individual spaceships tried to step forward to intercept, but Qilin shot them in the head of the gluttonous fighter in front. The single-soldier spacecraft in front lost control, collided with the spaceship behind, exploded, and fell from the air. This time Ji Xiaolin directly hit the body of the large gluttonous battleship. Bang tilde in terms of body size. Ji Xiaolin and the gluttonous warship of hundreds of meters are like ants and elephants, like mayflies shaking trees. But under Ji Xiaolin's collision, although he did not crash it, he broke the energy shield of the gluttonous warship's outer layer and almost overturned the huge hull. Kang Wei seized the opportunity and teleported to the space above the gluttonous battleship to open the space wormhole. At the same time, Roar called Lena, Lena. Call me a goddess, Lena snorted, raising her hand to blast out a small solar flare. The big solar flares of basketballs sank into the void, and then bombarded the gluttonous battleship, destroying the gluttonous battleship in one fell swoop. Tokisaki Kurumi smiled and said, it's quite capable. Your potential is more than that if you fully develop it. It should be easy to deal with these gluttonous foods. A powerful force can easily destroy the enemy, but at the same time it will also bring destruction. It may not be a good thing. Lena is only 23 years old, which is too young for a god. Liang Star was afraid that Lena could not control her divine power, so he added a few gene locks to Lena to prevent Lena from running away. According to the original plans, Panzhen would not unlock Lena's genetic lock until Lena was 1,000 years old and let Lena become a true sun god. Who knows, Tokisaki Kurumi chuckled, then looked up at the Gourmet Pioneer flagship in the sky. You have to hurry up. They seem to have found us, I know, hurry up. Rena held Tokisaki Kurumi with one hand and leaped towards the Tokyo Tower. Tokisaki Kurumi held Rena's waist and let Rena take her to fly. The two landed on the observation deck of the Tokyo Tower. At this height you can have a panoramic view of Tokyo. When the weather is good, you can also see Mount Fuji. But right now Tokyo is full of gunpowder smoke, and there are fires everywhere. It is completely a scene of the ruins of the apocalypse. Rena put Tokisaki Kurumi behind her, and then used the kamikaze channel to say to the fighters of the Xingbing Company, everyone is cheering up. The other party is about to organize a large-scale god-killing operation. We must go all out. Chen Yaowen said, everyone should take their place and find their place. Qilin is in place. Qilin jumped up to a tall building again, chose a position with a wide field of vision, and set up the god-killing sniper rifle. Rui Mengmeng is here, I want to win glory for the country. After Rui Mengmeng and Tokisaki Kurumi joined forces to kill 5 gluttonous warriors, they approached the central battlefield. At the moment Rui Mengmeng gradually adapted to killing the enemy, shot cleanly, and already possessed the basic qualities that a top assassin should have. Master Yi and Wei Ying didn't find it. I will approach your location first, and then look for it along the way. After Liu Chuang returned, he carried his battle axe and moved towards the position of the Tokyo Tower while searching for the 2 companies that had lost contact. Remember, while the Xingbing Company is deploying, Taudi is also actively preparing for the battle, and a new round of battle begins. The Tokyo Tower was blown apart and collapsed from the center. Tokisaki Kazumi pulled Rione off the observation deck and teased, "Now let's change someone to protect you." After swimming for a long time, Mew looked at the vast sea and screamed suspiciously, "Yeah. Yeah, Hunglian, we have you swam for so long. Haven't you been lost in Tokyo yet? And somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. The sun is shining and the waves are rough. And two giant creatures are riding the wind and waves. Swimming fast." The beam of light bombarded Rena's holy shield. And the flames spread for a while. The hot air wave dissipated. And a scorching wind was set off. The steel around the observatory gradually became hot, as if there were signs of melting. The flames illuminated the dim sky. And Tokisaki Kwangsun felt a little unbearable. The long dress of the spiritual suit danced with the wind. And the whole person was almost blown up. Rione yelled to Tokisaki Kakuzo, "Raise the holy shield. And put it in front of her, boom tilde rumble tilde." Julian's huge amounts of head showed a trace of confusion. And stopped. The big mouth buried in the sea gurgled and spit out huge amounts of bubbles. Then raised her head to look up at the sky and yelled, You it seems may basent it. Let's try without turning around." The flagship of the gluttonous pioneer, which has been stored for a long time, is the first to show its fangs. The dazzling crimson light radiates from the center of the huge amounts of cross. A fiery beam of 1 meter in diameter lashes out, facing Rione and Tokisaki Kuzo. The Tokyo Tower where it is located bombarded away. Following Lei Feng's orders, a large number of gluttonous battleships marched towards the positions of Rione and Tokisaki Kuzu with murderous aura. Thank you for reading this story at FictionZone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In the flagship of Gourmet Pioneer, Lei Feng gave the order. "Stand behind me." The blazing light beam pierced the sky. Like a wild beast rushing violently, target Reina. The light of the sun. Kill with all your strength and march forward in line. The beam of light lasted for more than 10 seconds. And Lena breathed a sigh of relief when the beam of light dissipated, and then saw several dark energy cannons bombarding her. These two huge amounts of creatures are Godzilla Mew and Godzilla Honglian.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.